The empire's prime minister, the Grand Duke, and his daughter had died of a fever. Veronica, only she could replace the child. A man extended his hand and said, "Will you be my daughter?" I took his hand. Becoming a leading figure in society, I was the target of envy from other women and the courtship of men. What did it matter? Dresses adorned with jewels made of rare metals. But what good did it do? Becoming the first empress. What meaning did it hold? All of this. This was all your plan, wasn't it? A young woman sat on the ground, stabbed in the stomach, bleeding profusely. The man who had initially offered his hand calmly replied, "Don't blame me. All I did was extend my hand, and you were the one who took it." Her face contorted in pain as she cried out. From behind, someone approached, their voice ringing out, "This plan has been a long time coming. I had to pretend to be near death, and I needed a stand-in. You did a wonderful job." The young woman on the ground was utterly shocked by the newly arrived woman. It was Veronica. Seeing her appear shattered all her thoughts. When I die, she will take my place. The king's favor, too. Even my child with the king. Thinking of this, tears streamed down her face. Seeing her cry, the other woman gloated, "Are you crying? Don't be sad about it. I'm more humane than you think. Consider your work finished today. I thought you might reconsider." She then gestured for someone to bring her child. Taking the child's hand, she said, "Little one, say goodbye to your mother, because she'll be dying soon." Her actions woke the child. The child began to cry. Seeing her child crying, she cried out in agony, "Ian." Trembling, she sobbed, "My precious child, Ian." Seeing her so pathetic, the woman said, "You don't need to try anything. I won't harm it now. I'm waiting for it to call me mother and to see its adorable actions. After that, I'll probably have a child with the king, won't I? That's when I'll send it to you." The woman smiled wickedly, rubbing her face against the baby's. Enraged, she clawed at the ground. You're so cruel." The woman's father spoke from the doorway. "You're wasting time, Veronica." She smiled and said, "Oh, I hadn't noticed the time slipping away. Let's go, father." She suddenly turned back to the woman on the floor. "Since I don't know your name, I can't even say goodbye. I still have to thank you," the fake Veronica said, then turned and left. The cell door slammed shut. She cried out in pain, "Ian." Her hand trembled, then lost its strength and fell. She was dead. In a forest, the wind rustled the leaves. Suddenly, a man's voice called out, "Elena." The silhouette of a beautiful young woman appeared. Her feet were in the water, playing with it. Hearing the call, she stood up from the puddle. "Honestly, it's hard to believe I've returned to the past, back to the age of 18, just before my coming-of-age ceremony." The girl on the bed suddenly sat up, gasping for breath. She wondered if everything she had experienced was real, and I still remember it vividly. It was truly cruel to me. She collapsed onto the bed, thinking why she had returned to 5 years ago. If it were just a year, or even 3 months ago, she wouldn't feel so lost. But she sat up. Ian isn't here. He can't exist yet because he hasn't been born. Right? The future I have to face. She clenched her fists as she thought. Suddenly, a voice called out, interrupting her thoughts. "Veronica." "Yes, father, I'm coming." She firmly resolved to change everything. Seeing her, her father sighed in relief and placed a hand on her forehead. "There you are. What did you mean when you said you wouldn't attend the coming-of-age ball?" "Father, please calm down," she said fearfully. "It's true. I did say that this morning, because I really don't need such extravagant things." Her father grumbled, "But do you know how precious this opportunity is?" Come to think of it, her father had once been a renowned business administrator in the capital. However, her great-grandfather had failed in business and drained her father's funds. In the end, he was fired. He was now only a nobleman in name, receiving financial aid from Count Lau. At first, it was very difficult for me to be introduced to high society, but Count Lau offered to support me so I could be presented when you came of age. And that was the beginning of everything returning to normal. Flustered, she clutched her skirt. "I'm sorry, father. I know you're worried, but I'm not really interested in being introduced to high society." Her father placed a hand on her shoulder and advised, "You're still young. This is all for your own good. Only by being formally introduced like this will you have the opportunity to find a good husband." "I understand." She thought to herself, "It doesn't matter anymore. Nothing can be gained by relying on others." Then she lowered her eyes and said, "Isn't it strange?" Her father asked, "What do you mean?" She asked, "Is it really just a sponsorship? Let's say I do successfully debut in high society. But what happens if I'm sent to a merchant's house to pay off the debt? Could I refuse?" Her father retorted, "No, he's not that kind of person." Hearing this, she replied, "Father, You can't know that, thinking to herself, because he hides his insidious cruelty behind that friendly, smiling face. Her father explained, I know what you're worried about, and assured her, if that happens, I'll stop it, so you don't need to worry. She closed her eyes and said, Father, you won't be able to stop it, thinking, because it's a meticulously planned trap. That simple sponsorship will become a debt, and that debt will become shackles for our family. It will become a bond that will make us unable to move even an inch. Her father still wanted to persuade her. Veronica, maybe he really just wants to help you. You're thinking too much. She said, maybe you're right, Father. But she thought to herself, what if he's not the one who planned all of this? Count Lao is just a nouveau riche. What if there's someone else behind him? Someone who graduated from the Royal Academy with the highest score in history. She knows how to skillfully exploit people's psychology and easily incite conflict between everyone. Librick, one of the most influential figures in the Librick Grand Duchy, told me that one needs to know how to see the hidden thorns behind beautiful flowers. She taught me how to be a queen of high society. I went to their place. The image of a carriage appeared. The coachman stopped and said we had arrived. The carriage door opened, and someone's voice inquired, was the journey here all right? They had planned to take me away, and now was the time. A woman stepped out of the carriage. Another voice replied, she came here with good intentions, so she won't mind any inconvenience. Veronica was still alive, but they were now in a situation where they needed her to live again. She was determined not to die miserably for being used like before. Back in the present, her father couldn't dissuade her and had to agree. He asked, are you sure you won't regret this? She smiled and said, something like that will never happen. She thought that even a bad choice was okay. I can't stand being schemed against like a fool anymore. I will destroy this plan. Dinner was ready on the table, full of delicious food. She took a spoonful of soup and couldn't help but praise delicious. Her mother smiled and said, it's good to see you happy. Lately, her father was silent for a moment, then spoke, my daughter, if you're worried about anything, you can send me a letter. But she didn't change her mind. Hearing her father, she almost choked on her food. She put down her spoon. I'm sorry, Father, she said, calmly wiping her mouth. My decision remains the same. I'm fine. Her father said, annoyed, yes, you're quite stubborn. I don't know who you're getting all this information from. At this point, her mother gently spoke up. Dear, don't do that. Please respect Veronica's decision. Her father conceded, fine, and took a sip of water. Her mother smiled and said, don't get so worked up. She can find a good husband without us putting so much pressure on her. Her mother's smile was incredibly sweet and bright, like sunflowers. What's more important, isn't it that I wasn't a perfect young lady either? Her father muttered beside her, I'm just worried. Her mother got up from the table and exchanged a look with her. I'll help you as much as I can. Don't be too sad. Veronica was deeply touched and returned the look. You're so kind. And also, Veronica, your clothes were covered in dirt when I washed them. Oh, Veronica said, startled, remembering. I went down from Mount Logan. I think that's where I got them dirty. Her mother said exasperatedly again, why don't you try to be more careful in the future? The animals on the mountain have been appearing frequently lately. Yes, Mother, Veronica replied, then calmly picked up her glass of water. I don't plan on doing that again anyway. I have no reason to go there anymore. She drank and set her glass down. Well, I'll go ahead then. Okay. Her mother wondered aloud to her husband. Veronica seems busy lately. Do you think something has changed? Of course, she has some extremely important things to do. Veronica opened her study door, went in, and bolted it. She was searching for a particular book. Let's see. Here it is. She reached up and took the book down. She carefully searched for something. From inside the book, she pulled something out. It's a map. She said she was really happy to be able to finish it in time. It's a bit inconvenient for me right now, and it's even more difficult than any other map. She picked up a pen and drew something on the map, but I'm sure I'll find it. Librick would never take this route. My parents swore to protect them in this life. In my previous life, at that time, I didn't care much about my parents. They were persuaded by Librick's flowery words. I believe I was very happy, and the night I left this world, I couldn't imagine they were massacred. I was so stupid. I was so stupid. Her hand clenched, trembling. The next day, it was still dark when she woke up. She said, surprised, it's not even light yet. I woke up too early again. I always wake up at this hour. Before returning to the past, she remembered the past. It's time to get out of bed. Habits are hard to change. She thought to herself, waking up early is good. She changed her clothes and went down to the kitchen. She called to her mother, Mother. Her mother was quite surprised. Are you awake already? She replied, I woke up early, so I'll come help you, Mother. She rolled up her sleeves. Her mother said cheerfully, All right, thank you. While cutting the bread, she thought to herself, It smells so good. It's surprising. In my previous life, this was quite bothersome. She placed the spoon and fork in their proper places, then called her father. Father, breakfast is ready. I think this is an extremely precious time. Outside the house, there was the loud noise of a carriage. Her father said, It's quite lively today. There's a carriage passing by. There was a knock at the door. Her father stood up, slightly annoyed, and said, I'm coming. The person outside said, Baron, it's me, Gray. Her father opened the door and asked, What are you doing here? Excuse me for disturbing you. There are a lot of men carrying some rather heavy chests. Her father said, No, what is this? Gray said, It's a gift from Viscount Vizeo. A gift? Her father asked. The man continued, It's a token of goodwill from Viscount Vizeo. I don't need to know the purpose of these things. Gray handed over a letter. He asked me to deliver this. Her father said, puzzled, a letter. He opened it and read, To my fellow colleague, Baron Frederick. At this point, my father's reaction froze as he read the letter. His hand started trembling. I can't imagine how emotional he was. Her father said loudly, Take these things back immediately. Gray said awkwardly, Please, sir, don't be like this. He didn't wait for Gray to finish before interrupting. I said, Don't you understand? Take them back right now. Her mother approached and asked, Dear, what's going on? Why are you behaving like this? He said, I don't need to know. Then, clutching the letter tightly, he said, And I don't need to see this. She approached and said, Father, can I see it? Her father said gloomily, You don't need to see it. She pressed him. Does this have something to do with me, Father? Her father said awkwardly, Well, and he gripped the letter even tighter. Seeing his reaction, she said, It does have something to do with me. Then she stepped closer to her father. Since it concerns me, I have the right to know, don't I? She snatched the letter from her father's hand. She smirked as she looked at the letter. This letter was a marriage proposal. The things inside the box were the proposal gifts. In other words, they want me to become the Lord's concubine. She scoffed, saying, It's truly ridiculous. If it were the past, I would have cried and been upset about this news. I've had my doubts about myself, but Librick, you're just as I expected. Only when I'm desperate am I willing to grasp at the saving hand offered to me. Elena, don't mind it. This is just a one-sided and unfair action. Her father said as he put on his coat. Now I will go meet the Lord to refuse this marriage proposal. Her mother bowed her head and said, Yes, go ahead. I hope the outcome will be favorable. She thought to herself, I can't let Father do this. She softly spoke up. It's all right, Father. I will make the decision myself. Harassing our family is just the first step in Librick's plan. Both her father and mother were extremely surprised. What do you mean, Elena? Please wait a moment. She stepped closer. Gray smiled and said, Could you convey my words to the Lord? Tell him I'm very grateful for the gifts he gave my parents. Her mother, upon hearing this, cried out in shock, Elena. In this territory, accepting a proposal gift means you've agreed to the proposal. Do you want to be a concubine for the rest of your life? Her mother cried as she spoke. Elena, no matter how many times I think about it, it can't be like this. You deserve much better. She trembled, tears flowing unceasingly. She gently took her mother's hand and said, Mother, don't cry. I'm fine. It's not your fault. Don't worry. I will definitely be happy, you'll see. Her father also cried, covering his face with his hands. But this isn't the answer. It can't be the answer. We worked so hard to raise you. She placed her hand on her father's trembling shoulders. It's not your fault. This is my own choice. Her father exclaimed, That's right. It's not too late. We can still go. He grabbed her arm. His eyes were filled with surprise as he looked at his daughter. She said, If you believe in me, Father, please don't worry and be upset. Follow me. She thought to herself, Watch me change the situation. Elena went into her room and closed the door. She leaned against the door, her face pale. I've hurt them both. Should I really be doing this? Then she closed her eyes, letting her body relax. She encouraged herself. No, I shouldn't think about the past anymore. I will resolve this, so I won't have any regrets later. She walked towards the table near her bed. Because that's the most important thing right now. Elena pulled the curtain open with a strong tug. Inside were a lamp and neatly stacked rolls of paper. There it is. Well, I wrote about the future for the next 5 years. Looking at the pieces of paper, evidence of her suffering, she seemed incredibly frustrated. Elena gently touched them. Her eyes were cold and emotionless. The story of the future will continue, just as it's written here. But in the shadows, I must change it. Elena picked up a piece of paper and noted, the first thing that will happen is the invitation to the Grand Duke's birthday party. Elena's eyes darkened in thought. She mused within the next 2 months. That's why I have to prepare quickly. That day will be the first time I impersonate Veronica. After several years of Veronica's absence from the public eye, that all sorts of bad rumors have attached themselves to her. That's why the Grand Duke wants to turn Veronica into the next empress by using me. It's a sensitive issue concerning his honor, and the best solution is to suppress those rumors. Furthermore, it's to show everyone that Princess Veronica is in perfect health. He must be feeling incredibly anxious right now. She placed a note on the table. I'm actually looking forward to it. Back then, I didn't know what to do, so I ended up going along with their arrangements. But now, there's no reason for me to do that. I'll be the one to make the first move in this game. I already have an ace up my sleeve, and it can change the game at any moment. Now it's your turn. You can offer however much you want, but you'll lose a great deal, Grand Duke. The match flared, igniting the paper. As it burned, she thought, Princess Veronica, that's not enough to watch you all fall apart. Elena tossed all the notes into the flames. I've completely lost the will to live, so now I'll ruin you all. After throwing the last piece of paper in, she murmured, I have to memorize all of this and erase every trace. After confirming that the paper had been completely incinerated, she pushed the burner aside. Finally finished. Exhausted, Elena lay down on the bed. She tossed and turned on the mattress. I'm so tired. She buried her face in the pillow and pulled it close. Now all I have to do is wait. That evening, Elena stepped out of her room and asked her mother, has father left already? Her mother, sitting at the dining table, looked up in surprise. Elena, she asked, would you like something to eat? Dinner's ready. Elena sighed and waved her hand dismissively. I'm fine. Then, suddenly remembering something, she gasped. She looked at the packages and said to her mother, let's open these, mother. Her mother said worriedly, but if you open it. Elena smiled brightly. It's all right, mother. It's fine. Curious, she opened the nearest bag. I wonder what it is. Opening it, she silently appraised the frilly dress inside. I don't really like this dress. It's not my style. The only usable things are these jewels. She called her mother. Mother, could you come here for a moment? Her mother approached, asking, what is it, dear? Suddenly, Elena fastened a necklace around her neck. Her mother, seeing the sparkling necklace, was taken aback. What is this? Elena replied, it's for you, mother. The necklace she had placed on her was a pearl necklace with a glittering crystal pendant. Her mother exclaimed, oh, I don't need this. What were you thinking? Elena hugged her, saying cheerfully, all this time, you've never had a proper necklace. So now I want to give you this. Her mother was flustered. How can I accept this? Elena acted coyly. Do you want me to be sad? Her eyes sparkled, as if pleading. Oh, please, mother. If you see it that way, then what I mean is, I know you, mother. You'll need money after you leave. So please, keep it with you until then. Your house is so warm. I asked, mother, father will be home late, won't he? She agreed. Yes, well, you know about his work. Just as they finished speaking, father returned. I'm home. Mother, seeing her husband, asked, why are you so late? Come and sit down. I'll reheat the food. Behind him, a mysterious figure appeared. He said to his wife, wait a moment. I have a guest. Mother was puzzled. A guest. He had never invited anyone over since they settled here. After thinking it over all day, he led the mysterious person inside. It's a bit humble, but please come in. The woman smiled and spoke in a calm voice. Thank you for your kindness. Elena suddenly noticed the skin. Those fingers. Could it be? Mother said to father, my dear, there's no law that can defy death. Soon you'll understand what I'm saying. Elena, carrying food to the table, heard their murmurs and froze. Then father said cheerfully, let me introduce her. The woman suddenly raised a hand to stop him. Wait a moment, she said to father. I apologize for interrupting, but may I introduce myself? It would be rather rude if I couldn't. Father didn't press the matter. If that's all right with you, then by all means. From within the hood, the woman's eyes gleamed sharply. She smiled enigmatically. Thank you for your understanding. Then the woman slowly lowered her hood, revealing blue hair. She smiled gently and introduced herself. It's a pleasure to meet you all. My name is Librick Zeflanders. Just as Elena had suspected, this was the worst possible encounter. The moment she heard the woman introduce herself, Elena froze. She couldn't utter a word. She just stared at her, unblinking. Now, introduce yourself. The woman sat down at their dining table. Resentment welled up inside Elena. She killed my parents, turned them into hostages. In my past life, this woman treated me like a pet. Ever since I was reborn, I've dreamt of revenge every day. Elena's lips moved slightly, but it's not time yet. Elena pushed down her thoughts and smiled amiably at Librick. She stepped forward. I'm Elena. It's an honor to meet you. The woman spoke calmly. I understand. She smiled faintly at Elena. I know about you, Elena. I know all about you. Elena could only manage a strained smile. Yes, how disgusting. She felt sickened by the woman's words. Father, still oblivious, said gently, really dear. This woman is here to protect you. His eyes lit up. You won't have to be a concubine. Elena thought to herself, she's going to bring me into the empire, just as I predicted. She spoke to my father first. She hesitated. Librick spoke, holding something in her hand. All right, let me show you this first. She took out a pendant. Upon opening it, the image of the girl inside surprised everyone. Oh, she looks just like Elena. Librick introduced her. This is a young lady I once served. She used flowery language to describe the girl. More than anyone else in this life, she was elegant and classy. I've never met anyone like her. The goddess Ghana pales in comparison. The problem is the master I currently serve still hasn't forgotten her. He even cried once when he saw his deceased daughter again. Elena's mother, hearing this story, couldn't help but shed tears. She wiped her eyes with a handkerchief. That's what all parents wish for. Elena looked at her mother helplessly. Her mother was in an emotional state. Elena also seemed to sympathize. It's so sad. Librick put on a heartbroken expression and sighed. I know that wish will never come true, because bringing the dead back to life is impossible. But when I heard about you from people on another continent, I couldn't believe it. Then she suddenly asked, Elena, are you his daughter? Elena was startled by this question. What? What do you mean? In her heart, she felt apprehensive. The worst had come, a test with a sweet flavor. It was a trick by Librick. Elena calmly replied, exactly as I said, I don't know how to do that. Seeing her resolute attitude, Librick just chuckled softly. I know it's sudden, but it's not just for him. I also don't want you to become a concubine, Elena. Becoming a concubine or the child of a half-noble is incredibly miserable. I don't want that to happen to you, Elena. Elena inwardly marveled. She really knows how to talk. In the house with the burning flames, her father softly said, Elena, go with her. Her mother was astonished to hear her husband say that. She turned and cried out, honey. He calmly explained, I've seen that crest before. A noble like her comes from a family you couldn't even speak to. So go live a new life, Elena. Elena's eyes filled with sadness. She could only say, her parents were now helpless. Dear, do what you want. She clutched her skirt. Mother, father. Her parents were now heartbroken. We tell you to go because we can't protect you. What you're about to face will be even more painful than this. We think we won't feel as bad. If you can't change it, give it up. She said painfully, that's how I can survive. Finally, she made her decision. I'll go, but I won't be fooled by you again. Elena looked at Librick, her eyes still holding their initial indifference. Thank you, Librick. Librick, as if her wish had been granted, said cheerfully, he will be very happy. Suddenly, Elena asked, however, how will I live as his daughter? Librick replied, it's a life that can't be described in a single word. But I can assure you, the center of the world will be you, Elena. As she spoke, her eyes seemed to be calculating something. Hundreds of the finest dresses, jewels from the north, and all kinds of parties will be for you. Elena listened, and Librick nodded. That's what you can imagine. She immediately asked excitedly, of course, can I make a vow with a knight? Librick, seeing Elena's hopeful expression, asked back, like the frivolous princess, do you want your own knight too? Elena immediately replied, yes, exactly. Feeling a slight annoyance, Librick muttered something under her breath but maintained a forced smile. Of course, that would be a privilege for you, Elena. Don't you think so? Elena, unable to hide her joy, responded, truly. I'm so happy I don't know what else to say. This is exciting. A vow with a knight. I don't even know how to refuse, Elena gushed. Then, with a touch of concern, she asked, but when I leave, what will happen to my parents? Her parents spoke gently to reassure her. We'll be all right. You should take care of yourself. Librick added, I've already arranged accommodations for them. Elena's smile remained radiant. Truly, thank you. I feel so much better now. I must look like such an obedient child. Librick pulled something from her sleeve. This is for Elena, who cares for both of you. She placed a pouch on the table. Consider it a small token of goodwill for the future. These diamonds, this is all the money my parents have left. It would be better if they accepted it. Elena thought to herself. Her father, seeing the pouch, immediately waved his hands in refusal. No, I can't accept this. Elena immediately stood up. Father, please take it. Why are you refusing? Her eyes glistened with a pleading look. Librick asked her father, why not accept it from Elena? Hearing this, Elena's father finally relented and took the pouch. I'll accept it. Thank you, he said, his hands trembling as he held the pouch. Librick opened her pendant, looked inside, then closed it and turned away. She addressed Elena's family. It's time to go. Then she added, Dawn will break soon, and the Baron will also be leaving then. Elena's mother asked anxiously, why the rush? Librick turned back, her expression cold. You've already accepted the marriage, so there's no need to prolong this. Elena must leave tonight to avoid being discovered. Once we reach the border, Elena's mother still couldn't accept this. This is so sudden. Elena stood silently behind them. The moment I met Librick, I had a feeling I would be leaving today. It's sad knowing that. Her mother, tears welling up, pleaded just one day to spend with her. Her husband approached and held her firmly. I know. Unable to contain her emotions, she covered her face and sobbed. I know what I have to do. I wouldn't be able to leave her if I wasn't sure. Elena's heart ached for her mother. She thought about the happy moments she shared with her parents after her rebirth. This was bound to happen eventually. I thought if I could just get through this time without regrets, everything would be all right. But I can't believe I'm feeling these emotions again. Her body trembled. So, I guess everything isn't all right after all. Librick flatly refused her mother's plea. I apologize, madam, but we must leave tonight. The Duke said travel will be difficult. The situation in the territory is quite urgent at the moment. We can't waste any time. Elena's face was filled with sadness. She spoke with a resigned tone. I'll go. In exchange, please allow me a little time with my family. I finally accepted and turned to leave. As I walked, I said, you have 2 hours, so please hurry. She replied, yes, that's enough. I opened the door and stepped outside. Then I'll go back and prepare. Her parents' faces were now a mixture of emotions. Her mother gently reached out a hand. When did my daughter grow up so much? She lightly touched Elena's face. Her tear-filled eyes overflowed with love. You've always been a good child. Don't worry about us. Take care of yourself. Elena told herself, don't hesitate, Elena. This is a precious moment. She reached out and grasped her mother's hand tightly. Mother, father, listen carefully to what I'm about to say. Both of you need to leave here before Librick returns. Elena's father was taken aback. Her mother was also confused. What? Where should we go? Didn't we decide to trust her? What's this about? I foresaw this problem. She said, isn't it strange? When she came here to help a noble family fallen from grace. And isn't it strange that there's a sponsor right after I refused to become a concubine? Even more surprising is that when we were struggling, Librick appeared here. It's as if she was waiting for this to happen. That's not all. Perhaps everything was planned from the beginning. Hearing this, suspicion arose in both her parents. Now that I think about it, before I went to her house, she came to see me directly. So that's the reason. Elena affirmed, I could be certain of that. It's because of Baron Frederick. He needs me. Her father was stunned. You, how do you know the Baron's name is Frederick? Elena's eyes were distant. I knew from the moment I read the first line. She handed her parents a scroll. I have this for you. I've written here all the reasons why I have to leave and also the plan for afterwards. If you leave through the back door, you'll go straight to the trail. You must climb Mount Logan. To the right of the Zenova tree, in the middle of the forest edge, 50 paces away, there's a stream. Her father was incredulous. How could you do this? This is a very detailed and meticulously prepared plan. How do you know all this? His mind was filled with confusion. Thinking back, he realized Elena is a graceful young woman, but she's not resourceful. 2 months ago, she became very different. He was now overwhelmed with helplessness. I'm a failure as a father. I'm not perceptive. He immediately said, I agree. His wife turned to him, but she has to come with us. Elena clutched her skirt. I can't. Her mother worried. That person isn't trustworthy. She'll hurt you. Elena was resolute. No. Even if she lets you live, she'll hold you hostage to control and oppress me. But father, mother, that's why I have to stay. She was firm. I have to go to the palace, to that place, to be able to take revenge. After preparing everything, she asked her parents, are you ready? Her mother had her luggage slung over her shoulder. We're ready. Her father, unable to contain himself any longer, asked Elena, I want to ask one last question. Are we putting you in danger? She immediately reassured him. No, we can't avoid this. Like summer rain, they fall without warning. How could I have avoided this? How happy I would be if I could find some way to avoid this. Yes, so mother, father, please be safe. Her parents embraced her. Then they opened the back door to prepare to leave. Before they left, she said worriedly, "Take care of yourselves. Will we meet again?" She remained, tears already streaming down her face. Smiling brightly, she said yes. In the dark night surrounding Elena's house, a strange silence suddenly fell. Now, only the whistling wind could be heard. After her parents left, she closed the door behind them. I made sure they left. The time to meet is almost here. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. "Elena, it's time to depart." Suddenly, she felt strangely sad and lonely. Elena gently wiped away her tears and replied, "I'll be right there." After changing her clothes, she went out to meet Librick. She thought to herself, "I have to make my eyes a little red, as if I couldn't hold back my sadness." She came out, her eyes swollen and sad. "I'm ready." Seeing her like this, the woman asked, "How are your parents?" She stumbled out, but with a smile on her face. "I came out alone so I could leave them, because if I stayed any longer, I wouldn't be able to leave." Elena's face looked incredibly pained. Her body trembled. She gently covered her mouth with her hand. "We should go quickly before I change my mind." Seeing her distraught state, Librick hesitated. She looked as if she might faint. Should I stop this? But in the end, she agreed with Elena. "I understand." Then Librick brought over a knight. She said to the knight, "Please take care of those two. Be polite so as not to worry Lady Elena." But her eyes remained sorrowful. She was quite surprised by this situation. If it were the knight who came to my house initially, this couldn't be. The knight, after hearing Librick's orders, said, "Understood." Upon seeing the man's face, she was shocked. "I never thought you would be the knight who came to escort me. You were the knight who protected me for all that time. But as soon as Veronica returned, you stabbed me without hesitation." The man maintained a cold expression. "I will take care of them to the best of my ability." Laurel felt Elena's hatred rising. She remembered the image of him stabbing her with a knife. At that time, she was incredibly shocked. "Why did you?" The man had cruelly told her, "I never considered you my lady. My true lady has returned." Lorich had even looked back at her. His eyes were filled with contempt. "I will beg forgiveness by killing you with my own hands." That moment was like hell for Elena. She couldn't believe it. It felt as if hundreds of knives were stabbing her heart. Rather than the physical pain from the cut, the pain of loss and betrayal was what she truly felt. And that feeling was indescribable. Now, thinking back, the person who killed her parents could have been him. But then she thought, but even if he tries his best, he's just a pawn on the chessboard. Nothing more, nothing less. After their conversation ended, Librick took a lamp and led Elena away. "The carriage is waiting for us outside the estate," she said. "We'll have to travel discreetly once we reach it." As they walked, Elena kept glancing back at Laurel. He seemed surprised to catch her eye. He started, then bowed his head to them. Librick urged Elena onward. She turned away and replied, "Yes," her heart filled with a silent vow. "Someday, you will pay for this." She turned and walked forward, no longer looking back. The two of them boarded the carriage, and the door closed behind them. Librick gave the order to depart immediately. Under the cover of darkness, the carriage sped away down the road. Sitting inside, Elena couldn't help but sigh. Tonight was no different from that other night. The only difference was her heart. She was still playing the role of Librick's actress. Seeing her unease, Librick gently took her hand. "Lady Elena, you seem troubled. Please don't worry too much. Once you've decided to become her daughter, no one will dare oppose you carelessly. I assure you, I will take responsibility for that." Elena was stunned for a few seconds. "Oh," she said, quickly regaining her bright, cheerful demeanor. "Thank you." She gently squeezed Librick's hand. "I think I feel relieved thanks to you." "I'm glad to have earned your favor," Librick replied, smiling at her. "It's nothing. We're like sisters. You've come to our side perfectly, Elena." Not long after the carriage departed, a figure suddenly appeared, moving with surprising speed. They must be long gone by now, he thought. He drew his sword, thinking, now is the time to see you off. There's no reason to delay this any longer. The air around him suddenly grew menacing. Earlier, the man had received his orders. Kill Elena's parents. We must nip any potential threats in the bud before they cause any trouble. Librick's eyes were sharp and calculating. All for the glory of the Grand Duke, Laurel thought as he rushed forward and threw open the door to Elena's house. However, The sight before him was of two empty chairs. Not a single person was there. The air was eerily silent. Laurel's face paled. He was utterly shocked. They escaped. He thought, panic rising within him. They were here earlier, but now they vanished without a trace. How did they know we were coming back? Now is not the time to dwell on that. Laurel quickly regained his composure. He ordered his men to pursue them. Yes, sir. Two cloaked figures suddenly appeared from behind him, echoing the affirmation in unison. Meanwhile, inside the carriage, Librick smiled at Elena. Is the ride uncomfortable? Please bear with it a little longer. We're almost there. Elena returned the smile radiantly. Not at all, she replied, touching the side of the seat. Honestly, even though it's just a carriage, it's much more comfortable than the bed in my room. This is the first time I've ridden in a carriage. In the snow, no less. Because this is the carriage specifically chosen for Lady Elena. Librick, seeing her so happy, played along. Inside the carriage, Elena was lost in a dream, her face flushed with delight, carefree. If I were treated like this now, he truly values and cares for me. Librick could see what Elena was thinking. She's completely captivated by this superficial display. She won't have time to notice what's really happening around her. How utterly naive and foolish. She doesn't even realize she's just a puppet to be discarded once she's no longer useful. Look at her, seduced by such trivial things. It's amusing to be able to toy with her so easily. Elena leaned against the window, smiling faintly. It's so easy to guess what she's thinking. This is so soft. Inside, Elena was ecstatic. Keep looking at me like that. Keep thinking I'm greedy and stupid, because this carelessness will be your downfall. Soon, I'm in the carriage, making conversation with her. The one who couldn't accept her daughter's death, the one I mentioned to you. Remember, I remember, she replied, her voice hesitant. Actually, it's been 2 months, and he still hasn't been able to hold a funeral for the young lady. Hearing this, she feigned sympathy. Oh, Librick said to her, he loved her so much. He just can't let her go. Only a few people know that she's dead. Elena's body trembled at these words. She gasped, oh my goodness. The fact that her death was never officially announced, it proves his love, his obsession with his daughter. Librick spoke as if comforting her. I know what you're worried about, but you'll be fine. Elena was still dazed, silent. Then she assured her, I guarantee it, because you won't live as his adopted daughter, but as his real daughter. Elena was astonished. Her heart pounded in her chest. She stammered, so I'll really... Before she could finish, she said, that's right. You will become Lady Veronica. Confused, she asked Lady. Librick, seeing her bewilderment, couldn't hide her smile. Even someone as foolish as her should realize that when someone is called Lady, it means they are from a ducal family. Contempt filled Librick's mind. She had long since realized Elena's intentions. Foolish Elena, reveling in the thought of a luxurious life. Oh, Elena, so thrilled to believe she'll have a life different from her past. Is this the kind of person they want me to be? If that's what they want, I'll do my best to live up to it. She made this silent vow. Her face flushed, her heart raced. Unable to hide her excitement, she smiled. Me, a lady? Librick's eyes were icy. She felt her prey was caught in the trap. Should I add more salt to the wound? As the thought crossed her mind, she smiled brightly and added, not only that, but every year, everyone says Lady Veronica is a perfect match for the Crown Prince. The image of a handsome, aloof man appeared. Elena's eyes sparkled. Her face lit up. The Crown Prince. The prey is crawling deeper into the den. Librick, with her cunning and venomous heart, continued her deception. Everyone says this is like a dream. But if Elena puts her heart into this dream, it will soon become reality. That is Lady Veronica's influence in this empire. Elena blushed upon hearing this. She exclaimed, wonderful, but inwardly felt uncomfortable. Having to pretend to be thrilled was irritating. Librick stared at her excited face, her cunning eyes gleaming with triumph. Just a little bait, and she's already blinded. Elena, still acting delighted, shyly covered her mouth and said to Librick, oh, I'm so sorry. I'll stop behaving so improperly. But then she clutched her skirt nervously. But there's something I'm still worried about. What if I behave ignorantly and make the other noble lady suspect I'm not really his daughter? Librick quickly replied, we'll make sure they can't suspect a thing. Elena looked surprised. How? She asked. Librick looked at her with cunning eyes and a smile. I will teach you how to be graceful and elegant so that no one one can surpass you. Then you will become the queen of high society. Elena's eyes glazed over as if she were immersed in a sweet and perfect dream. She said cheerfully, I'll do my best. After a long conversation, Elena's body grew tired. She slumped to one side. Oh, I'm so tired. It seems Librick is losing interest. I'll stop acting like a pillow. She pondered, gazing outside. I wonder if my parents arrived safely. They must reach the palace unharmed. Beneath the lamp, there is always shadow. If my parents can get past the surprise patrols in the northern mountains and head straight east, they will reach the Vesely Palace. This isn't an easy journey, but to avoid being tracked, it's the wisest course of action. There, they can start over with new identities, new names. That way I can hope to see them again in 5 years. After some time, she finally arrived in the City of Silence. By now, she had been settled in a room. The sun shone brightly. She looked out the window. The wind blew against her. Librick approached. Oh, isn't it strange? Elena looked surprised, then maintained the demeanor of someone recently separated from her family, her eyes distant and sorrowful. Librick walked closer to the window. I find it so peaceful looking out at the sea. She turned back to Elena. Are you Al? Suddenly, Elena sobbed. Hick, I'm sorry. She covered her face, sniffling. I was just thinking about my parents. I should have said goodbye to them properly. Librick reached out as if to comfort her. There. Suddenly, she was startled, sensing something amiss. She had never asked Elena to call her older sister. She said softly, Call me Leah. That's my nickname. Feeling comforted, Elena, still teary-eyed, looked up. Librick soothed her. Please believe me. Not now, but in time, we will reach that point. A point where we can freely exchange letters. Elena, hearing this, joyfully hugged her. Really? Thank you, Leah. Librick's ghostly eyes held a triumphant glint. She truly is easy to manipulate. Controlling her takes almost no effort. Meanwhile, Elena is scheming as well. Sooner or later, she'll hear that her parents escaped. Then she'll be the first to suspect me. How much of this is real, and how much is a performance? Am I truly this useless, or am I just pretending to be? Keep doubting me, Librick, because the war between us has just begun. Outside that evening, Librick is talking to Loren. You lost them. His eyes were filled with worry and fear. Librick held her teacup, glancing sideways with a puzzled expression. Realized what was happening. What are you talking about? Laura's called up from below the balcony. I followed their trail, but when I reached the mountain ridge, it vanished. It's like they intentionally fled along the stream to wash away their tracks. Hearing this, Librick fell into thought, humming softly. Understanding the plan and escaping isn't enough. They deliberately erased their tracks to avoid being caught again. How could they do that? She wondered aloud. I can't understand why. Loren continued. A little further on, we found footprints leading towards the docks, but it was impossible to take them by water at that time. I'm very sorry, Lady Librick. She responded pensively. No, it's not your fault. In the darkness, the wind howled. Librick's words seemed heavy with unspoken meaning. This is my fault. Librick was once again filled with doubt. No matter how much I think, I still don't understand. It's possible they fled to avoid becoming a burden to their daughter. She sipped her hot tea as she pondered, but escaping by water to avoid leaving a trace. If they were capable of evading an experienced knight, could they have known our plan? The thought struck her, and Librick sighed. Her eyes were filled with confusion. Thinking back, when I came to get Elena, they weren't there to see her off. Surely they must have loved their daughter very much. Could they have let Elena leave alone to buy themselves time to escape? So even though Elena knew her parents had escaped before her, she pretended not to know anything. Librick. She recalled the image of Elena weeping on her shoulder. Elena truly seemed like she knew nothing. Was it a coincidence? Did she use those tears to deceive me? Ultimately, she couldn't bring herself to believe a girl could be capable of such a thing. She gave a small smile, dismissing her suspicions. Impossible, but Librick still glanced toward Elena. Elena was now smiling cheerfully as she received a massage. Elena is just a second-rate noble, easily seen through. Finally, Librick made a decision. Stop searching for her parents. Loren immediately protested. No, Librick. Even if we have to scour the entire continent, we must. Librick's face darkened. She spoke with authority. No, this is an unfortunate circumstance, but it's not detrimental to us at this time. Cease the search. Loras couldn't argue and could only acquiesce. Yes, I understand. After that, he disappeared quickly. Librick thought it over, still uneasy. Something doesn't feel right. Am I missing something? In the dark night, only the whistling wind remained, and no one could explain this mystery. But then she made up her mind. I need to check. Is she lying to me, or am I just mistaken? The next morning, the chirping of birds woke everyone up. Elena was still drowsy. She sat in the carriage, yawning. Librick called out to her with a bright smile. Elena, she said, clasping her hands together, I received news of your parents early this morning. Hearing about her parents, Elena jumped up. Really? Are they safe? Were they hurt? After a long pause, Librick simply summarized, they are both safe. Elena finally breathed a sigh of relief. But then Librick added, but I heard your mother isn't well. It's probably because they had to go through a difficult time. Hearing this, Elena's face fell. She looked as if she was about to cry. Mother, is she unwell because of me? Tears welled up in her eyes. She's heartbroken because of me. Mother, I'm sorry. Elena turned her face away, sobbing softly. Watching her, Librick finally had her answer. She thought to herself, she hasn't even considered the possibility of her parents escaping. Now she could be certain. She doesn't know anything. Then, Librick's demeanor returned to normal. She comforted Elena. Don't worry, she's just exhausted. She'll be better with some rest. Hearing this, Elena felt somewhat reassured. She wiped her tears, choking back a sob. Thank goodness. I was so worried something had happened to them. In the distance, they could see the sight of ships setting sail. The two then resumed their cheerful conversation. They must have reached the Mariana Islands by now. The Mariana Islands. You mean that paradise? Yes, many people say it's a paradise on Earth, but they're mistaken. In fairy tales and novels, the Mariana Islands are indeed paradise. But the reality is not like that. In fact, it's a remote place overrun with pirates, where fishing is difficult because of the large waves. Elena beamed. I once read about that place in a book. Now they can live comfortably and without hardship, right? Librick's eyes held a hint of malice. Yes, she replied, thinking to herself, with her behaving like this, it seems my worries were for nothing. Elena continued to smile and chat cheerfully. Oh, I'm so happy. But deep down she knew, seeing Librick's suspicion, her parents must be safe. After a long journey, they finally arrived. We're here. As they stepped off, Librick said to Elena, it's foggy, so be careful. They boarded another ship, which then set off. Elena asked curiously, where is this? Librick led her up a flight of stairs. This way. Elena obediently followed. Oh, okay. Upon reaching the top, she was surprised. Librick opened the door to a room decorated in a classic style. This will be our room during the voyage. She continued as she walked. While we're together, you'll learn a few basic things. Elena looked around curiously, like studying. Librick approached a bookshelf and pulled out a book. Yes, but I'm afraid you won't have much free time. We have very little time. Elena's excitement immediately deflated. After several hours, Elena complained that she was starving. Librick, remaining calm, replied, meals are served 3 times a day, brought to our room. But it's not time to eat yet. Elena, now sitting at a desk, practicing her writing, was asked by Librick if she needed anything else. Focused on her task, she replied, no, I'm fine. Librick transformed into a completely different person. Her demeanor shifted dramatically from her previous gentle tone to one of authority. As Elena wrote, Librick asked, so the history of this empire is memorize it. Elena wrote, her mind racing. Librick is definitely trying to intimidate me. I let myself be intimidated in the past, but not anymore. Because she thinks I'm just a naive, clueless, second-rate noblewoman. I'll tread carefully to make sure I don't get caught. Like balancing on a plank precariously placed on a rope for 9 days, until the ship reaches the Empire's shores. Elena continued writing diligently. Librick, beside her with a book in hand, read and lectured. The greater the power one holds, the more weaknesses they have. Conversely, if that power is shared, it grows stronger. The concept of noble obligation is similar. Librick glanced at Elena, her tone instructive, meaning, the higher the social standing, the greater the moral duty. As you are the legitimate daughter of Grand Duke Friedrich, this is a virtue you, Elena, must uphold at all costs. Elena lowered her head in obedience. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Her eyes widened in surprise. She abruptly stood up. Wait, Grand Duke Friedrich. Me. Elena couldn't believe it. Librick calmly closed her book, her voice unwavering. Lady Veronica is the Grand Duke's only daughter. This is also your new identity, Elena. Elena trembled. Her face flushed with astonishment. Her heart pounded in her chest. The Grand Duke's daughter. This is like a dream. Observing Elena's reaction, Librick stifled a condescending laugh. Her gaze held a predatory glint, as if looking at naive prey unaware of the impending future. It was a look filled with mockery. Elena put her pen down, ending the lesson. The sound of the ship docking echoed. Librick announced it's time to disembark. Elena quickly moved to the bow of the ship, taking in the scenery before her. She breathed in the fresh air, a sense of relief washing over her. When was the last time I enjoyed fresh air like this? It's so nice. She sighed in contentment. Thank goodness I made it here before getting seasick. Thinking back to being confined with the stern and irritable Librick, Elena shuddered. I'm sick of pretending to be stupid in front of Librick. She grabbed a rope ladder, preparing to climb, her anticipation evident. Are we going there now? That evening, in the carriage on the way to the villa, Librick informed Elena, the road to the Grand Duke's estate is straightforward. This route leads to the secret villa. Elena, intrigued, questioned villa. Librick explained, it's hidden deep within the Grand Duke's estate. Even those living within his territory rarely know of its existence. On the secluded road, only the whistling wind could be heard. Elena thought to herself, that's right. It appears, after traveling down the mountain trail, surrounded by dense forest. That's where my destroyer was waiting. As soon as she stepped out of the carriage, her mind raced with questions about what expression she should wear. How could she conceal the anger bubbling inside her? The servant waiting nearby bowed respectfully as she approached. Librick introduced the servant to her. Elena, this is Dian. From now on, she will be taking care of you. Although she appears young, she is quite capable. There's nothing she can't handle. Elena replied, yes. Librick led her inside the villa. Now we'll meet him. Elena asked curiously him. He came all the way from the capital. As soon as he knew I was coming, they stood before a door. He's waiting for you behind this door. The door slowly opened. Elena's face froze, her eyes widening. She tried to calm herself. Stay calm, Elena. A man stood before her. He turned around. Librick announced, Sir, Elena has arrived. Hearing this, the man trembled and turned around. Oh, his eyes looked at her as if he were about to cry. He reached out a hand, stammering, you are. And he spoke softly, if I could have been there for you. If I hadn't failed her, my heart would be much lighter. Can you do this for me? Elena put on a bright smile and took his hand. Yes, I'll do my best. She thought to herself, acting like this, I'm just a puppet, just like I wanted to be a proper young lady. Elena beamed. Honestly, from the moment I met you, I felt like we were family. The man's lips twitched. He looked at her with a cold, disdainful gaze. The smile inside him grew. A daughter of the Sakura noble family, thrilled to play the part of a highborn lady. Elena's eyes sparkled. She said excitedly, I'll be a daughter you won't be ashamed of, father. She resolved, I have to make him truly disgusted with me. The man feigned distress. Thank you, my dear. You must be tired after such a long journey. Go upstairs and rest. Elena bowed politely. Good night, father. She was then led to her room. Librick said, this will be your room from now on. Looking at the lovely room before her, Elena exclaimed, the flowers are beautiful. Please, get some rest yourself. If I need anything, I'll call Dian. Elena smiled brightly. You too, Librick. After Librick left, she could finally be herself again. She let out a chuckle and then lay down on the soft bed. Trying to stifle her laughter, she lay on the bed, giggling. Thinking about the Grand Duke's expression is hilarious. Elena relaxed on the bed, smiling slightly. In the past, I cared too much about what others thought of me. I even cowered over the smallest mistakes. I can't believe I've returned to those days. The power of the cards I hold. The future is something to look forward to. She tilted her head back, contemplating her next steps to become Veronica. My lessons begin tomorrow. I'll learn how to look, eat, and talk like a noble lady. I also have to learn the royal language, history, literature, and culture. Librick seemed very impatient. She slammed her hand on the table and said, to memorize everything you're being taught, you must review. If you don't have enough time, you should sleep less and dedicate that time to studying. Elena's face was filled with exhaustion and boredom. She clearly didn't enjoy this. Then Librick left, not forgetting to turn back and warn, this door will not open until you've learned everything. It's best to finish before dinner. She slammed the door shut. Elena could only lower her head, closing her eyes obediently, not daring to argue. After Librick left, Elena opened her eyes. They glittered brightly. She walked step by step towards the bookshelf opposite. Today's lesson with Librick ended earlier than usual. Elena reached up to the cabinet to grab some books. It's a good thing I still remember everything I learned in my past life, so it won't take too much time. She gathered a thick stack of books, including subjects like history and art. With my current knowledge, I'm not capable of defeating Duke Frederick. I need enough wealth and power to be his equal. In just a moment, the table and cart were piled high with books. Soon, the empire's art and culture will change. The revival of Renaissance culture. If I could be the pioneer of this new era, I will definitely have an advantage. I will do everything to destroy everything Duke Frederick has, inside and out. She began to formulate a plan. The first thing I'll do is sow seeds of discord from within. Then, I'll find a financial weakness and pull that string from their very hands. Under the name, I should wait for the right moment next week, or even longer. It won't be as easy as I've thought about it 1,000 times. This plan is 100% perfect. Elena's eyes were full of determination and excitement. After a long time, she finally finished her work. Elena stretched and leaned back in her chair. She looked up with vacant eyes, thinking to herself, let's see how long you can keep up that disgusting facade. Just you wait for the destruction I bring. At the mansion, Elena was sitting at the table, enjoying a steak. She skillfully cut a bite of meat and ate it delicately, looking extremely refined. Librick was delighted to see her progress. I see you're getting used to these social graces now. Elena, surprised by the compliment, cheerfully replied, it's because you've been so dedicated in teaching me, sister. The atmosphere around the two was very pleasant. Librick laughed, and Elena returned the compliment graciously. Elena raised her glass of red wine to her lips and took a small sip. Is that so? I'm very happy to hear that. Librick watched her intently, silently assessing her. Social graces must be displayed naturally, so they become habits and conceal one's true nature. For these reasons, noble ladies must learn these standards from a young age. But fallen nobles only have the name. Otherwise, they're no different from commoners. Yet, this girl, with her terrible manners, has grasped everything perfectly in just 3 weeks. It's as if she's a different person. The more Librick thought, the more suspicious she became. Yes, she looked at Elena, who was smiling at her, and thought, she's definitely not as foolish as I thought. Librick then gave a gentle smile to Elena, as if very pleased. She quickly pushed back her chair, preparing to leave. If you've finished eating, then let's go. Elena obediently agreed. The two walked together down the hallway. Along the way, Elena looked around curiously and asked, are we going back to the library? Librick turned and said to her, today we're going to the drawing room. Librick led her to a room. Elena was quite surprised. To the drawing room. So it's today. The two quickly sat down at a table. There were many papers on the table. Elena innocently picked one up and asked, what is this? Librick rearranged them and said, this is a list of the noble and royal families active in the Empire's social circles. Elena looked at the paper with her mouth agape. There are so many. Suddenly, Librick's face darkened. Her gaze shifted from gentle to murderous. Librick stepped closer, pointing at the stack of papers, and ordered Elena, memorize all the faces, family crests, family relationships, and even their positions. If you do, you won't be embarrassed no matter where you are or who you happen to meet. Librick gave her a sharp look. You can do it, right? Elena accepted a stack from Librick and momentarily froze. A few seconds later, she smiled brightly. Yes, I'll do my best. Librick was a little angry. This flippant attitude of hers. Finally, the two began the lesson. Librick instructed directly. All right, the next person is Duke White, the head of the North Buckingham House, one of the 4 largest families in the empire. Duke White is very close to the Grand Duke, and he cherishes Lady Veronica as his own daughter. Do you understand what I'm saying? Elena innocently replied, I understand. Duke White treats me very well. Librick couldn't stand it anymore. She slammed her hand on the table and yelled, no, not you, Elena. Listen carefully. You must be careful with those close to Lady Veronica. Your identity, Elena, must absolutely not be discovered. If you meet them, you must be vigilant. Do you understand? Librick's eyes looked at her terrifyingly. Elena's face showed fear and confusion. Yes, I'll be careful. But inwardly, she thought, who doesn't know these faces? What a waste of time. After a while of lecturing, Librick seemed tired. She sighed softly. Seeing her like this, Elena finally compromised. Fine, I'll just pretend I don't know. Then, the two continued the lesson. Let's continue. Librick placed a paper on the table. Upon seeing it, Elena suddenly flinched. A familiar name appeared before her eyes. Claudius Gessian. For a moment, Elena froze. Her eyes widened as she stared at the name. Librick pointed at the picture of a man. This man will be the future emperor of this country. His Highness, Crown Prince Claudius Rexian, the man she once loved most in the world. Also, the man who hated her most in the world. Elena remembered his gaze when she had just given birth. The baby cried incessantly. When he saw her and the baby, his whole body trembled. He uttered words that stunned her. This is a mistake. Claudius seemed unable to stand. He staggered, clutching his head. My momentary lapse will make the empire will make it crumble before the words of the man I love most. Elena could only stare wide-eyed, clutching her child, tears streaming down her face, unable to utter a word. This seemed to be the greatest pain she had ever experienced. The Emperor and the Grand Duke opposed each other from the conflicts in political meetings. The Emperor was always wary of Grand Duke Frederick and Librick. Blinded by greed, they finally committed a horrific act. They poisoned the Empress to prevent the birth of the prince, the legitimate heir to the throne, and to allow herself, then the crown princess, to ascend and become empress. Thinking back on everything, Elena's eyes couldn't hide her sadness. Why didn't I know then that it was part of the Grand Duke's scheme? After reconsidering, that I finally realized the truth behind everything. Elena clutched the hem of her dress. In my past life, I didn't know anything and kept blaming him. Her face darkened. Seeing her lost in thought, Librick called out Elena. Elena snapped back to the present, startled, and looked up. Librick said with annoyance, "Are you even listening to me?" Elena, realizing she had been distracted, replied softly, "Ah, I'm sorry. I was lost in thought after seeing the crown prince." She reached out and gently stroked the portrait in front of her. He must be even more handsome in person. I'll get to meet him soon. Then I can see for myself. Elena's face was radiant with excitement. Really, Librick picked up a piece of paper. To meet the crown prince, you must first know everything about him, right? Luckily for you, I happen to know a few things. Elena was incredibly excited. Yes, in her heart, she had decided, there's no way I'll fall for him again. Another piece of paper was presented before her. Her eyes instantly changed. Her gaze hardened, filled with anger. Finally, you've shown yourself, you bastard. Elena picked up the paper, puzzled. Are they close? No, they're not close at all. He is a dangerous person. You must never go near him. Elena looked at the man with disdain. Even Librick told me to stay away from him. Of course. Originally, the Bastacci family belonged to the Grand Duke's family, but they separated and became independent under the Frederick family. According to the treaty, the Bastacci family must swear absolute obedience to the Friedrich family. The treaty remains in effect to this day, serving the interests of the Grand Duke, a dog for the Friedrich family. For this reason, the Grand Duke kept them under his control and looked down on them. But then, his arrogance led the family to aim for their master's nest. It also created the most vicious dog in the world. Remembering her past life, across the tea table, he sat opposite me. I heard you were ill, but you look well. I replied softly. Fortunately, the medicine worked. The man suddenly fell silent, looking at her strangely. Then, to Elena's surprise, he suddenly stood up. Oh, is that so? A shard of glass grazed Elena's ear. The man gave a chilling smile. His eyes were filled with malice, as if to devour the person before him. How interesting to know they use fakes like this. At that moment, Elena's heart skipped a beat. She hadn't expected her true identity to be exposed. He finished what he was doing, turned, and left. It seems I don't need to say anything more. From now on, please get along. Elena's face was filled with terror, pure anxiety, causing her to break out in a cold sweat. Before leaving, he didn't forget to turn back and smile. My lovely fake cousin. She recalled the moment they met. He knew immediately she wasn't Veronica. He threatened her to learn the Grand Duke's secrets. How did he know I wasn't Veronica? Honestly, I really can't understand. She remembered his scrutinizing gaze fixed on her. He had been staring at Elena's neck for a long time. Yes, she suddenly realized, perhaps returning to the present. Librick handed her a stack of papers. This is enough for today. You need to memorize everything before tomorrow. Elena obediently accepted them and replied, yes, I'll try my best. Librick suddenly told her, Elena, remember, the real battle starts now. There won't be a second chance for you to make a mistake. In the next 2 days, that we will leave here and move to the Grand Duke's mansion. So hurry up. Afterward, the two boarded the carriage and left the Baron's small residence. In the carriage, Librick anxiously instructed her, my lady, you need to control your emotions better. Elena obediently replied, yes, yes. Librick suddenly spoke, startling her. Answer only once. I think I've warned you before. The girl named Elena is gone. You can't just wear Lady Veronica's clothes and pretend to be her. Understand, Elena, dressed in splendid purple attire, was reprimanded. She could only lower her head in embarrassment like a puppy. Yes, inwardly, she felt incredibly confident. They no longer recognized my pretense. Librick continued, I've told you before, but Duke Joe's birthday celebration is about to be held. He's the founder of the empire and the first Grand Duke of this country. Before then, you must become a perfect lady. Librick softened her voice. Elena spoke with determination. I'll do my best. A short while later, the carriage arrived. Librick got out of the carriage and then opened the door for her to descend. A line of servants bowed respectfully. Welcome, my lady. As soon as she stepped out, the atmosphere around Elena changed completely. Her hair flowed in the wind, her gestures incredibly gentle and elegant. Elena looked like a true lady. Her face didn't betray any unnecessary emotion. She slowly stepped into the mansion, observed by everyone. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind, Veronica. The Grand Duke was overjoyed to see her. He beamed and opened his arms. Welcome home, my child. Elena approached and took his hands. He said cheerfully, I'm so glad you returned home safely. Elena replied in a gentle tone, It's all thanks to Father's concern for me. He was delighted by her politeness. Why thank me? It's all thanks to the goddess Gaia. Elena, who had long since turned cold, felt disgusted by this pretense. He then urged her, Don't just stand here. Let's go inside. Upon entering the mansion, the food was already laid out on the table. Frederick smiled gently, praising her. You've changed so much. I can see Veronica in you. Elena sat on the chair, offering a small smile. I still have much to learn to meet Father's expectations. He, seeing how much she had changed, was immensely pleased. How commendable. Even Librick is smiling at you. Frederick reiterated, You're no different from my own daughter. This Grand Duchy is your home. Here, you can be yourself. She softly replied, I understand, Father. A warm atmosphere filled the air. He extended his hand cheerfully. Good. I'm glad to welcome you. You must be tired from your journey. Please, make sure you get plenty of rest. She obediently replied, Thank you for your concern. Librick's voice held a hint of worry. My lady, you remember where your room is, right? You must be tired, so please go and rest. Elena replied calmly, Don't worry, Librick. She then promptly closed the door and left. As soon as Elena left, the atmosphere between the two shifted. Frederick said to Librick, As always, you don't disappoint. The Baron's face transformed from gentle to sinister. That common girl isn't just pretending to be a noble. Librick, seeing his praise, responded, only on the surface. She's only learned a bit of etiquette. She'll be exposed when she starts interacting with other nobles. Librick gently lifted her teacup and blew on it. Isn't that a serious problem? The royal birthday celebration is approaching. I was planning to use the excuse of a chronic illness to prevent other nobles from contacting her. By the way, Librick abruptly changed the subject. His Highness, the Crown Prince's actions have been quite unusual lately. After leaving the tea room, Elena stepped outside and looked at her servants with scrutinizing eyes. The servants, seeing her, became anxious. She read out each of their names. Jane, Misa, Lunarin, and Elena glanced at the freckled, strawberry blonde girl. Seeing Elena's gaze, she flinched. The servant girl, unable to meet her gaze, quickly bowed her head and stammered. I am, and Elena's eyes were icy, her voice cold. I never said you were allowed to speak. And, realizing her mistake, hung her head. I apologize. Elena's icy voice rang out again and seemed rooted to the spot. Elena stepped closer. Her eyes were filled with malice, each word carrying a suffocating weight. You learn nothing. How can I possibly let you serve me? And remained silent. The pressure emanating from the person before her was terrifying, and its whole body trembled. Clutching the hem of her skirt, she thought who angered her. She remembered her past life, when a window shattered, glass shards flying, papers scattered from the table, falling with a clatter. Elena screamed. As she was dragged away, she struggled violently. Let me go. Elena cried out to someone in the distance, and quickly called the guards. These insolent fools, despite Elena's pleas, and remained motionless and cold, as if nothing had happened. Her gaze, fixed on Elena, was filled with contempt and disgust. Then she left, leaving Elena there. Elena was surprised to see her go. She yelled loudly for him, but couldn't do anything. She reached out for help, but it was all in vain. Why? That's when I realized she wasn't by my side, but on Librick's side. Despite her young age, this maid is very quick-witted and silver-tongued. I was so stupid to believe those sweet words. Suddenly, she changed her tone. I'm just kidding. And was surprised what's going on. Everyone around immediately fell silent. She said with a smile, I said I was kidding because everyone looks so stiff. Elena put her hand on his shoulder and patted her gently. You're all right. I was just joking earlier. Please help me. Seeing Elena's change in attitude, she stammered. It's my honor. After Elena left, she breathed a sigh of relief. There's so much to do now. Just wait a little longer. She turned around and said softly, come in. What are you all standing there for? The servants immediately obeyed. Yes, miss. Elena was certain in her heart, because you won't escape my revenge. The room just opened before her eyes. Veronica's room. To think I have to use things Veronica has touched. I can't do it. She ordered the servant behind her, clean the room, and replace all the furniture. The servant was extremely surprised. Yes, miss. The cold voice rang out again. Do I have to repeat myself? Throw everything away. Elena's face was now terrifying. Clatter, the windows were opened. Several servants were bustling about cleaning the room. Elena stood outside with her arms crossed, watching them. She called out, and the maid quickly replied, Yes, miss. Elena turned her head and said, Tell the butler to find a skilled tailor and carpenter for me, and quickly replied, Yes, miss. Wait, there's one more thing. Just as in turned to leave, she heard Elena call out again, startling her, and trembled, Please forgive me. Elena sighed and instructed, Give this to the tailor. She ordered, Bring all the dresses, embroidered curtains, and rugs from the shop before sunset, and replied, Yes, miss, and quickly left. Librick looked at the hurrying servants. She wondered, looking at the pile of things a maid was carrying, Librick recognized them. She immediately asked the maid, loudly, What are you doing? The maid turned around when she was called. She stammered, Mississippi ordered us to take everything in the room and burn it. Librick's face darkened upon hearing this. She asked again, What did you say? Very quickly, new fabrics were brought in. The elderly man bowed respectfully and introduced himself. It's an honor to meet you, miss. I am the tailor, Lucent. Elena said cheerfully, Thank you for coming. I heard you're the one who designs the dresses for the birthday party. Lucent replied, Yes, even if you hadn't called for me, miss. I was planning to ask for a meeting to take your measurements. Elena reached for the design catalog and asked, May I look at the designs? Russell. Elena flipped through the pages, thinking him. She spoke up, The shape of the dress is beautiful, but the ruffles at the bottom are awful. And the pattern is boring too. Thump, thump, thump. Each word felt like a stab to Lucent's heart. He replied awkwardly, Well, so, Lucian asked hesitantly, trying to smooth things over, Does milady have a particular design in mind? Elena replied, What I desire is a dress befitting my status in this dazzling place. Like the Milky Way, a dress that sparkles like the stars. As she spoke, she envisioned a gown of pale blue that gradually faded to pink at the hem, a dress shimmering with light. Like the stars, Lucian echoed. Elena, her eyes bright with excitement, said, A dress adorned with a multitude of teardrop diamonds. It will shimmer and sparkle when the light catches it. Lucian closed his eyes, enthralled. A dress as bright as the stars. Everyone will be captivated by its beauty. Lucian grew even more animated, excitedly telling Elena, As milady wishes, I shall prepare a captivating and dazzling gown. She smiled, thinking to herself, There's no need to try so hard. Why one isn't just clothing? A dress made for nothing more than show. That won't meet my expectations. It doesn't matter. With this thought, Elena's gaze grew colder. As she pictured the glittering gown, encrusted with jewels, she thought with growing disdain, that dress will be used as an asset. In my past life, under Librick's control, I was only allowed a limited allowance. I was so preoccupied with being Veronica's replacement that I thought being frugal was natural. But I've realized there's no need for that. She thought about that day, starting with the aristocratic birthday party. I will prove that I am the true Lady Frederick, meaning Lady Veronica, and I am one and only. In short, my plan is to use the Grand Duke's own resources to devour him. The Grand Duke, destroyed by his own wealth. The thought alone is exhilarating. I'll just keep spending. Snapping out of her thoughts, Elena said cheerfully, Oh, and please keep the changes to the dress design a secret. I want to surprise everyone at the party. Lucian bowed his head respectfully. I won't breathe a word of it, milady. Elena continued, Good. Now, shall we look at the curtains? Lucian agreed, Of course, milady. These curtains were imported from the north. Elena, now sitting on the balcony enjoying her tea, sighed to herself. Choosing a new dress and new furniture all day has been exhausting. But since both the tailor and the carpenter are skilled, I should receive the finished product soon. It's strange that Librick hasn't shown up yet. It's about time she arrived. I caused such a scene. After all, she set down her teacup just as A servant approached and announced, "Milady, Viscountess Librick has arrived." Elena thought, "Ah, there she is." She cheerfully told the servant, "Show her in." As Librick entered, Elena greeted her warmly. "Hello, Librick. I haven't seen you all day." Librick looked at her, frowning. "Indeed," she said, her hand clenching. She then turned to the servant. "I have something to discuss with Milady. Leave us." The maid bowed and quickly left. Elena, still cheerful, gestured to a seat. "Have a seat, Lib." But before she could finish, Librick cut her off. With an icy expression, she demanded, "Who gave you permission to behave in such a manner? You discarded all the dresses and furniture in your room and bought new ones." Elena's eyes widened as she stared at Librick, who continued her interrogation. "I thought I warned you not to make decisions on your own whim." Elena, trembling, spoke of the matter. Two streams of tears began to flow down her cheeks. "Is it really that bad? Bad enough for me to be punished? It wasn't even something worth asking your permission for. I thought it would be bothersome to ask." Librick angrily asked, "What are you talking about?" Elena began to explain, "It's true. You're always so busy. I can't report every single dress or piece of jewelry I change. Can I?" Librick reminded her, "Even so, you should have asked me. Didn't you think people might be suspicious?" Elena, her face falling, asked, "Why would anyone be suspicious?" "Because of this." Librick hesitated, unsure how to explain, when Elena sniffled and said, "Honestly, I don't understand. What did I do wrong?" Librick thought to herself, because all of Lady Veronica's former servants have been replaced. No one at the Duke's mansion would question Elena behaving like this. It just seems like unusual behavior. Librick said, "It's not as harmless as the rumors make it out to be. You have to be careful with all your actions." As she spoke, she thought, "But what was that strange feeling just now? I feel like I'm overlooking something." Elena replied, "I know." Librick reminded her, "So from now on, if you want to do anything, ask me first." Librick asked Elena again, "Do you understand?" She giggled and replied, "Yes, Librick. So, I'll be going now. I have things to do." Librick left, throwing a parting remark at Elena. "Oomph." Elena sighed, a scornful look on her face, and muttered, "Huh. She wants my consent beforehand. If she wants it, I'll have to play along." A sardonic smile spread across her face, directed at Librick's retreating back. Outside the palace, it was a beautiful sunny day. Inside the study, Librick was diligently writing. As she wrote, she mused, "I wasted so much time on that last trip. I didn't expect the work to pile up like this. With Lady Veronica gone, the Duke's power will surely be damaged. But I can't just let the heir's seat go to someone else in the family." Just then, a knock came from the door. "Knock, knock." Elena's cheerful voice followed. "Librick, it's me." "Hee hee, sorry to bother you like this." Librick glanced towards the door, annoyed. "I told them not to let anyone in." She said, "Don't just stand there, come in." "Yes," Elena quickly replied. She walked over to Librick, fidgeting slightly. Yesterday you said I had to ask you about everything before deciding, even the smallest things." Librick responded indifferently, "Yes." Elena, nervous, clasped her hands together. "Actually, I don't have any shoes that are suitable, so I was thinking of ordering a new pair. Would that be all right?" Librick agreed. "Go ahead." Elena, delighted, asked, "Really?" Librick, still writing, glanced at Elena apathetically. "Yes. Have the butler call someone to the mansion." Her objective achieved, Elena sweetly said, "Thank you so much, Librick." "Huh." After the door closed, Librick sighed. Not long after, there was the sound of hurried footsteps, followed by a knock. "Knock, knock." Librick looked up toward the door. Elena rushed in, flustered. "Sorry, Librick. I have something else to ask." Librick inquired, "What is it?" "Thinking of the pearl necklace," Elena said, a little embarrassed. "Now that I think about it, it's not just shoes. I don't have a necklace to match either." Librick, hearing this, told her, "Then call a jeweler." "Yes." Elena immediately asked, "Is that all right?" Librick, focused on her papers, replied, "Yes." "Anything else? Just say it all now." Elena cheerfully replied to Librick, "That's all." Librick, after hearing this, said, "Then you can leave." Elena giggled and said, "Yes. Have a productive day." Not long after, a knock sounded at the door. Librick's face darkened, and she clicked her tongue. Elena chuckled and said, "Hee hee, sorry for interrupting you again." She awkwardly said, haha, "Diamonds are more expensive than I thought. Can I buy a pair?" Librick clenched the paper in her hand, trembling with anger, and said, buy as many as you need. Do I need to decide the quantity for you too? Elena, still cheerful, said, I understand. Thank you, Librick. Librick sighed, thinking, surely she won't bother me again, will she? But then a knock sounded at the door again. Librick's eyes widened in exasperation. After that day, Elena cheerfully visited Librick every day. Librick, the maid said natural cosmetics are very popular these days. I want to buy some, okay? Librick, I heard the vanilla tea smells wonderful. I really want to try it. Librick, I want to change my shoemaker. For days, Librick kept hearing Elena call, Librick, constantly. Her hand trembled with anger as she held the paper, but she calmly replied, feel free. Elena, seemingly oblivious, said brightly, thank you, Librick. Librick gripped the quill in her hand, slamming it down on the table with a loud bang. She thought angrily, this girl dares to play me. It seems I need to teach her a lesson. The next day, outside, the birds chirped merrily. Librick, with dark circles under her eyes, was still diligently writing in the study. The knock sounded again, causing the pen in Librick's hand to slip. Elena opened the door and walked in cheerfully, saying, good morning, Librick. I woke up early and was thinking of going for a walk. I saw the light on, so I stopped by to say hello. Before she could finish her sentence, she saw Librick's exhausted face. Her face paled, and she said fearfully, I'm sorry, I'll come back later. Librick picked up a piece of paper and said coldly, come in. Elena asked hesitantly, is that okay? Librick rested her chin on her hand, looking at the teapot, and said, I just made tea, so it won't cool down right away. Wait until I finish this, and then we'll talk. Elena walked in and softly said, oh, okay. She sat down and thought to herself, it looks like she's been up all night. It doesn't look work-related. What the heck is she writing? She sipped her tea and glanced at Librick, who was writing. Suddenly, Librick stood up and held out a piece of paper to Elena, saying, take this. Elena asked, puzzled, what is this? Librick replied, there are a few things you must know while staying at the mansion. Elena looked down and read the contents of the paper. 1. You do not need to ask permission to meet with merchants, designers, or carpenters. However, you may only meet with those the butler has arranged. 2. Every 10 days, you will be allowed to use a maximum of 20,000 francs. 3. Every morning, you must report your plans for the day and carry them out only when I give permission. You are never allowed to deviate from the plan. 4. If there is anything beyond the above, come to me. You must adhere to these rules. 5. Note, franc or francs is the currency of France, Belgium, and Switzerland. Elena glanced up and thought, oh, she's giving me a spending limit of 20,000 francs. Impressive. Most nobles wouldn't even imagine it. 10 days with this much spending power. But we're talking about the Grand Duke here, a man respected by all the nobility. She thought about the mountain of coins and calculated. Before I became empress, my appearance upkeep was 100,000 francs. Compared to that, this amount is definitely less. Well, it's not like I care anyway. Thinking this, Elena smiled faintly. She looked at the paper and continued her thoughts. If I just use Veronica's name and put the bills in the Grand Duke's name, he'll have to pay. So no matter how much money is spent, I don't need to worry. Just ignore it. She looked at the third point and analyzed it. Next, report daily plans to her. She definitely made this rule to monitor my every move. This could be advantageous for me. Librick looked at her and asked if she had finished reading. Elena replied, yes, and the paper was promptly taken and burned. Elena spoke up, with these guidelines, I feel much more at ease. The paper in Librick's hand had completely burned. She looked up at Elena and asked, is that so? Elena cheerfully replied, yes. And because of the new rules, and since I'm here, I'll tell you about my plans for today. I don't want to bother you further. Librick sighed and said, go ahead, thinking to herself that she should have done this sooner. She looked at the paper on the table. Elena smiled, thinking, right, I just decided what to write in my plan. Librick was intently reading a piece of paper. She asked, you're only meeting the jeweler in the morning and strolling in the back garden in the afternoon. Elena cheerfully replied, the garden is so vast, I think it'll take me all day to explore it completely. Librick agreed, saying, all right. Elena raised her hand and softly said, oh, and Librick inquired, yes. What is it? Elena responded hesitantly, there's something about choosing a night, which we talked about before. When will? Librick glanced at Elena and said, I've been thinking about that as well. Elena asked excitedly, really? When do I get to meet my knight? Librick smiled and replied soon. I'm looking for someone worthy enough to serve you, my lady. Elena's heart pounded, and she blushed, saying, a knight worthy to serve me. Librick explained, he's a promising knight from House Frederick. His swordsmanship is exceptional, and he's also very chivalrous. He only desires to serve a lady more beautiful than anything. Elena, her eyes shining with excitement, asked, a beautiful lady. He said that. Librick casually replied, House Frederick has many excellent knights, but among them, I'm certain he's the most suitable to serve you. Elena inquired, what's his name? Sir Loren, Librick answered. Hearing this, a mischievous smile spread across Elena's beautiful face. She excitedly jumped and exclaimed, oh my goodness, what a wonderfully dashing name. I can't wait to meet him. Librick agreed, saying, we can arrange it. Perhaps even meet during afternoon tea. Elena enthusiastically agreed. Perfect. Elena excitedly said, well, I shouldn't keep you any longer. See you later. With that, she turned and left. Librick watched her go, a sly smile playing on her lips. She thought to herself, scoffing, how naive little girl. Elena walked away. She thought sarcastically, Librick thinks Loren is a knight worthy of me. What a joke, assigning a knight to my side to try and control me. Too bad her plan will go off the rails. Because I'm certain there's a most excellent knight she couldn't even imagine. The scene changed to the garden. Elena hummed as she walked. She looked up at the sunlight filtering through the leaves. The sun is so warm, she thought. I want to walk a little longer, but I came here today with another purpose. I'll come back later. Looking toward the end of the path, she guessed if I go this way, it should be there. As she approached, a clamor of noise grew louder. This is where the knights train. Someone called out, oh. Seeing Elena, he bowed in greeting. Isn't that Lady Elena? James, commander of the 2nd Night Division. At your service, my lady. Elena replied, it's a pleasure to meet you, James. He asked curiously, what brings you to this humble place, my lady? Elena answered with a cheerful smile. I was taking a stroll and happened to wander here. Elena asked James, am I disturbing everyone? He quickly replied, of course not, my lady. I only ask because I wouldn't want to cause any inconvenience while serving you, she said. Elena glanced towards the training knights. She said softly, if that's the case, Commander, don't worry and please continue your work. I'll quietly have some tea before returning. James asked solicitously, will you be taking tea here, my lady? Elena hummed as she said, let's see, that spot over there is ideal. She ran excitedly and pointed directly at the base of a tree. Quickly, the maid spread a cloth and prepared tea and cakes for her. This spot happened to be directly facing the knight's training ground. She could enjoy her tea and cakes while being treated to such a magnificent display. The maids exclaimed excitedly, goodness, heavens above. Elena praised them cheerfully. Hee, good eye. She thought to herself, what I said wasn't wrong. However, looking towards the knights, she wondered, why don't I see him? I'm sure he's in the 2nd Night Division. Suddenly, a maid looked ahead and exclaimed, oh my goodness, he's so handsome. What a knight, such beautiful skin. Elena thought excitedly, there he is, handsome, but with a cold demeanor that makes it hard to read his emotions. And one day, he will become one of the 3 swords protecting the king. The Ice Knight, Hurabat, a knight with jade-green hair, copper-colored eyes that exude coldness, and bright, fair skin, something rarely seen in a knight. Elena reminisced, in this kingdom, there are 3 swords. The first sword, the Founder's Blade, is passed down through the Varisa royal family. He's a tall man with red hair. The second sword, Hurabat, the Ice Knight, is the one the maids were praising just now. The third sword, the Wild Wolf's Fong, is a figure clad entirely in iron armor with a red cloak. Their face is also concealed. If the first sword is a true weapon, then Hurabat and the Wild Wolf's Fong are the greatest swordsmen in the kingdom. A servant offered tea to Elena, but she continued to watch Hurabat. Good, he's exactly as I remember. Suddenly, Elena stood up. She quickly walked forward, step by step. Everyone around her, seeing this, became noisy and began to chatter excitedly. It's the lady. It's Lady Elena. Elena approached a soldier, a gentle smile on her face as she held a handkerchief. Though I was watching from afar, I couldn't just sit still. The soldier, bewildered, asked what she meant. Before he could finish, Elena suddenly lifted the handkerchief and began wiping the sweat from his face. He blushed, surprised to see Elena, a noble lady, wiping his face with her own handkerchief. As she wiped, she said, it's thanks to the dedication of everyone that the Friedrich family has prospered. The soldiers were touched, their hearts pounding and faces flushing. Elena glanced at Hurabat. I will always be grateful to all of you. Hurabat, startled, met her gaze. Elena, cheeks flushed pink, smiled intently at him. Hurabat blushed. He shyly looked away, causing Elena to chuckle inwardly. Still so young and green. As if having accomplished her goal, Elena thought it was time to leave. Seizing the opportunity, she continued, "Although today's visit was unplanned, I'm very impressed with all of you." Her voice was filled with affection. "I can't help but think that my family has so many strong, honorable, and loyal knights. And so, I've made a decision. Although the announcement is a bit late, the selection process for my personal knights will conclude in a few days." As Elena finished speaking, the soldiers were surprised, their eyes widening with excitement. After completing the appropriate selection process, Elena placed a hand on her chest and sighed. "I haven't been feeling well, so it's a shame I couldn't witness everyone's excellence. I wish I could at least see it now. I hope everyone will participate in the selection process. That way, I can appoint my personal knights on the spot after observing them with my own eyes." James, listening, widened his eyes. "Yes," he stammered incredulously. "You will personally choose your knights." She cheerfully replied, "Yes." James thought cautiously. Important matters like selecting personal knights should be handled through established procedures. Personally selecting knights. He was still hesitant. Elena said excitedly, "I'm really looking forward to seeing who will become my knights." Hurabat, beads of sweat trickling down his face, watched her. Librick sat in her room, sipping tea. "Thank you for coming so early." The person sitting opposite her was Loren. Librick looked at him seriously. "I'll get straight to the point, Loren. Become Lady Elena's personal knight." He quickly replied without hesitation, "I was hoping for that." Librick reminded Loren, "You need to maintain the charade of loyalty to the lady. At the same time, you will monitor her every move and occasionally, if necessary, restrain her." Loren replied, "Please don't worry. But may I ask for one thing beforehand?" Librick was surprised. "It's unusual for you to make a request, Loren. On the day Lady Veronica returns to her rightful place, with her honor restored." He frowned, resolutely saying, "Let me atone for my mistakes myself." Librick looked at Loren silently. "Well, even though serving a false lady as a knight is despicable," she agreed. "I promise." Librick placed her teacup down with a clink. "Let's do this quickly. Dine with this lady tonight. The selection process will be held discreetly and not publicly in the next few days." Loren stood up and bowed politely. "Then I'll take my leave." Librick was about to answer when a frantic knocking interrupted her. A flustered man burst through the door, calling for her. "Viscount Librick," he addressed her urgently. "Bellew." Bellew stammered, "I apologize. I know this is rude, but it's urgent." "What is it?" Librick asked sharply. Bellew hesitated. "The young lady. She's at the training grounds." Librick's eyes widened in alarm. Right now, Bellew continued, she made a surprise visit and announced a large-scale night selection to be held in the next few days. Librick shot to her feet. "What?" Bellew added, "Furthermore, she said she'll personally oversee the selection. She's requested all the knights of House Friedrich participate. This is unprecedented. Is this all right?" he asked anxiously. Librick pressed her lips together. Clenching her fists, she muttered angrily, "I've been too complacent." Bellew straightened up immediately. "Yes, Viscount." Librick's face darkened as she ordered, "Bring the young lady here. Now." Bellew, startled, hurried away, leaving Librick fuming in the room. He slammed the door behind him. Librick trembled with anger. That child, always acting on her own whims. Outside at the training grounds, Elena hummed cheerfully. Librick crossed her arms, scowling at the figure sitting before her. Elena remained silent, her head bowed. After a moment, she spoke softly, feigning concern. "Librick, did I do something wrong?" Librick glared at her. "Do you really not know? I allowed you to go for a walk in the garden. While strolling, I happened to pass by the training grounds and simply exchanged a few words with the knights." Elena replied, "How many times must I tell you?" Librick asked, her patience wearing thin. Elena fidgeted nervously. Librick massaged her temples. "Elena, but you promised." Elena interrupted. "You promised I could choose a virtuous knight myself." Elena wrung her hands. "When I saw Laurel among them, my heart pounded and I couldn't wait." She stood up abruptly, her voice rising. "So I simply announced that I would appoint the most worthy among them as my personal guard. What's wrong with that?" Librick suddenly roared. "Do you still not understand?" Her voice echoed through the large room. "I'm furious because, young lady, you didn't consult me before carelessly announcing to the knights that you would choose one of them during the selection." Scolded by Librick, Elena flinched, her hands clasped tightly. I apologize. I didn't know I wasn't allowed to do that. Just like when I learned about the Runlang song and the Empire's ceremonies, Elena sniffled. I thought that traditionally, all the knights would gather and swear their oaths. Libric's anger gradually subsided. Elena's words had a point. Libric recalled Elena's excitement about the oath-taking ceremony. It was a mistake to overlook that. Libric realized the issue. The problem is, young lady, you announced a large-scale selection. Dozens heard that announcement. The rumor must have spread throughout the entire Grand Duke's estate. Libric remained deep in thought. The damage was done, but it wasn't insurmountable. The problem is getting Loren to be her guard, whether secretly or publicly doesn't matter. She pondered. Before that, I need to let her know who's in charge here. Libric thought she needed to make a point to Elena. Become more obedient, Elena. If you keep this up, Libric called out, I have no reason to overlook things. I'll have no choice but to send you back to that place. Elena's face suddenly paled. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Libric. Her chair rattled as if violently shaken. Forgive me, Elena stammered. She scrambled out of her chair and quickly knelt on the floor, her hands on the table as she sobbed and pleaded. I won't make any more mistakes. Libric watched her, seemingly satisfied. Without further ado, she said, You'll keep your word, right? Elena, still crying, replied yes. Her cheeks flushed crimson. She took out a handkerchief and buried her face in it, wiping away her tears. Inwardly, however, Elena felt differently. She felt a surge of frustration and scoffed at Libric. You think without me, you wouldn't be in a complete panic right now. Who do you think you're fooling? Libric was nothing compared to her. You're trying to suppress my power by threatening to send me back to my old, impoverished life. Go ahead, Elena thought, unafraid. Libric, seemingly dropping the previous issue, said, My lady, do you remember the night I mentioned last time? Elena lowered her handkerchief and looked at Libric. Of course I remember. I've been waiting for him. Hearing the answer, Libric smirked. He's been waiting for you for a while now. Elena was startled. Now, she hesitated for a moment. But I just came back from a walk, so I'm not presentable. My eyes are also swollen from crying. Libric, walking away, said, There's no need to worry about that. He always wants to serve a lady, regardless of such things. Libric went to the bookshelf in the corner. Elena watched her curiously. She pulled out a book with a clatter. Suddenly, there was the sound of gears grinding against each other. The bookshelf rumbled and split in two, creating a gap in the middle. Elena stared in surprise, her face paling. I said I would choose my guard at the selection. If they find out I met privately with a knight like Loren beforehand, they'll definitely think I'm showing favoritism. But with a place like this, there's no way it'll be discovered. Where is it? Elena cautiously stepped inside, glancing at the smirking Libric. She must have realized that too and brought me here. And she said she wouldn't make the same mistake twice. How sly. Elena inwardly criticized Libric. Behind the bookshelf was a tunnel. Elena slowly walked forward. Near the exit, a figure stood waiting. She couldn't see clearly because the person was backlit. As she approached, she saw it was Laurel. He bowed respectfully. Knight Laurel, at your service, my lady. Elena blushed, flustered. I've heard Leah speak highly of you. I see you're a handsome and capable knight, even more so than I'd heard. Laurel replied, It's my honor, my lady. Please forgive my carelessness. Elena looked up at him and asked carelessness. Laurel took Elena's delicate hand. He lifted it and kissed the back of her hand. She forced a smile. Elena froze, goosebumps rising on her skin as she stared at him blankly. Libric turned and asked, What do you think? Elena feigned a blush, rubbing the back of her hand. Oh, she stammered, he's wonderful. I bet no one is as distinguished as Sir Loren. Libric smiled meaningfully. She had Elena completely captivated. Libric added a few more words to further persuade Elena. I told you, Mississippi, he's the most suitable person for you. Laurel knelt formally and declared, My lady, I desire to pledge my sword, my name, and my life to be by your side and attend to you. Elena's heart beat faster. Lorenzo. Overjoyed and excited, Elena thanked Libric. Thank you so much. I wouldn't have found such a wonderful gentleman as Sir Laurel without you. Libric, pleasantly surprised, replied, I'm so relieved to hear that. Let's have tea together next time. Elena smiled brightly. That's a great idea. A few days later, at the Grand Duke's mansion, sparkling shoes and jewelry were beautifully displayed. The maidservants bustled about, one brushing Elena's hair, another admiring her beauty. And it seems my hair is a bit tangled, Elena said to the maid, and quickly replied, Yes, Mississippi Elena was meticulously prepared. She wore a dark yellow layered dress with a red flower pinned to her chest, looking both gentle and elegant. "My miss, you look so beautiful," and couldn't help but exclaim. Elena asked cheerfully, really, suddenly remembering something. She asked another maid, "Is Librick still waiting outside?" "Yes, Viscountess Librick has been here for a while," the maid replied. Elena ordered the door opened. "I was so busy getting ready that I completely forgot. Let her in, and the rest of you, please leave." The maids quickly nodded and left. Librick entered the room, seemingly a bit sulky. Elena quickly asked, "Librick, have you been waiting long? Are you ready yet?" Librick sighed and asked. Seeing that she didn't say anything further, Elena brightened. She twirled around for Librick and asked, "How do I look? Is it all right?" Librick looked at her indifferently. "Yeah, it's fine. I wish I looked this beautiful in his eyes," Elena sighed. She then picked up a perfume bottle and sprayed herself. Librick wearily replied, "Just to appease Elena, I'm sure you do." Ignoring her indifference, Elena smiled. "Thank you. So, did you have a wonderful afternoon tea with Sir Laurel?" Librick's expression changed dramatically at the mention of this. Elena became even more elated. Dreamily, she said, "It was truly wonderful. Although we've only had tea together once, I have a feeling that he is my destined knight." Librick echoed Elena's words. "Sir Laurel is indeed a fortunate knight, as it seems my lady has chosen him." Elena, surprised, blushed. "Is it that obvious?" Librick continuously urged Elena, "Accept Laurel's oath today. He's been looking forward to it. He'll be very sad if you don't choose him." "Laurel will be sad. Just imagining it makes my heart ache," Elena said, feigning anxiety. "Not really," Elena thought to herself, smiling. "You seem quite worried, Librick." A moment later, Librick announced, "It's been quite a while. Let's go." Mississippi outside the training grounds, straw dummies were lined up in rows. Elena walked forward with Librick behind her. The wind blew gently, causing her hair to flutter. The knights, their hearts pounding, became shy and blushed upon seeing Elena. They whispered amongst themselves, "I didn't think she was this beautiful." Elena glided gracefully. Petals fluttered in her wake. Even her gait was elegant. Elena gathered her skirt and ascended the stairs. She stood in the center of the balcony. James and the knights placed their hands over their chests. He gave the order. Everyone stood at attention, ready. In unison, they drew their swords. "Welcome, Our Lady," James called out. The knights raised their swords towards the sky. "Lady Veronica," they chorused. Elena, playing the role of Veronica, solemnly bowed. "It is an honor to be here with you all." She lifted her head slightly, her eyes searching. There he was, among the ranks of knights. Elena spotted Hurabat's green hair. There he was, Hurabat, clad in iron armor. His face shimmered into view. Elena grinned. Today would be a wonderful day. It was time for the knights to introduce themselves. James gestured towards a blushing young man with gray hair covering half his face. "This is Hamill," he announced. The atmosphere buzzed with excitement. "He's a rising star in the First Night Division," James continued. The crowd jostled and chattered. Elena offered a polite, if bored, smile. She noticed someone at her right. Her eyes widened. It was Loris. "And this one?" Elena asked James eagerly. "This is Loris," he replied enthusiastically. "Among all the divisions, he's in the top 3 in skill. Coupled with his appearance, he's known as the White Lion." James continued to sing Loris's praises. Librick chimed in casually. "Even the Duke has taken notice of him." Elena was surprised. "Father," she blushed, hesitating for a moment. Loris smiled confidently at Elena. She thought to herself, "Of course he thinks I'll choose him. How long will you keep that smile?" Elena haughtily brushed past Loris, leaving him stunned. He stared after her. Librick, too, was shocked by this display. Librick clutched her skirt, anxiety rising as she watched Elena. Elena continued to survey the knights, her eyes scanning the ranks. James and Librick, bewildered, followed behind her. She stopped in front of Hurabat. He looked at her in surprise. Elena, her eyes sparkling, addressed James. "Can you tell me about this one?" James hesitated. "Ah, this is Hurabat of the Second Night Division. He was just appointed a knight 10 days ago. Can you elaborate?" Elena asked, arms crossed, a smile playing on her lips. "Hurabat hails from the east, so he's quite skilled at riding." James stammered slightly. "But forgive me for what I'm about to say, my lady." He continued, sweating. "His swordsmanship is still developing. He's still learning the virtues of knighthood. Therefore, as a bodyguard, he's not yet qualified." Elena sighed thoughtfully. "Is that so?" She looked at Hurabat's impassive face and thought, his expression hasn't changed at all. Perhaps this is why he's called the Ice Knight. I've decided, she announced suddenly, startling James. Librick, behind her, watched nervously. Elena smiled and turned to her right. Extending her hand towards Hurabat, she said, "Lower your sword." Elena looked at Hurabat. She remembered before her death. A knight equal to Hurabat. He would become the sword of the Friedrich family. And Hurabat's fame would begin to spread throughout the empire, starting with the suppression of the rebel groups. At the end of this year, Hurabat charged into battle, sword in hand, along with the other knights. If his swordsmanship hadn't improved within 1 or 2 months, it meant Hurabat was a natural-born genius, even from his days as a knight trainee. However, I knew that knights from commoner backgrounds would continue to be tested by knights from noble families. He must have hidden his talent. At that time, the other knights were constantly buzzing about Hurabat. In other words, no one in this Friedrich family recognized Hurabat's talent. Elena smiled affectionately at him. Librick was stunned. She gritted her teeth and glared at James, calling out. Young Mississippi Elena ignored her, maintaining her smile. Hurabat, the owner of the sword, has been decided. Today, Hurabat hesitated, remaining motionless. How much longer do you intend to stand there like that? Elena asked. Hurabat immediately lowered his sword before everyone. James hesitantly called out, "Young Mississippi." He carefully said, "It's not that, but may I ask you a question?" "Certainly, James," Elena replied. "There are many knights more experienced than this Hurabat, and many of them are very capable and skilled." The knights were still looking on in anxious disbelief. Elena said casually, "Well, I don't mean to doubt your decision, miss, but I'm curious. What did Hurabat do to move your heart so?" James asked cautiously. Elena naturally raised her hand toward Hurabat. She innocently replied, "It's because he's handsome." Silence gradually fell around them. James, thinking he misheard, asked again, What? It's rude to ask again. Isn't he handsome?" Elena said cheerfully. The other knights glanced over, whispering amongst themselves. Librick's face paled, and she flinched. What kind of lame excuse is that? Saying such frivolous and uncouth things in front of everyone. Hurabat was at a loss for words. Elena called to him, "Knight." Her cheeks flushed as she looked up at Hurabat. "How much longer are you going to make me wait?" Hurabat held his sword. "Knight Hurabat of the Friedrich family, I swear to serve Lady Veronica von Friedrich." He raised his sword with both hands, kneeling and bowing his head before Elena. "I swear on my life, and with this blade, to be eternally loyal to my lady." Elena felt a pang of guilt. "I'm sorry, Hurabat. I don't know if he already has a lady in his heart that he wants to accept a handkerchief from, but my life is so fragile now that I can't let you go. I will treat you well, so please take care of me from now on." Then Elena took out her handkerchief. The handkerchief was gently draped over the blade of the sword. Elena softly called James. James placed his hand over his chest and bowed his head. "I bear witness, Knight. Knight James Zero Blizzard, I bear witness." Others followed suit. "Knight William Peony, I bear witness." Knight Pedro Ponesis. Standing up, Elena, still staring at him, turned to look at Librick. She glared angrily at Elena, her eyes blazing. What the hell is she doing? Elena pretended to be scared, lowering her head, but inwardly, she was laughing. "It's done. Might as well try to salvage the situation." Elena smiled sweetly and softly said to Hurabat, "Take care of me, my knight." A few days later, outside the Grand Duke's garden, yellow tulips bloomed in abundance. The tulips are lovely. It was a good idea to suggest they plant them. The clinking of a teacup echoed. "Having you around makes me happier." Elena contentedly enjoyed her afternoon tea. Beside her sat the knight she had chosen, Hurabat. Her constant grinning prompted Hurabat to speak. "Is there something on my face? I wish there were. At least then we'd have more to talk about," she said, looking at him. "If you have any questions, my lady, please ask." Elena seemed mesmerized by Hurabat's good looks. "No, it's not that. Getting to know each other gradually will be nice, won't it? Is there something urgent?" Elena asked, pointing. "All right, you can go now. I'm expecting a visitor." Hurabat inquired, "A guest, my lady." A knock echoed repeatedly at the door. The guard outside announced, "My lady, Baroness Librick, is here." "Ah, Librick," the Baroness interjected. "It's me." She seemed very eager. Hurabat bowed his head. "Then I'll excuse myself." Elena beamed a welcoming smile at Librick. "You're here. Librick slowly entered. Herobat was also walking in her direction. He passed by her. Librick frowned, turning to look at him. The door slammed shut, plunging the room into relative darkness. "I'm sorry," Elena cried out. She knelt on the floor, pleading with Librick. "I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Herobat's beauty just overwhelmed me. I couldn't help myself. I really wanted him by my side." She made excuses to appease Librick. Elena was too afraid to open her eyes, tears welling up. "I must have lost my mind. I'll accept any punishment." Librick looked at her coldly. Elena clenched her hands, her face pale, trembling as she continued, "I've made a grave mistake." "Punishment? It's all right. You don't need to feel so guilty," Librick said calmly. Elena looked up at her in bewilderment. Thinking she misheard, she asked again, "What did you just say?" "Don't worry, my dear. You have the right to choose your night, don't you?" Librick said in a low voice. "Well, yes, but—" Librick bent down and grasped Elena's shoulders, smiling faintly. "So don't worry too much about it. I respect your decision." Elena was suspicious of Librick's intentions. Why is she suddenly acting like this? She quickly forced a smile. "Thank you. Next time I won't act alone." "That's a good idea." Librick gripped Elena's shoulders tighter, her eyes glinting with malice as she gritted her teeth. "Because your family will have a much more comfortable life on Marion Island, won't they?" Elena was stunned into silence. Her eyes widened in shock, unable to speak. "She's so sinister." She stammered, "My family." She trembled, stuttering. Librick grasped her trembling hand. "Enough," she said calmly. "There's no time. The birthday banquet is approaching, so we need to focus on that first." "Yes, my goal is achieved." Librick smiled in satisfaction. "Understand, my dear." "Yes," Elena choked out, her gaze fixed on Librick. The light shone directly in Librick's face, causing her to squint. "How is it? Does it suit me?" Elena asked. "I asked the designer to make this dress especially, but I never expected it to exceed my expectations so much." The yellow dress shimmered and sparkled in the dim room. Librick crossed her arms. "It looks beautiful, but it's not really suitable for this party." Elena sounded disappointed. "It doesn't suit me." "Why not?" "This party is for the owner of the house, so wearing such a flashy dress isn't appropriate," Librick said frankly. Elena sulked in the dress, pouting. "Why not?" Librick firmly refused. "I said no." She snapped her fingers. "This is the dress specially made by designer Jason. Wear it to the party." Inside the wardrobe was a red, low-cut dress with a rose pattern. A teardrop crystal necklace accompanied it. Elena sighed without a word. "Hey, you," Librick emphasized, making Elena jump and look at her in confusion. Librick glared. "Aren't you going to answer me?" Elena, now coming to her senses, stammered yes. Her whole body seemed to droop. Reluctantly, she agreed. "Why, yes, whatever. I like it." Librick rested her chin on her hand and smiled. "That's not the dress I planned for her to wear to the party. It's still in progress, but now we've found the one that suits her best." She thought to herself, even lies need a bit of truth. Librick tapped her fan against her palm. "You'll definitely be the center of attention at the party. So, before tomorrow's party, I'll tell you what you need to be mindful of," she instructed Elena seriously. "First, don't talk too much. There will be many nobles there. So, Elena, don't be too talkative. Just one slip of the tongue is enough to bring trouble," Librick finished. Elena rustled out of the dressing room. She walked up in front of Librick. "Second, don't act on your own. I've told you this countless times, so I don't want to say again. Finally, be careful of Zenbaston." Elena frowned. She agreed with Librick. "Yes, that's the only thing I agree with." Elena seemed very wary of that man. "Always remember those 3 things. Just one mistake in a split second is enough to bring you down." Librick emphasized the seriousness. "If you make a mistake." A few days later, outside the Grand Duke's mansion, 2 carriages stopped one after the other in front of the gate. "Tomorrow is the anniversary of my birthday," Elena mused, sipping tea and looking out the window. She asked Herobat, "What do you think when you see those carriages, Herobat?" He looked in the same direction and replied, "It reminds me of the royal nobles." Elena chuckled. "You're right. Those carriages are so ostentatiously decorated." She turned back and accidentally met Herobat's gaze. Seeing him staring at her, Elena smiled and asked, "Is something wrong?" Herobat startled and quickly apologized. "I'm sorry. I apologize." "You're saying sorry, but you're still staring at me," Elena said, raising her teacup. She smiled. It's all right. Hurabat just chuckled awkwardly. You're quite hard to read, he commented. Elena teased him back. Oh my, are you saying I'm two-faced? Two-faced? No, I didn't mean that, Hurabat replied seriously. I just mean you're a difficult person to see through. Elena held a fork in her hand and casually replied, I was just kidding. A woman who's easy to read isn't alluring at all, right? Have you ever heard of Zembaston? She poked her fork into a strawberry on the cake. One of the extended royals. Regained independence from the Grand Duchy. I just remember him being a super nasty guy. The next in line to inherit. Elena popped the cake into her mouth, agreeing with him. He sounds like a thug. Hurabat asked, puzzled, what do you mean? Elena continued chewing. Her cheeks puffed out like buns. Oh, he's rude, vulgar, and completely lacking in manners, she criticized. He'll be here soon looking for me. Elena's gaze became resolute. So listen carefully to what I'm about to say. She instructed Hurabat. No matter what ridiculous stunts he pulls with me, you must never confront him. Elena seriously emphasized her words. Understand. Her expression softened into a smile as she folded her arms and looked at Hurabat. Elena sat in the room. In front of her was a tea table next to a burning fireplace. Hurabat, looking at Elena, asked, is that in order? Elena closed her eyes, smiled faintly, and replied, yes. Hurabat, hearing the answer, looked a little saddened. Looking at Elena, he lowered his head slightly and said, I understand. Elena lifted her teacup and took a sip. She thought, there's no reason to start a riot by running into Zen by chance. I think I should hide him a little longer. The first anniversary of Grand Duke Frederick's birthday. The sky was clear blue. Sunlight warmed the entire castle. Birds chirped, welcoming the important day. People walked around, chatting excitedly with each other. I knew this was the biggest event in the Friedrich family, but it's beyond what I imagined. Hasn't this place been overflowing with guests since yesterday? That's right. At this year's anniversary celebration, Lady Veronica will return to high society, right? Two servants carried things while gossiping. How can she be so indifferent about it? It's a bit. Just then, Veronica walked past the two servants. They noticed her and exclaimed, oh. Then they told Veronica, you're not allowed in here. Isn't she here because she's a noble? The two maids continued. A noble, but she looks a bit poor, doesn't she? Hearing the criticism, Veronica paused. Veronica turned to the two servants and said, if you're so curious, come and ask me. The two servants, startled, turned around and immediately paled as they looked at Veronica. Veronica said, what are you whispering about? It's bothering me. As she spoke, she put her hands in her pockets, a sneer playing on her lips as she looked at the two servants. The maid's face turned pale, and she hurriedly rushed over, bowing her head and saying, I apologize. Seeing the maid approach, Veronica stuck out her foot and tripped her. The maid, unable to avoid Veronica's trip, fell to the ground with a loud cry. Her hands hit the floor. The dishes on the tray she was carrying crashed to the ground, scattering everywhere. The two maids quickly knelt on the ground, their heads bowed, trembling as they said, we have committed a grave sin. Please forgive us this time. Veronica leaned down, her voice low and menacing, causing the maid's face to drain of color as she stared blankly at her. Then repeat after me. Veronica sat in front of the maid and continued, he's such a jerk. The maid stammered, repeating, he's a jerk, sir. Veronica laughed, pleased with the response. Good, you're a quick learner for a servant. Veronica said, get out. The two maids, frightened, exclaimed, thank you, sir, and hurried away. As they ran, one maid thought, I thought I was done for. Suddenly, Veronica called out, oh, and one more thing about my uncle. The two maids turned back and asked, yes, sir. Veronica said, he's the head of this estate. In other words, you just called your master a jerk. Can you handle the consequences? The maids froze, their bodies trembling, eyes wide with fear. They stood rooted to the spot, dropping their dishes again. Veronica turned and walked away, sneering. Veronica approached a brown door, decorated with symmetrical patterns. As he reached out to open it, another hand stopped him. Hurabat stood beside the door and said, excuse me, sir, you may not enter. Hurabat looked at Veronica and continued, please state your name. Veronica scowled, irritated. You're asking me for my name. I'm someone you can't afford to disrespect. Unfazed, Hurabat said, I'll ask again. Please state. Before he could finish, Veronica slapped him across the face. Hurabat, caught off guard, took the blow full force. Hurabat was slightly surprised. One of his cheeks was now bright red. Veronica said, why bother asking? Just don't bother me and Hurabat interrupted him, staring at Veronica with a cold gaze. You may not enter. Please state your name. Veronica, now furious, put a hand to his forehead. Are you tired of living? Veronica lunged at Hurabat, shouting, You've angered me. A loud thud echoed. Hurabat easily raised a hand to block Veronica's punch. Veronica, seeing his fist stopped, let out a surprised "oh." Their hands strained against each other, trembling with force. Hurabat said, I asked for your name. Veronica, now seemingly amused by the situation, said loudly, If you can beat me, then I'll tell you. A door opened. Elena stepped out from inside and said, Sir, please stop. Elena looked at Veronica and Hurabat. You're still as impulsive as ever, cousin, she said to Veronica. Hurabat, seeing Elena, placed a hand over his chest and bowed. Veronica stopped fighting, put his hands on his hips, and said, Whoa, who's this? Well, Veronica continued, Seeing you makes me so happy I could cry. It's been years, hasn't it? Have you thought about me much? Elena gave a strained laugh and replied, Of course I have. We always have a good time whenever we meet. Then, looking at Hurabat, who was standing silently, Elena said to Veronica, Are we just going to stand here and chat? Come in, Veronica replied. Wow, thanks. Elena entered the room, followed by Veronica. As he walked, Veronica said sweetly, Just as I expected. Passing Hurabat, Veronica put an arm around his shoulders and said, Looks like your little miss is angry. Just kidding. You should have done better. Hurabat scowled and stood silently. Veronica, seeing his expression, looked surprised and retracted his arm. Oh. Veronica entered the room, the door slowly closing behind her. Veronica and Elena sat facing each other. Cake and tea were already prepared on the table. Elena looked at Veronica, thinking to herself, I mustn't be discouraged. I've officially become Lady Veronica. Haven't I memorized all his habits? He won't control me anymore. Veronica, arms crossed, looked at Elena and said, Couldn't you look at me with a little more affection? We're cousins, you know. Elena reached for a teacup, saying, What if I did and you misunderstood? She raised the cup to her lips, continuing as she sipped, We're cousins, you know. Veronica laughed. Oh, even your words are cold. Elena replied, Let's get straight to the point. Veronica said, We've been sitting here face to face for barely 3 minutes. Elena smiled. I've been patiently sitting here watching you waste 3 minutes of my life. Veronica smiled back, her eyes gleaming with amusement. Elena watched him, letting the silence hang. After a moment, Veronica stood up. I heard you were quite ill, but you look well. Elena startled slightly at his words, her heart skipping a beat. Sweat beaded on her brow. She stammered because, I've fully recovered. Veronica walked closer. Miraculously, you've recovered just in time for the birthday banquet. Veronica looked down at Elena, continuing, Perhaps it's because it's been so long since I've seen my dear cousin. But aren't you acting rather strangely? Veronica placed a hand on Elena's chin, making her flinch. Elena glared at Veronica. You better take your hand off me. Veronica replied, What if I don't want to? Elena swatted Veronica's hand away. Get your hand off. Their faces drew closer. Veronica's arm slipped around Elena's shoulders. They stared intently at each other. Elena averted her gaze. Are you going to keep acting like this? Veronica seemed taken aback by her reaction. Instead of pulling away, Veronica drew her into a hug. Elena thought to herself, It's a good thing I faked that scar beforehand. There was a scar hidden inside the curve of Elena's ear. Elena pushed him away forcefully. Didn't you hear me? Don't cross the line. My patience has a limit. Veronica released her, holding his hands up. Oh, how frightening. He stepped closer again, making Elena flinch. But don't you think you've provoked me quite a bit? Veronica and Elena stared at each other. Elena spoke first. Before I completely lose my temper, what can someone like you even do? Veronica straightened up, putting his hands in his pockets. That's something I'll have to think about from now on. Elena pointed towards the door. If you're going to think about it, do it outside. Veronica smirked. If the lady insists, I shall obey. With that, Veronica promptly left the room. The moment he was gone, Elena collapsed back into her chair, breathing a sigh of relief. That bastard. I finally got through that difficult situation. One less thing to worry about. Now I can start thinking about the future. On Varissa's side, after just leaving the room, he walked down the hallway, lost in thought. It was still very strange. No matter how much he thought about it, he was certain she should have been poisoned. How could she have woken up? Could they have found an antidote? Finishing his thought, he chuckled with amusement. This could be interesting. In a luxurious party, the nobles were raising their glasses cheerfully. In the distance, a appeared a beautiful young woman with blonde hair, Elena. She was observing the guests there. Suddenly, she caught sight of the Grand Duke. Elena smirked and thought to herself, enjoy it while you can. The day I bring you down isn't far off. While she was preoccupied with thoughts of overthrowing the Grand Duke, there was a knock at the door. Librick opened the door and reminded Elena, it's time. The party will be starting soon. Let's go down and greet everyone. Hearing this, Elena followed Librick. She was still a little nervous. I'm so nervous, she confessed to Librick. Although a bit nervous, Elena still approached the entrance to the room. To encourage her, Librick reassured her, don't worry, I'm here to support you. Thanks to Librick's encouragement, Elena opened the door where the glittering light emanated. She proudly told Librick, you're so reliable, Librick. In the grand hall where the party was bustling, a loud voice called out, Lady Veronica. My goodness, what a beauty. A nobleman complimented her. When she stood before Grand Duke French, he said, there you are. Elena politely replied, yes, father. When the Grand Duke extended his hand and said, come with me, Elena looked at his hand with disgust and contempt, but still had to take it in front of all the guests. The Grand Duke solemnly announced, today is a special occasion, and it's even more meaningful because of the presence of my daughter. I would like to take this opportunity to express my gratitude. Thank you all for coming to tonight's birthday celebration. Now, let's raise our glasses together. When French shouted, to Grand Duke Rose. The entire banquet hall echoed and toasted to Grand Duke Rose. Suddenly, he called out, Elena Veronica, you haven't fully recovered yet. Don't stay here too long. She obediently replied, yes, father. At this moment, she thought to herself, the time has come. First, I have to get rid of Librick. Lost in thought, a group of nobles approached Elena. One of them bowed and introduced herself, greetings, my lady. I am Serena Williams. Elena responded amiably, from the Williams County family, right? I've heard the Count has a beautiful daughter. She smiled gently and continued, I never imagined you'd be even more stunning than the rumors. Serena was delighted by Elena's compliment and quickly replied, oh, it's an honor to be recognized by you, my lady. Yes, another person came forward to introduce themselves. Miss, I'm Daisy. Do you remember me? They were completely unaware that behind Elena, Librick was glaring at them menacingly. Serena, oblivious, continued to compliment Elena innocently. You're becoming more and more lovely. Since the last time we met, they chatted and laughed, seemingly getting along so well that Elena began to wonder, should I stop this here? They seemed eager to continue the conversation. Miss, we were wondering if we could hear more about the garden you mentioned earlier. Elena, slightly confused, asked which garden. Did I mention a garden before? Serena faltered slightly. Oh, perhaps you don't remember our conversation. Noticing Elena's awkwardness, Librick interjected. It seems the miss has forgotten that conversation. Serena tried to speak again, but was cut off by Librick. Miss Williams, it's rather impolite to keep repeating oneself. Serena responded apologetically. Forgive me. I just meant to. As the atmosphere grew tense, a young woman with short platinum blonde hair rushed over, calling out, sister. It's been so long. Elena recognized the beautiful woman before her. It was Abella. Some of Elena's memories stirred, reminding her of Abella's identity. The eldest daughter of House Reinhardt, one of the four pillars of the empire. She inherited her family's vast knowledge and political acumen. Despite her young age, she already held considerable influence within the upper class. Taking advantage of Veronica's 2-year absence, Abella had been swaying those loyal to Veronica to her side, using them as leverage in the fight for the crown and ultimately as competition against Elena. Although Elena disliked the factionalism, she currently viewed it as nothing more than childish games. Elena smiled gently and greeted Abella. It has been a while, hasn't it? Abella replied casually, goodness, you have no idea how worried I've been. Elena clasped Abella's hand. How could I not know? If you were the one ill, I would feel the same. Despite their words, they maintained cheerful smiles. Abella beamed. Can we meet more often now? Elena readily agreed. Of course. With a less than pleasant expression masked by a sweet tone, Abella said, that's wonderful. I'd also like to introduce you to some ladies. She gestured towards a group of beautiful young women behind her. Elena, equally insincere, thought, how charming. The other guests observed their seemingly warm interaction, unaware of the underlying tension. Elena spoke to Abella, her voice slightly stiff. Really, I'm looking forward to it. Abella replied, Me too. By the way, are you planning on returning to the academy? Librick suddenly appeared, startling Elena. Of course, miss, Librick continued. Resuming her education is essential. Abella responded sweetly. Is that so? I'm so glad. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the hall. What's going on? A nobleman, expensively dressed but utterly boorish, shoved a glass of wine out a young woman's hand. His harsh voice echoed through the banquet hall. Out of my way, you ugly thing. Elena's face darkened as she recognized the man. That man stood before the guests, shattering the elegant atmosphere of the party. How can I possibly enjoy a pleasant conversation without you? It's truly heartbreaking. Seeing this, Abella immediately lowered her head fearfully and said, Sister, I think I should leave now. That man, he clearly won't let anyone off the hook. He spoke loudly in a disappointed tone. Why are you leaving already? Then he glanced at Elena and said, Can't you show a little gratitude, Veronica, at such a luxurious party? As the nobles cheerfully raised their glasses together, in the distance, a beautiful blonde young woman named Elena observed the guests. Suddenly, she caught sight of Grand Duke French. Elena smirked and thought, Enjoy yourself while you can. The day I bring you down isn't far off. While she was preoccupied with thoughts of overthrowing the Grand Duke, there was a knock at the door. Librick opened it and reminded Elena, It's time. The party will begin soon. Come down and greet the guests. Hearing this, Elena followed Librick. She was still a bit shy with her. I'm so nervous. Although nervous, Elena still approached the door to the room. To encourage her, Librick reassured her, Don't worry. I'm here to support you. Thanks to Librick's encouragement, Elena opened the door to the sparklingly lit room. She proudly told Librick, Sister Librick, you're so reliable. In the grand hall, where the party was bustling, a loud voice called out, Lady Veronica. Immediately, all eyes turned towards the beautiful and radiant Elena, who was gracefully descending the stairs into the hall. All the guests were awestruck by her elegance. The blonde Lady Veronica. My goodness, a nobleman complimented her, truly a breathtaking beauty. When she stood before Grand Duke French, he said, There you are. Elena politely replied, Yes, father. When the Grand Duke extended his hand and said, Come with me, Elena looked at his hand with disgust and contempt, but still took it. Before all the guests, the Grand Duke solemnly announced, Today is a special occasion, made even more meaningful by the presence of my daughter. I would like to take this opportunity to express my gratitude. Thank you all for coming to tonight's birthday celebration. Now, let's raise our glasses together in a toast. When French shouted to the Grand Duke of Rose, the entire hall joined in and emptied their glasses. To the Grand Duke of Rose. Suddenly, he called out, Elena Veronica, you haven't fully recovered yet. Don't stay here too long. She obediently replied, Yes, father. At this moment, she thought to herself, the time has come. First, I must cut off Librick's tail. Lost in thought, a group of nobles approached Elena. One of them bowed and introduced herself. Greetings, lady. I am Serena Williams. Elena responded amiably. Ah, from the Williams family, is it? I've heard Count Williams has a beautiful daughter. She smiled gently and continued. I never imagined she would be even more stunning than rumored. Serena was delighted by Elena's compliment and quickly replied, Oh, it's an honor to be recognized by you, lady. Another person stepped forward and introduced themselves. Lady Elena, I am Daisy. Do you remember me? Unbeknownst to them, Librick was glaring at them from behind Elena. Unaware of Librick's glare, Serena continued to compliment Elena. You've become even lovelier since the last time we met. They chatted and laughed, seemingly getting along so well that Elena wondered if she should excuse herself. They, however, wanted to continue the conversation, saying, Lady Elena, could you tell us more about the garden you mentioned earlier? Elena, slightly confused, asked which garden. Did I mention a garden before? Serena faltered. Oh, perhaps you don't remember our conversation. Noticing Elena's awkwardness, Librick interjected. It seems Lady Elena has forgotten that conversation. Serena tried to speak again, but Librick cut her off, miss. It's rather impolite to keep repeating the same story. Serena apologized. Forgive me. I only meant to. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a young woman with short platinum blonde hair rushed over and called out, Sister. It's been so long. Elena recognized the beautiful woman before her. It was Abella. Elena's memories reminded her of Abella's identity, the eldest daughter of House Reinhardt, one of the four pillars of the empire. She had inherited her family's vast knowledge and political acumen. Despite her young age, she held considerable influence among the upper class. Taking advantage of Veronica's 2-year absence, Abella had swayed those formerly loyal to Veronica to her side. She then used this as a springboard in the fight for the crown, becoming Elena's rival. Ultimately, though Elena disliked factionalism, she currently saw it as nothing more than childish games. Elena smiled gently and greeted Abella. "It has been a while, hasn't it?" Abella replied casually, "Goodness, you have no idea how worried I was." Elena clasped Abella's hand and said, "Of course I do. I would have felt the same if you had been the one ill." Despite their underlying tension, they maintained cheerful smiles. Abella said brightly, "Can we meet more often now?" Elena agreed, of course. With a less-than-pleasant expression, Abella continued in a sweet voice, "That's wonderful. I'd also like to introduce you to some of the other ladies." Abella gestured towards a group of beautiful young women behind her. Elena, not to be outdone, thought to herself, "How charming." The other guests observed their seemingly warm interaction, unaware of the underlying currents. Elena said to Abella, her voice slightly stiff, "Really? I'm looking forward to it." Abella replied, "Me too. By the way, are you planning to return to the academy?" Librick suddenly appeared, startling Elena, and answered Abella, "Of course, Lady Elena." Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the hall. A nobleman, dressed lavishly but behaving crudely, shoved a glass of wine out a young lady's hand. His grating voice echoed through the banquet hall. "Out of the way, you ugly thing." Elena's face darkened as she recognized the man. He stood before the guests, shattering the elegant atmosphere. "How can I possibly enjoy myself without you here? It pains me to see you with Zen." Abella immediately lowered her head, feigning fear. "Sister, perhaps I should leave." Zen clearly wasn't going to let anyone be. He called out in a disappointed tone, "Why are you leaving?" Then, glancing at Elena, he said, "Can't you show me a little gratitude?" Everyone was surprised by Zen Baston's appearance. Elena was secretly delighted. "How wonderful. I've been waiting for you, Zen. Just when I needed help," Elena said. "I apologize for my unintentional slight." Zen disagreed. "No, we should be closer." He stepped towards her. "I've been wondering how to bridge the gap between us." Elena covered her mouth, giggling. "Bridge the gap? I'm intrigued." Librick brushed past Elena and confronted Zen. "Excuse me, but..." Zen's face hardened. He snapped, "Hands off." He glared menacingly at Librick. "This is a family matter. It's none of your business." He shoved Librick aside. "Get out of the way." He grabbed Elena's hand. She was taken aback by his sudden actions. "Dance with me." Elena was bewildered. "What?" He pulled her away before she could react. Elena cried out in surprise. The surrounding nobles began to murmur. "Who does he think he is? That Baston boy is a disgrace. Let's see how he holds his head up after treating a lady like that." He suddenly extended his hand again. As if nothing had happened, he said solicitously, "Now that things have come to this, dance with me." Elena wanted to refuse. "And what if I refuse?" Zen forcefully grasped her hand, leaving her no way out. "Then I'll have to persuade you by force." He gestured to the nearby orchestra. "Is there a problem with the music?" Music began to fill the hall. They danced, surrounded by hundreds of watching eyes. Zen's grip on Elena's hand was painfully tight. "Why are you doing this?" she asked. He replied, "Because you're Veronica. That's all." "Is there any other reason?" Elena sensed pure hatred. For Zen, a natural swordsman, the 100-year pact with House Frederick felt like shackles. Because of that, he couldn't stand Veronica. She smiled contemptuously. "How pathetic." Zen's grip tightened. "What did you just say?" Elena responded coldly. "Seeing you so miserable, I can't hide my pity." Zen sneered. "Don't test my patience again." Elena was unafraid. "Bite me if you have a problem with it." She stomped hard on his foot. They both began trading barbs. "If I retaliate, you and your father will be 6 feet under. If you're so confident, then do it." He was already furious. Elena's words only fueled his anger. She danced rhythmically to the music. Elena continued, "Need I remind you why you can't even lay a finger on us?" She whispered in his ear. "Because To your very core, you're nothing but a slave. Baston angrily shouted, "How dare you speak to me like that?" He shoved Elena away. The force of the movement caused him to twist his ankle. Baston cried out in pain, falling to the floor as Elena looked on with satisfaction. The surrounding nobles erupted in laughter. "Ha ha, look at the Baston boy faceplant. Ha ha, seems his dancing skills are inversely proportional to his arrogance." Baston's hands trembled with rage at their mockery. Elena covered her mouth, stifling her laughter. Serves him right for being so rude to women. He suddenly sat up, chuckling softly. His smile widened into a grin, and then he burst into laughter. Elena was taken aback by his reaction. He continued to laugh maniacally. The crowd's laughter died down, replaced by an uneasy silence. Baston stood up. Oddly enough, he said, "I don't feel so bad." He turned to leave. "I'll see you later," he said before walking out and slamming the door behind him. Elena thought to herself, "I clearly don't know him as well as I thought. No matter. He's gone now. That's not the important issue right now." She turned to leave. Librick, startled, hurried after her. "I can't leave her alone. Where did that boy go?" But suddenly, Librick was intercepted by a group of nobles. They all clamored for Librick's attention. "Lady Librick, where have you been? Lady Librick, if you're not busy, would you mind chatting with us for a bit?" Elena was surrounded by the praises of other young ladies and gentlemen. "Miss, you were amazing just now. Those moves were as stunning as your beauty. As expected, no one is more suited to lead high society than you." Mississippi Elena smiled faintly, thinking to herself, "There was a time when I reveled in these flatteries." She sighed. "I should have realized sooner. It's all just a facade." The crowd seemed bewildered as Elena walked away, ignoring them. "It's a shame," she thought, "but I don't have time for these people right now." She was aiming for a higher level of refinement, the ideal image of nobility, an embodiment of both wit and sincerity, lauded by high society as a paragon of loyalty and devotion. Elena approached, lifting her skirt gracefully as she exchanged greetings amidst the bustling crowd of elegant men and women. Carriages lined the streets, and the air buzzed with activity. A shadowy figure could be glimpsed just beyond the threshold. Suddenly, the noblewoman before her responded with a captivating smile. Elena's face lit up with a sweet smile as she greeted the noblewoman. "It is a great honor to meet you," she said. Lady Fran Rose returned the greeting with a smile of her own. "The pleasure is all mine. I've been eager to greet you, Mississippi." She chuckled. My, what have you done to deserve such grace?" Elena politely replied, "If only I could borrow a bit of your refinement. I only hope to be a fraction of the woman you are." The noblewoman laughed. "Such a flatterer. What could I possibly offer you?" Mississippi Elena's tone shifted slightly. While you are still full of vitality and spirit, she began, "What are the etiquette and virtues of a noble?" She continued, "I wish to understand and discuss the loyalty and refinement of a noble." She smiled, and the expected composure of a lady. "Perhaps we should also consider chastity and purity." Lady Fran Rose opened her fan to cover her mouth and looked at Elena with a guarded expression. "Those are the fundamentals of nobility. Your admiration for me seems a bit exaggerated, miss." Elena maintained her smile after Lady Fran Rose's remark. While the noblewoman appeared flustered, Elena suddenly produced a handkerchief and exclaimed, "Oh my, Lady Fran Rose, please stay still for a moment." Lady Fran Rose was taken aback. "What is it?" Elena gently dabbed the handkerchief on the noblewoman. "Forgive me." A surprised Lady Fran Rose watched as Elena leaned closer, a smirk playing on her lips. "Aren't those people foolish? How can they still sing your praises, even after you abandoned your husband for a coachman?" Lady Fran Rose recoiled in shock, her face paling. Indeed, if one is a resident of the duchy, it's impossible not to know about the scandalous affair of Lady Fran Rose and Count Rundell after news of her husband's death in a distant land. She didn't remarry and prayed for her husband's soul for years. Then, despite his injuries, by some miracle, Count Rundell returned from the dead, and they were reunited. After that, everyone praised her for her great sacrifice, and the royal family bestowed upon her a title. So, Fran Rose had a lover all along. Who would have guessed? 3 years later, the scandal would be exposed by a maid. And because this maid was personally trained by Fran Rose, it was an even more shocking revelation. Elena thought to herself, "I must gain leverage from this. Why do you seem so surprised? What made you think you could keep this secret forever? Lady Fran Rose trembled before Elena's words, her face turning purple as she stammered, "Miss." Without hesitation, Elena made her proposal. "Please arrange a time to visit the Grand Duke's residence. I have much more to discuss with you." Lady Fran Rose's voice trembled, but she managed to respond calmly. "As you wish, Mississippi." Elena smiled. "Our meeting today has been quite meaningful. I hope we have more opportunities to converse." Lady Fran Rose, her voice still shaky, replied, "Oh, of course." Perhaps the fear of her affair being exposed made her more compliant. Elena, still smiling, said, "I look forward to seeing you again." Suddenly, she offered the handkerchief. "Please take this. It's a promise for our next meeting." She smiled faintly. "I followed your suggestion. I hope you'll consider a further meeting." Lady Fran Rose had no choice but to accept the handkerchief with a heavy heart. "Well then," she said, "bidding farewell, I must be going. Have a pleasant evening." As Elena departed, she pondered their conversation. "So that's settled, isn't it?" she thought. Librick approached from somewhere. Elena turned. "Where have you been?" Librick asked anxiously, ignoring Elena's previous question. "Did something happen? Is everything all right?" Elena replied, "I was a little taken aback, but I'm fine." Relieved, Librick sighed. Perhaps she had feared Elena might cause some sort of trouble in her absence. "Are you planning to stay longer?" Librick asked. Elena, pleased, walked on with a smile. "Of course. It's been a wonderful night, hasn't it? I've thoroughly enjoyed myself." Librick watched Elena chatting amiably with Lady Fran Rose and thought, interacting with a gossip-monger like Veronica again. But compared to her own reputation, Lady Fran Rose's awareness doesn't seem that high. Librick sighed. Elena noticed the boredom in it. Her eyes narrowed, a thought flashing through her mind. "Time to get rid of her," she mused. She deliberately tipped her hand, spilling her tea all over Librick's dress, leaving her speechless with shock. "Oh dear, I'm so sorry," Elena murmured, her voice barely audible, looking at the soaked fabric of Librick's dress. Librick's face was grim. She looked at the two of them and forced a smile, swallowing the lump of anger in her throat. Politely, she said, "Lady Fran Rose, would you mind if I excuse myself for a moment?" Lady Fran Rose's face softened. "Of course, dear. We'll chat later." As Librick's heels clicked out of the room, the atmosphere shifted. Elena's gentle, calculating smile reappeared. She set down her teacup and looked at Lady Fran Rose. "Now, is everything all right?" she asked. As if struck in her weak spot, Lady Fran Rose's pupils immediately wavered. She could only tremble, pressing her lips together, listening to every word Elena spoke. "Of course not," Elena continued, each word a vice around Lady Fran Rose. She bowed her head, trembling, clutching her skirt. Elena's words grew more menacing. "The virtuous lady has given her husband quite the scandal. I alone know the truth, that you're in love with a coachman." A mocking smile played on Elena's small face. How shameful! Lady Fran Rose was truly panicked now. Her eyes couldn't hide her fear. Driven to desperation, she cried out, "My lady," and collapsed, disregarding her reputation, kneeling before Elena. "Please," she begged, I'll do anything you ask. Please keep this secret." It wasn't hard to understand why she would sacrifice her image to salvage her reputation. If her affair were revealed, she wouldn't just lose her title. She might lose her place in noble society altogether. Her desperate pleas echoed in the cold room. "Please." A moment later, the door opened. Librick had returned, wearing a different dress. She walked over and asked, "Did I miss anything?" Elena quickly seized the opportunity to respond. "We were just discussing etiquette and manners," she chirped, like a little bird, noticing Lady Fran Rose's discomfort. "Madam, your eloquence is truly remarkable. I'll never forget this conversation." Just as she finished speaking, Lady Fran Rose spoke. She set down her teacup and continued, "Actually, I came here today to reciprocate for the handkerchief you gave me." Elena looked at her in surprise. "A return gift." She nodded and continued, "I'll send you a maid I highly regard. I've personally trained her for 2 years. She's very polite and meticulous, and possesses many excellent skills, befitting the dignity and class of a lady." This statement took Librick slightly by surprise. Elena couldn't hide her delight. "Oh, really? You're giving me one of your maids?" Lady Fran Rose lifted her teacup and replied with a smile. "Yes, this is my return gift, although it's a bit sudden. Will you accept?" Elena's cheerful expression suddenly faded, and she cast a confused glance at Librick, who was deep in thought. She murmured, of course. Librick thought to herself, it's just a gift from a noble woman. However, is there a chance that this maid will discover Elena's impersonation of Veronica? Lady Fran Rose's voice rang out, Miss, followed by Elena's hesitant reply about this. Librick was still lost in thought. She was certain everything would be fine. I've already prepared for situations like this. If anything goes off track, I don't believe there's anything I can't handle. Snapping out of her thoughts, Librick smiled and replied, perhaps it's the first time Miss has received such a unique return gift, so she's having trouble deciding. Librick smiled. Just accept it, Mississippi. You'll upset Madam. Her words brightened Elena's pretty little face. She went over to Lady Fran Rose and smiled warmly. Madam, thank you. I'll never forget your kindness. Lady Fran Rose smiled gently. Seeing you so happy cheers me up as well. Returning to the earlier conversation between Lady Fran Rose and Elena, her voice turned cold. Madam, I heard that among your maids, there's a very resourceful girl. If I'm not mistaken, her name is May. Elena lightly touched Lady Fran Rose's shoulder, startling her. Upon hearing the name May, she turned around, hesitation and worry evident in her expression. Yes, there is such a girl, but about May. Elena smiled. Give me that maid, and I'll use the Grand Duke's authority to protect your secret. Elena tilted her head, smiling as she waited for Lady Fran Rose's decision. Do you think that's reasonable? Hearing that Elena would protect her secret, Lady Fran Rose immediately agreed. As you wish. Mississippi Elena seemed to give a satisfied smile. I'm looking forward to your reaction once May arrives at the Grand Duke's mansion. After their discussion, the day May arrived at the Grand Duke's mansion to serve as a maid finally came. The carriage sped through the forest path and stopped before the mansion gates. A girl with short, tea-colored hair stepped out of the carriage and gazed thoughtfully at the mansion. Suddenly, another maid called out, Hey, you there? Are you the new maid? Yes. The girl with tea-colored hair bowed her head in response. I am May. Inside the room, Librick was reviewing a young woman's file, and everything seemed to be in order. Librick looked at the file and thought, I don't like this, but there's nothing I can do considering how fallen nobles like her tend to become. Librick set down the pen and told the young woman that from now on, she would be Lady Elena's personal maid. She added that if the young woman had any questions, she could ask Anne, who was standing beside her. The young woman replied to Librick that she understood and would serve Lady Elena with utmost dedication. After leaving Librick, and led the blonde-haired young woman to change into a maid's uniform. Once changed, and escorted her to Elena's room. Arriving at Elena's door and knocked and announced, My lady, the new maid has arrived. A voice called from inside, Come in, seeing the young woman frozen in place with anxiety, and prompted her, Why are you just standing there? My lady is waiting. Thus reminded, she opened the door and entered the room. Seeing the young woman enter, Elena set down her book, leaned back at her chair, and said, You're earlier than expected. Don't you think so? Come in. The young woman curtsied and introduced herself. Greetings, Lady Veronica. My name is May. Elena replied. Lady Fran Rose has told me many good things about you. May, with a slightly somber expression, responded, I still have much to learn. Elena smiled and asked, Aren't you curious? Curious as to why you're here at the Grand Duke's mansion. May replied, I was told it was because Lady Fran Rose recommended me. Elena immediately corrected her wrong. I requested that she send you here. May was startled by Elena's words. Elena, taking a bite of cake, asked the surprised May, Aren't you going to ask why I requested you? May calmly replied, You are very thoughtful to have considered that, my lady. Elena smiled and said, There's a saying. Everyone has a hidden grudge. Who is yours against? May feigned confusion. I don't understand what you mean, my lady. Elena picked up her cake with a fork and held it up. May, a mixture of fear and anger rising within her, thought the Grand Ducal family. Why? The ones who kill my parents. I prepared for so long to escape Grand Duke French. I've hidden my identity, the daughter of the disgraced Count, and become the May of today, a servant with no ties to my family. No one knows this truth. How does she? May stepped back, reaching into her dress for a hidden knife. It's true. I've come this far. Hoping to survive now would be laughable. May, her face hardening with murderous intent, decided to draw her knife. Things have come to this, even if she's just a young lady. Just as May was about to draw her weapon, Elena spoke. Is that your decision? Did you endure all this time just to catch a small fry like me? Elena's words stopped May. What do you mean, my lady? Elena placed her hand on her chest and told May, use me. I guarantee you'll be able to avenge your grudge. May, startled, clenched her fists. How can I trust you? You're the daughter of the man who left my father to die. Elena stood up and said to May, there are things I will help you with. You're thinking that, aren't you? But you see, sometimes there have to be exceptions. Elena walked to the window. Turning back to look at May, she continued, there are children in this world who despise their parents. Elena walked softly towards May, speaking as she went. Do you understand? I'm sure you find this difficult to grasp. I'll give you time to think. May was astonished by Elena's words. Elena placed a hand on May's shoulder, touching her hair, and said, think carefully about this, because I won't make this offer twice. Frontier Academy, a place that researches science and develops various specializations. An educational institution aimed at creating outstanding individuals. Whether royalty or nobility, the academy doesn't discriminate between social classes. Living in the dormitory is mandatory for them. In other words, I won't have to see those disgusting faces anymore. Elena thought to herself, it also means I'll have a chance. In a place where those two control and trample on my preparations. She sighed thoughtfully. If I consider graduating early, I have a year left. Based on what I do in this year, the probability of successful revenge will change. A knock suddenly echoed at the door. Knock, knock. Librick entered. Lady Elena, come in. I came to check on you before you leave tomorrow. Elena happily ran over. I understand. Have a seat. Both of them enjoyed the tea. You probably already know this, but because you took 2 years off, you're lacking credits to graduate. Librick said, I'll report this to the Grand Duke. So, for the main and elective courses, please choose one of each to study. She cheerfully replied, understood. Librick continued, I've mentioned this before, but you must always be careful. If you encounter any problems, you mustn't try to solve them on your own. You must tell me, all right. Elena affirmed, of course. Don't worry too much. Librick seemed a little unconvinced by the young lady. She sighed softly. Elena, on the other hand, confidently replied, I can do it. Librick thought to herself, if Lord Lorech were around, I wouldn't be so uneasy. But then, rubbing her temples, she said, obviously, you must do well. And about your attendance and Lunarin. Elena responded hesitantly, Elena fidgeted. Hee, and is fine, but can I take May instead of Lunarin? Librick asked skeptically, May. Of course. She was trained by Madam. She's truly skilled. I really like the way she takes care of me. Librick considered. What you say is true. As long as you take in, it should be fine. She said, if you want to, then take May along. Elena beamed, delighted by Librick's agreement. Thank you. I knew you would understand. Librick. Then, I'll excuse myself. Please finish your preparations. All right, see you tomorrow, Librick. Librick finally left. Elena immediately changed her demeanor. As expected, it seems she thinks having it is enough. I purposely included in. They'll feel confident they can control me. Too bad that complacency will turn into carelessness. Elena smirked, a dangerous glint in her eyes, as if everything was going according to her plan. I've called all the servants. Everyone come in. Elena feigned indifference, and May will be accompanying me to the academy. Once you understand, prepare yourselves. Both were startled by Elena's words. Now, everyone except May, leave for a moment. Everyone left the room. Now, only Elena and May remain. Elena spoke. Haven't you made your decision yet, May? Fearful, Elena walked over and lightly touched the maid's shoulder. My offer won't come a second time. Finally, May was allowed to leave. Had she given in? Who tried to kill her and her father? May appeared worried. In the room, Elena was like a hunter capturing her prey. In this world, it's the children who underestimate their parents. Gripped by Elena, May could only grit her teeth and endure. Back to the moment before May left the room. Elena said, well, it's fine. We'll be going to the academy together anyway. Let me know when you're ready. I'll wait. May trembled, clenching her hand. Just remember this. Elena said, the patience I possess will never be less than yours. She gently lifted May's chin. All right, you may leave now. Elena turned to leave. May then slowly spoke. I can't figure out what kind of person you are, Mississippi. Why bring this up? Why keep me by your side? Elena turned back to look at May and smiled faintly. Elena stepped closer. There's no need to rush. Use your eyes to observe and judge. She leaned down, her voice taking on a certain tone. In May's eyes at this moment was the image of that person. May quickly indicated that there was nothing else and bowed her head in farewell. She left the room. Elena watched May's retreating figure. What she needed was someone who could act as her agent. She turned and walked toward the large window. Even if it took time, she had to wait until May came to her of her own accord. She touched the night sky through the glass pane. When that moon sets, my dawn will come. Elena reached her hand towards the moon shining in the night sky. But to bring it down, in the front yard of the magnificent white mansion of the Veronica family, a luxurious carriage was being prepared for departure. The cause of this bustle was the preparation for the young lady of the house, Veronica, to depart for the distant academy. Veronica's aristocratic father, the owner of the mansion, stood with Lib Brick, his close aide, at the front door to see Veronica off to the academy. Servants stood around, carrying suitcases and waiting for their mistress to bid farewell to her family. Veronica's father, knowing he was about to be separated from his beloved daughter, spoke with a heavy heart. You haven't been home long, and now you have to leave again. I'm truly saddened. Originally just a stand-in for Veronica, Elena was understanding. Seeing his sadness, she spoke up to reassure him, playing the role of the dutiful daughter. Don't worry about me, father, and please take care of your health. Lib Brick, who had been standing behind Veronica's father, now spoke to Veronica. I look forward to your return as an even more intelligent young lady. Hearing Librick's words, Elena put on a cheerful expression, replying with a smile, I'll do my best not to disappoint you. Without waiting long, the sound of clattering footsteps faded. Elena left them behind and stepped into the carriage. She would begin her journey to the academy, starting her life there as Veronica. From inside the moving carriage, gazing out at the long, stretching road, Elena sighed. Finally, the academy. She leaned her head against the seat, remembering. From now on, she would have to meet those intimately connected to her past, whether she wanted to or not. The only response to her inner thoughts was the rattling of belongings jostled by the uneven road and the rhythmic clopping of the horse's hooves. Anxious, she recalled her past life. The possibility of encountering Zen was high. The thought of Zen, the image of the young man with his sinister smile, and memories of her previous life quickly surfaced. Now, Elena was even more apprehensive about her upcoming journey. He was a cruel man whose pleasure was derived from tormenting others. She thought of another person, saying, the image of a man with a regal aura also appeared in her thoughts. He had once held great significance in her previous life. Elena reasoned that since only the royal family and high-ranking nobles were allowed separate dormitories, she would meet him. The thought of encountering Saiyan brought back painful memories. Elena lowered her gaze to her feet, a troubled expression on her face. If we meet, I'll pretend I don't know him. Forget the suffering of the past life. The carriage continued along the moss and grass-lined road. Finally, it arrived at the academy. One of the servants addressed their mistress, Veronica. My lady, we have arrived. The driver pulled back on the reins, bringing the horse to a halt with a whinny. The young male servant helped Elena down. The wind rustled, and the orange-haired maid looked around at the magnificent academy, her eyes wide with excitement. Unconcerned with Anne's daydreaming, Elena quickly walked on and prompted her, What are you doing? Bring my luggage inside. Startled, and snapped back to reality and hurried after her, replying, Yes, my lady. They finally reached Veronica's designated quarters, a spacious room with a white door adorned with gold embellishments, reflecting a regal elegance. Having lived a previous life, Elena was very familiar with this place. She sat down on the edge of the bed and began instructing her two maids. Now, both of you listen. Many guests will be visiting in the next few days. Make sure there are no slip-ups in receiving them. Then, looking specifically at, and Elena gave her separate instructions, especially you, and you should pay more attention to the tea and pastries. If you set a good example, as a senior, May will follow suit, right? Hearing her mistress's trust and delegation, and responded with determination, Of course. You can count on me. Reassured, Elena smiled and said, Good. Now, take care of the rest. Yes, my lady. After and left, Elena addressed the remaining maid, May, in private. May, I have another task for you. There's a first-year archaeology student named Lucia. Find out if she has enrolled yet. If she has, give her this." As she spoke, Elena took out a sparkling, flower-shaped piece of jewelry. The 4 petals were crafted from exquisite blue stones, surrounded by pearls and expensive diamonds. She handed it to May. May accepted it and replied, "Yes, my lady." May was about to leave when Elena called her back with further instructions. "And one more thing, and I mustn't know about this. Not now, not ever. Do you understand?" May, obedient to her mistress, didn't speak, only nodded with wide eyes. After giving all her instructions, Elena dismissed May. "I'm going to rest now, so you may leave." May offered, "Let me help you change into something more comfortable." Elena, hearing May's offer of assistance, didn't object. "All right." A moment later, alone, she breathed a sigh of relief, lying comfortably in the middle of the bed. "I'm alive," Elena murmured, then closed her eyes and drifted off to sleep. She didn't know how long she slept, but eventually, a light shone on the bed, causing her to blink awake. So tired, she mumbled sleepily. Then she gently pushed herself up. "How long has it been since I've slept so soundly?" She was smoothing her hair when a knock came at the door. The familiar voice of a servant called out, "My lady, it's May." Elena replied, "Come in." May entered, looking somber, and returned the carefully wrapped jewelry to Elena. Then she reported the information she had gathered. "It seems she has enrolled, but I can't find her anywhere. Her roommates haven't seen her for days." Elena picked up the beautiful piece of jewelry and comforted May. "I understand. You've worked hard." She then walked further inside, leaving May behind. May bowed her head respectfully before leaving. Elena held the glittering jewelry in her hand and began to think about Lucia. Her symptoms appeared before she started school. She murmured, walking over to retrieve a box and opening the lid. The wooden lid popped open with a thud, revealing a stack of papers dedicated to Lucia's case. Elena began to read. Lucia was a first-year archaeology student. We were in the same class in my past life, but Lucia didn't attend a single class. After contracting the northern fever, she left so hastily she couldn't even complete a leave of absence form. Her father tried everything to heal her and rushed back to his daughter. But Lucia couldn't endure even another day and died. To ensure no one else suffered the same fate as his daughter, her father, left alone, documented the treatment and sent it to the doctors. Then he followed Lucia in her final breath. Rumors spread that her father, the owner of 10 Castor stores, spent a fortune trying to cure his daughter, and it even reached me, the Empress at the time. That's how I discovered Lucia's existence. The wax in Elena's hand had melted. She carefully dripped it onto the letter to seal it. Then Elena continued speaking about Lucia's life. She was a fortunate child. Her life. I will save it. After dripping enough wax, Elena pressed the wooden seal onto it, both to imprint it and to ensure a secure closure. Holding the letter, Elena said, "Consider it the cost of borrowing and using your name, Lucia. For now, until next year, please take good care of me." Speaking of the academy, the true owner of this identity, Lady Veronica, attends the Frontier Academy. It's an educational institution with the purpose of cultivating exceptional talents through diverse, high-quality courses. However, among the nobility, it's rare to attend with the intention of acquiring knowledge, specializing in a field, or taking courses. For those of high standing who have received private education since childhood, there's only one reason to study here. Ah ho ho ho. Girls' giggles drifted from the academy dormitory. In one particular private room, the table overflowed with cakes and fragrant cups of tea. The sound of the young women's laughter drew closer. Ah ho ho ho. The network of people sitting at the table with Veronica formed a web of connections, the relationships of children raised in aristocratic circles. From a young age, the academy served as a model of the future imperial society. These nobles were building their networks and laying the foundation for their futures. A blonde girl at the table complimented Veronica. "It's impossible not to respect your noble lineage." Ha ha ha. Another girl added, "All your gestures are so elegant." One friend said to Veronica, "It was so kind of you to invite us for tea. Would it be all right if we came more often?" Elena, impersonating Veronica, giggled softly. "Ho ho, of course, feel free." Outwardly cheerful, she responded to her friend. But inwardly, Elena thought, how troublesome. Thinking one thing and expressing another, the disguised Veronica cheerfully continued. Next time, I'll make arrangements and invite you all. They replied, thank you, Mississippi. Then they all departed. On their way out, they whispered amongst themselves. After the guests had left and approached the dining table. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The sound of 8 plates being cleared away by and filled the room as May swept the floor with a broom. Elena turned and called to the maid, May. Hearing her mistress's call, May replied, yes, miss. Elena instructed, follow me. There are some things I need you to do. She added to, and just keep sweeping the carpet, and May followed Elena to her private study. May entered, closed the door, and approached where Elena was sitting. Elena picked up the letter she had written the previous night, held it out to May, and said, here, deliver this letter to Emilio, the chairman of the Emergency Caster Council. They mustn't know I sent it. May held the important letter, glancing at it curiously. Noticing May's curiosity, Elena asked as she walked out, are you curious, May? Startled, May replied, not at all, miss. Seeing May's unease, Elena reassured her, it's all right if you read it. There's no particular reason for me to hide it. As she spoke, she opened a drawer and rummaged through the papers. It will be fine as long as the letter reaches Chairman Castor. After a moment of searching, Elena handed another piece of paper to May and said, and this too, and on your way back, buy the things written on it. A glance at the paper revealed a list of cosmetic items. Wig, makeup from the Border Academy, Lucia brand, hair dye, etc. May took the list and read it. Reaching the words Lucia brand, she paused, a flicker of recognition in her eyes. Wait, if it's Lucia, that's the student from before. Then why the Lucia brand? Elena continued walking as she spoke, her expression turning serious. Give everything you buy to Mr. Hurabat, and make sure and doesn't see them or know about them. Understand. Seeing her mistress's serious expression, May bowed nervously and replied, yes, miss. Elena sank into a comfortable armchair. While you're at it, tell and to come see me. She rested her hand on the armrest, tapping her fingers thoughtfully. A soft tapping sound echoed as Elena continued, a slight smile playing on her lips. Time to give the donkey a carrot. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking came again. Miss, it's Anne, a voice called. Elena replied, come in, and entered the room and saw that Elena wasn't paying attention to her, humming a tune. Elena hummed, making him hesitate, standing still, not daring to approach. Elena called out, it's all right, come here, and timidly approached where Elena was sitting. Suddenly, Elena spoke in a sentimental tone to her maid. And, do you know how much I value you? And was stunned to hear Elena say this. Me? She asked incredulously. Elena set a wooden box down and slowly replied, yes, who else but you? Elena opened the box and reached in, scooping up a handful of glittering, precious jewels. The jewelry clinked together as she spoke. Elena selected a gold ring with a red diamond and continued, throughout my life, I've done countless wrong things, so I want to apologize. The sparkling gemstone ring caught Anne's eye, and she couldn't take her gaze off it. Elena took the ring and placed it on Anne's finger. After putting it on, Elena lifted Anne's hand to her own and smiled approvingly. It looks good, doesn't it? Miss, this is... and began. Elena immediately replied, it's a gift because you've gone through so much trouble taking care of me every day. Hearing these words of gratitude, Anne's face flushed, her eyes sparkling with shy embarrassment, and explained, I really didn't mean anything by it. I just thought that you disliked me. Elena took Anne's hands, her eyes devoid of any malice. There's no reason to think that. However, you're different. I depend on you. Hearing her mistress say this, and was overjoyed, the corners of her lips twitching into a smile. I'm alone at last. Elena pondered thoughtfully. Leah, you were the one who said it isn't difficult to manipulate those blinded by desire. I wonder how long it's been since the sky darkened. Night had fallen, and the streets were lit up, filled with the noisy chatter and laughter of the crowds. Ha ha ha. Elena was now sitting by the window, reading a book, facing the bustling street, and excitedly approached where Elena was reading and asked, Miss, the market before the party is opened. Aren't you going? Hearing Anne's question, Elena closed her book and replied, I'm not going just because they call it party, and started to say, still, But Elena cut her off. I'm not that kind of person, and I'm not interested in that kind of amusement. The atmosphere immediately became somber. Elena glanced over and saw the two maids, May and Anne, looking disappointed. She quickly offered a suggestion, "Well, you go," and was shocked by the offer and asked, "Huh? Really?" Elena immediately described the attractions of the party. "I hear there are many interesting things there. You'll regret it for the rest of your life if you miss it." As she spoke, she twirled a strand of hair around her finger and smiled faintly. And hesitated, wanting to confirm once more. "Is it really okay if I go?" Elena replied, "Of course. If anything comes up, I'll ask May, so you just enjoy yourself." Hearing her mistress say this, Anne's eyes lit up with joy. She exclaimed, "Thank you, Mississippi," and quickly went out. The door slammed shut with a bang, making Elena jump and watch her go. Then, the door quickly closed, leaving only the two of them. Elena privately asked May if the items she had purchased earlier had been delivered to Mr. Harubas. May replied, "Yes," Mississippi knowing May had completed the task. Elena stood up and cheerfully said, "Then let's go to the data room." May asked the data room. Elena presented the thick book she was reading, titled The Art of Makeup, to May. Her eyes sparkling with amusement, she said, "It's the perfect place to prepare a few things." A young man suddenly appeared before them and said, "I'll go with you." Elena, who was trying to be discreet, was startled by the young man's offer. She panicked. If he went with them, it would be difficult for her to carry out her plan with May. With a forced smile, she told the young man no. Then, putting her hands on her hips in a show of annoyance, she added, "You don't need to come with us. It'll be inconvenient." The young man replied, "There are a lot of outsiders at the party today. It will be dangerous if you go alone." Elena had to find an excuse to explain, "I'm not very interested in the party. I plan to come back after getting some fresh air and reading a few books in a library." The young man, still worried, began to speak, but after being flatly refused by Miss Veronica, the person he wanted to protect, the young man had nothing more to say. He could only helplessly reply, "I understand. Please be careful." Elena went to a large room filled with books. The room, like a treasure trove spanning thousands of years, held all kinds of knowledge. Elena walked quickly up the stairs to the bookshelves on the upper level, with May following close behind. The old wooden floor creaked under their steps. Reaching a table in a corner piled high with precious books, including a particularly interesting-looking globe, Elena excitedly said to May, "This is the data room. The imperial family bestowed it upon my family." Then, she and May walked around, taking in the sights. She stopped at a section with large portraits hanging on the wall. Stopping at a portrait of a particular man, Elena turned to her maid and said, "These are faces I don't want to see." She sighed and asked May, "Right?" May, caught off guard, didn't know how to respond. Ignoring the awkward silence, Elena went to another table with May and instructed, "First, prepare the things we bought." Cosmetics made from the most precious materials were laid out on the table, almost seeming to glow. Among them were makeup brushes and sponges, a wig, a pair of glasses, and finally, a jar of blush. Elena cheerfully held up a book and said to May, "From now on, you have to help me. You can do it, right?" May quickly nodded. Then they began. The clicking sounds of makeup tools filled the air, accompanied by Elena's continuous instructions. "Draw my eyeliner down a bit more. Add a little more contour. Make sure you remember these makeup steps." Yes. When everything was finished, May began gathering Elena's beautiful locks. Elena requested, "Can you tie it higher? I think it will look better here." After tying it, Elena asked, "It won't fall out, will it?" May replied, "No." Having finished all the preparations, Elena put on her glasses, completing the final step of her disguise. Satisfied, she turned to May and said, "Well." A new Elena emerged. She had successfully transformed herself into a cute, bespectacled young woman with short hair and high cheekbones. Turning to May, she asked, "So, do you think it worked?" May, after a moment's consideration, quickly replied, "I can't find any resemblance at all. You look like a completely different person." Elena, hearing the answer she'd hoped for, responded cheerfully, "Good answer." But May was curious. She ventured to ask her mistress, "If you don't mind me asking, why are you dressed like this?" Elena replied, "Because I want to fool them." May puzzled asked. Elena eagerly explained, not just one or two of them. There are many unseen enemies within the Duke's estate. The creak of the wooden floor echoed in the room. Elena, now in her new guise, continued excitedly. Since I'm ready, I want to stop by before the party. May, wanting to confirm with Elena in this new form, said. Elena walked towards the door and opened it, the sound echoing in the quiet space. Didn't I tell you? I have a lot of enemies. Elena, now with her back to May, was about to step outside. May paused, looking at her mistress and sighing. The name Veronica, the status, it's all a burden to me. Hearing her mistress's lament, May suddenly felt the situation was quite serious. Worried, she asked, "Is it all right for you to go alone?" Elena's long coat began to slip out the door as she quickly stepped outside. She tossed a confident reply over her shoulder to her worried maid. The Academy's ceremonies are quite interesting. Besides, I'm not Veronica now. Elena, now disguised as Lucia, stepped onto the Academy grounds. It seemed no one noticed. No one recognized her as Veronica. She approached a group of people and then began to move away, blending into the crowd. When she realized that no one truly recognized her, she smiled smugly, thinking to herself, the disguise was a success. Lucia continued walking in the late afternoon. The rustling leaves sounded pleasant, and she sighed contentedly. Freedom, it's been so long since I've been alone. But her hands clenched, and a melancholic look appeared in her eyes as she thought, in the end, this appearance still isn't mine. Only when I take my revenge will I be truly free. Lucia reached a brightly lit street in the city. Colorful banners hanging from above made the place sparkle. The sounds of laughter and chatter around her were lively and bustling. Lucia stood alone in the sea of people, observing her surroundings. Suddenly, a familiar laugh rang out. Ah, that voice. Lucia looked towards the source of the laughter. The person laughing was, and, walking with her boyfriend. What a small world, she thought. Lucia had run into, and who was happily enjoying herself with her boyfriend, laughing and chatting by his side. Unexpectedly encountering the maid who was constantly by her side every day made Lucia break out in a cold sweat and hesitate. Doubt flickered in her mind, but then she steeled her resolve and swallowed, telling herself, don't avoid her. She walked towards, and, thinking, if I can't even fool, and her quickening steps closed the distance between Lucia and Anne, and hadn't noticed anything different yet. She was still cheerfully chatting and laughing with her boyfriend. Ha 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 ha! Lucia had walked closer and turned to look directly at Anne. The image of the young woman wearing glasses finally registered. Lucia's expression became more serious, afraid of being recognized by her close maid. The pioneers of the Renaissance brought transformative changes to paintings, breaking with over 100 years of tradition. In this country, where the imperial government weakened and the aristocracy's tyranny worsened, Raphael's masterpieces became a focal point of this cultural shift. One painting from Raphael's skilled hands, titled The Fall of the Angel, emerged so striking that art enthusiasts of the time lauded it with endless praise. They proclaimed that his painting, to be presented 3 years from now, would completely eclipse all other paintings in the world. The more Lucia thought about her past life, the faster her red-shod feet carried her down the street, her anticipation to meet Raphael growing. He had been a special teacher, deeply connected to her memories, a truly gifted artist. Lucia told herself that he was the reason she was attending today. The first step of her plan, she had to win this man over, no matter the cost. From a distance, Lucia spotted Raphael sitting alone, engrossed in something. She started to approach him. In front of him stood a large easel. Lucia's intention was to approach this romantic young man. With a charming expression, she addressed Raphael, "Am I your first customer?" Raphael looked up, hearing the cute girl before him speak. Momentarily shy and embarrassed, he scratched his head and replied, "Yes, pretty much." Without further delay, they began the portrait session. Raphael cheerfully told Lucia, "Look at me and sit comfortably." After hearing Raphael's instructions, Lucia slowly sat down. Excitedly, she asked the artist, "How long will it take?" Raphael, pulling his brush from a warm bucket, replied to the lovely Lucia, I estimate about 2 hours. Lucia, seemingly satisfied with the answer, cheerfully replied, That's great. It's so quick. Then she asked him another question. How much for a painting? Raphael, hearing her question, winked playfully and generously said, There's no set price. You can pay after seeing the painting. Scratch, scratch. The sound of Raphael's pencil gradually created the complete outline. He remained focused, and in just a short time, amidst the scratching sounds, he had finished sketching Lucia's upper body. Looking at the figure before her, Lucia pondered, recalling her past life. He was still the same as when she was empress, and he was her art tutor. The image of her past life reappeared, a noble, elegant woman of royalty. She was sitting on an ornately carved, comfortable chair. Beside her stood a talented art teacher, none other than Raphael. He was guiding her in painting the beautiful vase in front of them. Lucia's train of thought continued. Of course, back then, she was only interested in the emperor. She didn't have that strong desire. Now, thinking back, he was a wonderful person. Lucia's eyes focused on the romantic Raphael, who was swiftly painting her portrait without hesitation. Lucia felt that he was exactly what she had missed and overlooked in her past life. The corner of her mouth curled into a slight smirk. Ah, everything I had before was useless. Moments later, Raphael finished Lucia's portrait. It's done, he said. Would you like to see it? Lucia's eyes, already bright, sparkled with anticipation at the news. Ooh, she exclaimed, then answered with a confident yes. Raphael quickly turned the canvas towards her, but something seemed amiss, causing Lucia to freeze. She stared at the portrait for a long moment, speechless. Finally, in a disappointed voice, she murmured, The colors are too garish. The brightness is overwhelming. Her anticipation had shattered like glass. This isn't his style, she thought. It's just a painting made to satisfy a client's request. The disappointment hung heavy in the air. After a long silence, Raphael asked, Do you like it? Lucia bluntly replied, No. Her bluntness made Raphael visibly nervous, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He asked, What is it that you don't like? Pointing at the portrait, Lucia said angrily, This portrait is fake. It's like the woman was painted with the style you used to use. But I wanted to see a painting filled with your sincerity, not one made just to earn money by pleasing others. Turning away, Lucia said sadly, I think I expected too much. She quickly walked away, calling back a quiet goodbye over her shoulder. Alone under the starry night sky, Lucia wandered until she found a quiet place to reflect. Closing her eyes, she thought sadly, Seeing him like this, it's not what I wanted. A painting that elevates a person's beauty only to be sold. It's so disappointing. I have nothing left to look forward to. I should just go home today. Suddenly, a large, calloused hand grabbed hers from the darkness. Lucia whirled around in alarm. It was Raphael. Who are you? He demanded. You talk as if you know my paintings intimately. Irritated by his intensity, Lucia retorted, I told you. I can see your true style, the soul of your paintings. Raphael, enraged, pointed at her and exclaimed, You've never seen me work before. How could you possibly know? Lucia responded bluntly, her words stinging. Everything about that painting feels awkward and uncomfortable. Lucia's words made Raphael freeze, tension evident in the sweat trickling down his face. Seeing his silence, Lucia asked impatiently, Are you satisfied now? She turned and walked away, leaving Raphael alone. As she left, he called after her, I apologize. I was out of line. It was shameful. Lucia glanced back. May I ask you one more question? Raphael pleaded sincerely. Lucia paused. Raphael stammered, Your name? What is your name? Annoyed, Lucia didn't answer directly. Are you curious? She asked, then continued walking away. Then think about it. She called back over her shoulder. It seems you have plenty of time. The encounter left Raphael feeling both pensive and uneasy. His fists clenched, filled with self-reproach. What had he been painting all this time? Early one morning, at the grand and opulent Border Academy, Elena, now back in her Veronica guise, walked into class with her books. She ignored the stares and whispers around her. Look, it's Veronica, someone called out. Another whispered, She looks so different up close. I'm too nervous to even look her in the eye. Elena faltered, unsure how to respond. A quiet contemplation settled over her. She thought, outwardly, I'm just a woman, but my thoughts, they're not so different from theirs. How ridiculous. Elena closed her book, tuning out the hushed murmurs. She focused on her easel, gripping her brush firmly as she worked on her assignment. Glancing around, she noticed a common thread among her classmates, a distinct lack of passion for their studies. Inwardly, she thought, just as expected, the lower classes have such different passions. Footsteps echoed from the doorway. A striking young man with red hair entered the classroom. It was General. He approached Elena, a sinister smile playing on his lips. They're really trying their best, aren't they? Doing everything they can to raise their ranks. The other students looked up in surprise as he walked in. Isn't that Jin? Someone whispered. Another muttered, should I just drop this general education credit? Startled by this unexpected appearance, Elena felt a nervous sweat trickle down her cheek. What's going on? She thought frantically. Jin would never be in this class. I remember clearly. Her eyes narrowed in concentration as she searched her memories. A flicker of recognition. Could it be? The image of her clumsy stumble flashed before her. Was it because of what happened during our first encounter? After I tripped and we accidentally kissed. Elena's thoughts raced. Something has changed. While Elena was lost in thought, Jin reached her desk. He leaned in with a feigned friendliness. Hey, I'm not too close with the professor. There are plenty of empty seats, right? His words, laced with malice, made Elena's desk mate practically jump out of her seat. Yeah, right. I'll just go, she stammered, hurrying away. With a scrape of the chair, Jin took her place. He sat beside Elena, a smirk on his face. I know that look. It's the look of someone happy to see me, isn't it? He said, ignoring her frown. Elena cut him off sharply. Shut up. Then she challenged him. This isn't a coincidence, is it? I mean, being in the same class. Jin replied arrogantly. No, it's a random occurrence. A random plan. Elena, refusing to entertain his rambling, retorted with a sardonic laugh. Oh, really? Then I hope you're aware of your role as a student in this random plan. As the instructor continued lecturing at the board and the other students diligently took notes, the tension between Elena and Jin hung heavy in the air. Elena, still disguised as Veronica, tried to focus on her studies, but the sharp glances from the person next to her kept distracting her. It made her feel uneasy. A shiver ran down her spine from the cold energy Jin emitted. He keeps staring, she thought. Just ignore him. After what felt like an eternity, the instructor finished the lesson and dismissed the class. Class dismissed, he announced. A collective rustling of papers followed. Elena closed her book and stood up abruptly, her eyes half closed, pointedly ignoring Jin as she walked past him and out of the classroom, leaving him behind. Annoyed by her blatant disregard, Jin waited until she was almost past him and then slyly stuck his foot out. Elena stumbled, losing her balance, and her book tumbled to the floor. Luckily, she managed to regain her footing and avoid falling completely. Whoops, you almost fell, Jin taunted. Furious at his petty prank, Elena snapped, pick up the book. Jin, still smug, replied, are you threatening me? I said, pick it up, Elena repeated. Jin smirked. Is it okay for you to order your cousin around like that? Exasperated by his childish behavior, Elena sighed, bent down to retrieve her book, and said, I don't want to talk to you. You're being immature. Jin's expression suddenly hardened. He pushed his chair back from the desk with a loud screech. Ugh, he groaned. You know what? Elena continued, still scolding him. Jin cut her off, his voice now serious. I have a very good memory. His words made Elena freeze. Jin continued slowly. Isn't your scar usually on the other side? Tension coiled in Elena's stomach. Jin stood up and walked away, turning back to smirk at her as he said, I'm pretty sure I remember it that way. Elena swallowed hard. Human memory, she called after him, her voice strained, is the most contradictory thing in the world. Jin stopped, irritated. That's the first time I've heard that, he retorted, glaring at her back. Then keep living with that amazing memory of yours. Elena snapped back, equally annoyed. Jin paused, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. Was I wrong? He muttered. Yes, Elena stated firmly. Jin's expression darkened. A sense of unease settled over him. I'm doubting myself because she's so sure, he thought, bewildered. Meanwhile, in a lavishly decorated room of Veronica's mansion, Librick paced, a piece of paper in her hand. So far, nothing suspicious, she murmured. The paper was revealed to be Elena's daily schedule. Librick chewed on her fingernail, frowning. But why do I have such a bad feeling about this? A knock interrupted her thoughts. Knock, knock. It's Loren, a voice called. Come in. The door opened and Loren rushed in, breathless. What is it? Librick asked. Gasping for air, Loren announced, we just received a report. Lady Veronica is critically ill. Librick's face paled at the news. Beads of sweat trickled down her forehead. But didn't you say yesterday that we had taken care of that? She stammered, turning to Loren. He shook his head. A strong fist clenched in his hand as he answered Librick. We were warned that night. The poison has appeared and is spreading. If this continues, Miss Veronica won't wake up. It's pointless to keep relying on the power the Grand Duke has amassed. The Batek family signed a 100-year treaty and are just waiting for the right moment to attack again. Librick asked, and the Grand Duke? Loren replied, he's by her side, caring for Miss Veronica at a secret location. We need the antidote now. Hearing this, Librick froze, her expression grave. Then, with a sigh, she said, it's been 2 years. If we can't find the antidote in this entire territory, it likely doesn't exist. Loren exclaimed, dead. How can you say that? Librick flipped the paper over and said, that doesn't mean we'll do nothing. At this, Loren made a suggestion. Fight poison with poison. Librick was stunned. You mean use the red poison to create another poison? Loren firmly replied, it's dangerous, but in the current situation, I have no other choice. Hearing this, Librick pleaded, Sir Loren, please let us go to that secret location. Loren, surprised, asked right now. It was another bright morning at the Border Academy. Elena, disguised as Veronica, attended class. She paid no attention to her surroundings, engrossed in her book. But around her, whispers and gossip continued about the change in the infamous Veronica. They murmured to each other, how could someone change so much? She looks like a completely different person. I know, right? Before, if she didn't like someone, she'd tell everyone to bully them. Now she doesn't do that anymore. The young man standing with her spoke up, mocking Veronica. To think someone more cunning than a devil could be so calm. Another classmate, hearing the young man's words, put a finger to her lips in a silencing gesture, warning him. Cunning. Watch your mouth. It's true that when death is near, people change a lot. Elena heard their whispers, but said nothing, only smiling faintly. Class had long since ended. At Veronica's mansion, a table laden with exquisite pastries was laid out. Elena sat alone in the spacious room, enjoying a fragrant cup of tea and relaxing in thought. Instead of deceiving them myself, I'll just let them deceive each other. Since I've been so quiet, they won't be interested in Veronica anymore, right? Elena called out, May, come in for a moment. The sound of the door sliding open echoed, and Veronica's personal maid quickly appeared. Elena held out a paper covered in writing to May and said, there are a few things I want you to do for me. May, curious, approached. Could you go to the guild? Looking at the densely written paper, May exclaimed, the guild, miss. Elena smiled brightly and replied, yes. Go and find information on the people listed on this paper. How they live, what they do, their family relationships, everything. Don't leave out any details. Do it discreetly. You can do it because you're May, right? May bowed her head obediently and replied, understood. Elena added, tell the guild, I want this information as quickly as possible. I'll pay any price. Then, she handed over a carefully sealed letter. And while you're at it, deliver this letter to the Castor Company. Keep this a secret from the mail carrier again. Okay. May replied, yes. Then I'll be going. Good luck, May. Elena placed the cup in her hand down on the saucer. A hint of worry flickered in her eyes. A clattering sound echoed. The door to the kitchen where the maid was working swung open. And, Elena exclaimed, I can't concentrate cooped up in this room. I'm going to the library, so you can just tidy up. And cheerfully replied, yes, Mississippi. Be safe. The clear blue sky stretched over the Border Academy, creating a peaceful scene. The library doors swung open. Elena adjusted the fake name tag pinned to her clothes. It read Lucia. Now disguised as the cheerful and airy Lucia, she smiled brightly. All right, off to the art room. Lucia stepped into the dusty, old room. The dim interior and eerie artwork didn't exactly inspire. This place is not great, Lucia muttered. The smell is awful. A sudden rustling and clanging startled her. Hello, is anyone there? Show yourself, she called out, her voice trembling. Is this place even supposed to be open? Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows behind Lucia. What? She gasped, whirling around. A bohemian-looking young man rose from the darkness. It was Raphael. Annoyed at the interruption, he grumbled, "You're disturbing me. Get out." Then, taking a closer look, Raphael recognized Lucia, who was so startled she nearly dropped her coat. She gave him an embarrassed chuckle. Hith. Raphael spoke up. "You're the one from the party." Lucia's face lit up. "We meet again. I'm a new student, a senior in archaeology." Raphael stammered. "Oh, how did you know?" Lucia laughed. Haha, don't worry about formalities. I'm a year below you." Raphael rubbed his arm, chuckling nervously. "No, it's just, I'm a commoner. Being formal makes me more comfortable." Lucia smoothly steered the conversation back to her purpose. "By the way, have you thought about what I mentioned before?" Seeing Raphael hesitate, Lucia turned to leave, saying, "Perhaps I came too early. Take your time to think about it. It's your senior year, after all." Raphael's hand clenched as he called out to the departing Lucia. "You're right. I have been thinking about it, ever since the party, about what I'm painting and what I want to paint." Lucia stopped and turned back. "So, have you found your answer?" He sighed. "Not yet. I'm so burnt out. It's driving me crazy." Looking back at Lucia, he asked, "Do you have a suggestion for me?" Lucia replied, surprised, "A suggestion." Raphael slowly explained, "Even though we're strangers, would you mind taking a look at this painting?" He scratched his head sheepishly. Lucia readily agreed, smiling. "If I can help, I'd be glad to." In Chitataro, the capital of the Velkin kingdom, a fever from the north had taken hold. Young Lucia lay in bed, burning with fever and exhaustion. The strange illness baffled even her doctor, who sadly informed her father, "I'm afraid there's nothing more I can do." Mr. Emilio, the wealthy director of the Castor Company, crumpled to his knees, tears welling in his eyes. "No, it can't be incurable." Looking at his daughter, struggling to breathe from the fever, Emilio said heartbrokenly, "I'll do everything I can to cure you, Lucia." It was late at night, but the lights were still on in Emilio's office. He held his head in his hands, distraught. The loving father sighed, thinking, "This is a serious problem. I have to find a cure, no matter what." Suddenly, among his papers, a carefully sealed letter caught his eye. It was a letter from Elena, anonymously sent through May. "What's this?" he muttered, then hesitantly pulled out the paper inside. The letter described a treatment for Lucia's illness, saying she would improve if she ate lamuin, a herb found in the northern meadows. Emilio's eyes lit up as he read the words, a ray of hope shining through. Overjoyed, he stammered, Is anyone there?" A servant quickly appeared. "What is it, Mr. Emilio?" His hand clenched. "Find the lamuin flower immediately. I'll pay any price to whoever finds it first. Do you understand?" After giving the order, Emilio looked back at the anonymous letter, pondering. Who could it be? Who sent this letter? Meanwhile, Elena, disguised as Lucia, suddenly looked towards a particular painting. It was the painting Raphael had been working on. He gestured towards it. "This is Collapsed Face, my previous work. What do you think, Lucia?" She paused, then pointed to a spot on the canvas. "This perspective is striking." A smile bloomed on her face. "It's because of the powerful atmospheric influence." Raphael looked puzzled. "Atmospheric influence." Elena explained, "Depth follows distance. So, the azure blue dissolves as the saturation decreases. The outlines become hazy. The background should be preserved, but you removed it." Raphael considered her words, silent. Elena worried. Was my explanation too complicated? After a moment, Raphael apologized. "Could you give me some time?" "Oh, sure," she replied. As Elena left, Raphael quickly closed the art room door behind her, leaving her with a strange feeling. "I feel like I was just dismissed. I should take a day off." The next morning, at the Border Academy, Elena walked towards the art room where she had met Raphael the day before. She hesitated at the door. What should I say to him today? Suddenly, the door creaked open, startling her. "I'm a bit surprised," she thought, regaining her composure. "Were you waiting, Raphael?" He replied softly, "Yes, for a long time." Footsteps echoed as he walked inside. "Wait a moment," he called back to her. He presented a vibrant painting. "Is this better?" Elena's face lit up as she admired the revised painting. But then she said, This isn't right at all. Raphael looked embarrassed. Just as I thought. You disapprove of me removing the lines. No, I'm not just talking about mediocre skill, she continued. I mean, the sketching is perfect. Inwardly, she thought about the gilded book Raphael had created in her past life. Just as expected from the genius representing this generation. Elena, disguised as Lucia, gave thorough feedback. It would be wonderful if you added shading here. It would give it more dimension. Raphael responded joyfully. Ah, that's a great idea. The brush moved in Raphael's skilled hands. Deft strokes created varying shades on the canvas. They continued working together. A while later, a realistic painting of an angel appeared. Raphael said to Elena, still disguised as Lucia, as you suggested, I tried to express dimension through diversified strokes. But is it all right? Elena, as Lucia, looked at the newly created painting. Her eyes took it in, while internally thoughts arose. It's magnificent, a painting of the highest caliber, but I can't feel anything from it. Perhaps he's still young. It can't be helped if it lacks depth, but seeing Elena's, disguised as Lucia's, prolonged silence and hesitation, Raphael asked disappointedly, you still can't feel the sincerity from it. Elena, as Lucia, replied awkwardly, that's right. I'm sorry. Hearing this, Raphael immediately took the blame. No, I should be the one ashamed. He sighed and said, I should have shown it to you earlier since we don't have much time. But it seems I still haven't satisfied you. Seeing Raphael's dejection, Elena, as Lucia, consoled him. Don't blame yourself. Growing up is always accompanied by challenges. Hearing the young woman before him say this, Raphael was surprised by her mature thinking. This might be embarrassing, but you seem as young as I am, yet you seem so much more mature. The atmosphere felt tense. Elena, as Lucia, skillfully joked, are you saying I'm old? Raphael laughed cheerfully. Well, yeah. Suddenly, a knock came from outside. Knock, knock, knock. A clear voice rang out. Raphael, are you in there? He groaned. Oh dear, that kid is here again. Then, explaining to Elena, she's a friend of mine. Elena, as Lucia, asked curiously a friend. He called out to the girl outside. Come in. The door opened, and a young girl entered the room. Honestly, didn't I tell you to clean up? Looking at Elena, the girl froze. Oh, you have a guest. Elena hesitated, unsure how to respond. Raphael quickly introduced her. Yes, this is Lucia, who's giving me advice and acting as my consultant. The young girl exclaimed, wow. She continued, for someone as stubborn as you, she must be amazing. Then, approaching Elena, the girl extended her hand and said, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Cecilia. Her hand wasn't met with a return. Cecilia was puzzled. A vision appeared, causing Elena to tremble. She clutched her chest in fear. Seeing Elena's lack of response, Cecilia asked, hey, are you okay? Elena panicked, widened her eyes, and said, why? Why are you here, Your Majesty? Cecilia, addressed as Your Majesty, blushed and asked, Your Majesty. Cecilia extended her hand hesitantly, while Elena remained frozen. Slightly flustered, Cecilia said, if you just stand there without shaking my hand, I'll be embarrassed. Elena finally responded with a flustered, oh. Elena then shook Cecilia's hand and said, I apologize. Please call me Lucia. Cecilia asked, are you a first-year student? Elena replied, yes. Cecilia, with an incredibly enthusiastic expression, then said a first year. Just hearing that makes me excited. I used to be just as passionate as you. Although Lucia is a noble, she always treats others kindly, regardless of their social standing. Therefore, people are always naturally drawn to her, even a prince. Raphael said, you're so greedy, Cecilia. Cecilia, overhearing him, said, I didn't know our lovely freshman was friends with someone so shameless. He's such a weirdo. Raphael, infuriated, yelled, you said that for me to hear, didn't you? Cecilia replied casually, yeah, so? Lucia interrupted them, but how did you two meet? Cecilia said, it was love at first sight. This statement startled Lucia slightly. Cecilia added, oh, don't get me wrong. I mean, I fell in love with Raphael's paintings at first sight. Lucia breathed a sigh of relief. Cecilia continued, they're truly elaborate. I've been pestering him to be friends with me. Lucia thought to herself, I forgot. After graduation, Raphael received patronage from Earl William, a member of Cecilia's family. Although not as influential as before, they're still a prestigious family. Surely their close relationship will now become a catalyst for his patronage. This doesn't bode well. They already have a strong relationship and trust between them. Oh, Cecilia said, that's right, you haven't had breakfast yet, have you? This brought Lucia back to reality. Raphael replied, no. Cecilia said, I thought so. So I brought sandwiches. I bought a lot. So let's eat together, Lucia. Lucia responded hesitantly, but Cecilia smiled brightly and said, it's fine, come sit down. Lucia hesitated for a moment, then said, well then, I'm very grateful for your generosity, and I'll enjoy it. Senior. Lucia's face suddenly brightened under the afternoon sun. My stomach really hurts. Clutching her stomach, Lucia walked sluggishly and said, my stomach hurts so much. The next morning, Elena, holding some documents, said excitedly, the quality of the information is better than I thought. Yes, the guild has been very diligent about this, to ask if they can continue the agreement with me. And they made sure to hide my identity, right? Her blonde maid replied, this request will never be mentioned to the Duke, milady. Elena said, so should I take a look? Please lock the recording room again. The maid replied, yes, milady. Randall, an ancient architect in the Renaissance era. Although he made a name for himself as an architect, he'll give it up in a few years. Now he works as a sculptor, earning a meager living as the family's breadwinner. I'll lend a hand so he can be both an architect and provide for his family. Two birds with one stone. The fountain pen made a smooth line on the paper. Elena muttered, revolutionary designer, Kristen Mamuret, in debt from borrowing heavily. Elena wrote it down and thought, I can only repay them. People are the most valuable treasures. These people will influence our culture. By sponsoring them, I can lead and dominate the coming era. Elena handed something over and said, May, take this. Find these people and help them, as written here. May, bewildered, asked everyone here. Elena said, once you see them, you'll realize they need help. Give them everything they need. If it's you, I'm sure you'll do an excellent job. A star seemed to radiate from May, a multi-talented individual. All right, May said, I'll try. Elena said, good. Report back to me once you've reviewed it. Elena got up from her desk and said, since these matters can't be resolved overnight, I should prepare a contingency plan in case something happens. May acknowledged this. The maid said, a contingency plan. Elena smiled. The next morning at the mansion, the sky was a clear blue, birds were singing, while, and was diligently stealing glances at the guard. Herobat, an earth-shattering scream rang out, startling them both, and entered and asked, Miss, are you all right? She was shocked by the scene before her. A steaming cup of tea lay overturned on the floor. Elena's hand was trembling, clutched tight from the burn. She cried out, startled. May immediately bowed her head and apologized. Please forgive me, Mississippi. I made an unforgivable mistake. Elena said, forgiveness. Is forgiveness all there is? Her face became serious. May trembled, saying, I'm sorry. Please forgive me, just this once. A hand rose. Slap. A sharp sound echoed. Both Herobat and were frightened. May collapsed to her knees, trembling. Mississippi, she whispered. Elena shouted, get out. I can't stand the sight of you right now. Get out. May, trembling, tears welling in her eyes, ran away. Her footsteps were hurried, her heels clicking against the floor. She rushed out and slammed the door shut. Elena yelled, and you just stand there. Give me a cold cloth, quickly. And, startled, stammered, huh? Yes, miss. Then she said to Herobat, you can leave too. Herobat bowed his head and said, with your permission, and hurried over with a bucket of water and a cold cloth. Here you are, she said, and quickly applied it to Elena's hand. Elena sighed and said, she's so outrageous. To embarrass you like that. How could she make such a mistake? Exactly. Elena said, I should have asked you to do it. She sighed. If it were you, you wouldn't have made such a mistake. This made Anne smile sheepishly. Seeing Anne's expression, Elena smiled with satisfaction. I have to go, she said. At this rate, I'll be late for class. And brightened and said, please be safe, Mississippi. I'll clean up here. Elena smiled and said, it's such a relief having you by my side like this. Elena clip-clopped away. In her room, Elena thought, poor May. Even though it was just an act, I did slap her quite hard. Even if she told me to slap her hard, Elena put down her makeup brush and thought, she'll still come to the annex today, won't she, Cecilia? What should I do with her? She opened her glasses case. Even though I'm not doing it myself, I really do secretly wish to become empress. I'm no different than the Duke who poisoned Cecilia. Both her and me. There's no need to repeat that terrible future. And Raphael is truly essential. I can't just give up because of something like this. She slammed the door shut and entered the school grounds. As Elena, disguised as Lucia, walked, someone called out to her. It was Cecilia, waving. "We meet again," Cecilia said. Lucia replied, "Hello, senior." Cecilia asked, "Are you on your way to see Raphael?" Lucia replied, "Yes. I have some free time this morning, so I'm just going to help him with some errands." "What about you, senior?" Cecilia said, "I'm also on my way to see him, but for a different reason." She laughed awkwardly, scratching her face. Cecilia added, "I'm running away and trying to avoid someone." Lucia didn't understand. "Avoid?" Cecilia said, "Yes, I'm avoiding someone very difficult." "Come on, I brought some cookies too," she said, taking Lucia's hand. Quickly, she urged, "How did you know I like cookies?" Cecilia suddenly froze. "I don't understand." "Senior." She suddenly noticed someone approaching. "It seems you're still trying to avoid me," he said. "Your Highness." Lucia's heart pounded as the prince approached. Her hand gripped his tightly as she said, "I even deny that I'm avoiding you anymore." Cecilia replied, "That's because you're always causing me trouble, Your Highness." Lucia recalled his words, "I never loved you. You are my mistake, my hatred, my misery." She felt dizzy. The prince said, "Of course I should apologize. So please give me some of your time." Cecilia said, "It seems like you're forcing me again, Your Highness." Lucia, standing behind them, clutched her stomach. Cecilia noticed her discomfort. "Miss Lucia," she said, "I think you should head back now." Suddenly, Lucia doubled over, stumbled, and collapsed. Cecilia cried out, "Lucia." The scene froze before the prince. He had caught her and breathed a sigh of relief. Lucia trembled. "Please let me go. I beg you," she pleaded. The prince said, "I understand." Lucia shakily stood up. Cecilia supported her. "Lucia, are you all right? We should call a doctor." Lucia replied, "I'll be fine if I just rest a little." Cecilia said worriedly, "But you're so pale." She breathed with difficulty. "I want to go and rest," she said. Lucia's labored breathing worried Cecilia. Lucia bowed her head. "Thank you for your concern, Your Highness," she said. The prince observed her, thinking there's nothing wrong with her behavior or actions. Cecilia supported her. "Can you get back on your own?" she asked. Lucia replied, "It's because I really want to be alone. Please let me go." Lucia wearily answered, "Please." Finally, they let Lucia go. Cecilia said, "This can't be happening. To send her off like this. I can't stop worrying." The prince asked, "You're worried about her?" Cecilia said, "How can I just send her off when she might collapse again?" The prince said, "It seems like what she needs more than your worry is to leave her alone and pretend you didn't see anything." Cecilia clenched her fists. "You always say things I can't understand, Your Highness," she said. He glanced at her. "Cecilia," he said, "let's end this discussion." Lucia stumbled, using the wall for support as she walked. She was breathing heavily. She found a nearby bench and stopped. Lucia thought shakily, "I can't go any further. I'll rest here for a bit." She closed her eyes. Hazily, she thought, "I won't hold on to the prince anymore. Ian was hurt because of me. I can't witness that again." Suddenly, Lucia woke with a start, breathing heavily. The sky was darkening, and she saw a few flashes of lightning. "I fell asleep," she murmured. A rustling sound caught her attention. Lucia turned her head, thinking, "Is someone there?" She was startled. On the other bench sat Varisa, arms crossed, looking at her. He spoke. "What's wrong with you? How dare you sleep here so unguarded?" He asked. Lucia thought, "Why is he here? Since when? What should I do?" She was sweating with anxiety. Varisa said, "I'm asking you, who are you?" Lucia gritted her teeth, stood up abruptly, and bowed. "Hello, upperclassman," she said. Varisa said, "I asked for your name, not for you to greet me." Lucia stammered, "I'm a first-year student." "My name is Lou." Varisa cut her off. "Lucia, right?" he said. Lucia was shocked. "How do you know my name?" she asked. Varisa said, "Is your name tag just for decoration?" Lucia looked down at the name tag on her chest. "Oh," she thought, "calm down, Elena. Meeting him here is just a coincidence. There's no way he could recognize me." Lucia thought anxiously. "Dot and told Varisa that I know you. You're a Gen Senior from the Swordsmanship Department, right?" Varisa said, "I didn't ask you that." This made Lucia extremely anxious. "Yes," Varisa continued. "It's quite boring to keep talking about myself. I'm not particularly interested either. Do you think I'm joking?" With a deadly serious expression that made Lucia falter, she replied, "No." Varisa said, "Is that why you keep changing the subject? Just finish introducing yourself." Lucia worried, thinking, "What should I do? How can I?" Suddenly, a raindrop fell, and then the rain intensified. Lucia thought, rain? She lowered her head and said, I'm not feeling very well today, then gave a bright smile. She walked slowly, thinking he's not going to stop me. It seems I've avoided a disaster. But suddenly, Varisa tripped her, causing Lucia to fall sprawling to the ground without any warning. A loud thud echoed. Varisa said, Did I say you could go? Lucia frowned angrily, thinking this bastard. Varisa continued, That look in your eyes. It's very similar to someone I know. At this moment, Lucia realized something and said, I apologize for leaving without your permission, Senior. Varisa cut her off, saying, Even your voice is the same. Lucia clenched her fists. Someone who looks like me. Then she must be very beautiful. Her face suddenly brightened. Varisa smirked and took off his outer coat, making Lucia bewildered. What is he doing now? The coat was draped over her head. Varisa said, It's cold in the rain, surprising her. Varisa asked, Aren't you going? Lucia replied, May I go now? Varisa waved his hand. Lucia pulled the coat over her head and said, Then I'll be going, and dashed past him. You, Varisa said, making Lucia turn around. He added, You owe me now. Lucia suddenly stopped. The downpour felt like a splash of water. Returning to the mansion as the rain continued to fall, Lucia, still wearing Varisa's coat, closed the door. She thought, Why did things turn out like this? Then she sighed and thought, Calm down, Elena. Regret is useless. If things are going to be this way, then let them be. Even if I try to fix it, fate will never be the same. Lucia took off the coat and held it up. It was the coat Varisa had given her earlier. She frowned and tossed it aside. The door creaked open and said, Mississippi, welcome back. Elena was staggering, barely able to walk. Then, and noticed the injury on her leg and cried out, Mississippi. What happened? She rushed over and said, Why is your leg injured like this? Elena said, I slipped because of the rain, then sighed and added, It's partly May's fault too. It seems my whole day is going to be ruined by her. Oh well, and seemed pleased by this. She said, That's right. Then, wiping Elena's hand, she said, She's so careless. I'll go downstairs and draw a warm bath. You'll feel much better after a soak. Elena's expression softened. Then she said cheerfully too, and, as always, only you care about me, and giggled. Well then, off you go. Hearing this, and smiled brightly. In the bathtub, the warm water dripped. Elena soaked in the tub and thought, I feel much better now. Sighing, she pondered, these encounters are all so unpredictable. Then sank down and thought, everyone would be so happy if I weren't here. Just me, sinking into the gurgling bathtub. After finishing the bath, Elena heard Ann's maid shouting, Where have you been? I beg your forgiveness, miss, for this first meeting. As Elena dried her hair, she heard it and thought, May must be back. Footsteps echoed as May knocked and said, Miss, it's May. Elena said, Come in. May replied, Yes, and brought a chair to sit and listen, smirking smugly. Elena whispered, You did well. Now as for your task. May handed over the report, her cheeks still red from being slapped. Elena noticed, staring at her for a long moment. May didn't understand what Elena was looking at. Well, then Elena caressed May's cheek and said, Good job, because we have to deceive and leave immediately when I shout. May said, Yes, and then Elena immediately yelled, Didn't I tell you to get out? Get out right now. Then, as Elena looked over the report, she smiled. She thought, just as I suspected, May is working much better than I expected. The number of people May met and helped yesterday was only 10, according to the figures. Everyone was skeptical about the sudden welfare and couldn't help but be confused when they received the help. Some even said it was a miracle. Some even shed tears. Elena scrolled down the patterned paper and thought, but soon the talents of this generation will begin to emerge. And all of those people have received help from Elle. They're only gradually becoming grateful for that help. This gratitude will become a debt they can't ignore. Debt is the only way I can buy the loyalty of these talented, proud, and confident individuals. Elena said, Even if you don't need it, I will help. She spoke sincerely and chuckled, so that when Elle begins to bloom, all of you will become my wings. At the academy, Elena was listening intently to the lecture when whispers started spreading through the class. Varisa, at the next table, said, That's strange, catching Elena's attention. Elena remained silent. ignoring her and starting to flip through her book. Varisa stood up, walked past her, and said absent-mindedly, "It's a bit chilly without a coat. I wonder where it went." Hearing this, Elena flinched slightly. Clutching her book, she hurried away, thinking this is bad. He's still suspicious of me. It's because he's looking for Lucia. I'm certain I'll never run into him again. Moving to another location, Elena, disguised as Lucia, looked around and thought, he's not here, is he? Then she opened the door and said, "Senior, it's me." Raphael said weakly, "Lucia." Lucia gasped in surprise and cried out, "Senior." Worried, she said, "You're alive." Raphael, with prominent dark circles under his eyes, scratched his head. "Why would you say such mean things?" Then he said, "Are you doing all right lately, Lucia? I heard you fainted." She thought to herself, Cecilia must have told him. Lucia smiled and said, "Yes, I'm fine, as you can see." Raphael breathed a sigh of relief and said, "That's good. I was worried about you." Lucia put her hands on her hips angrily and said, "You look worse than I do." Raphael said, "It's not that bad. I need to wash my face." Lucia looked over and suddenly noticed Raphael's scattered drawings on the floor. Lucia thought, his work doesn't look as expected. Lucia picked up a sheet and comforted him, telling him not to be impatient. Sometimes drawing something while bored and lazy is better than trying too hard, because it almost gives him an answer. Raphael realized something, rested his chin on his hand, stared at her, and said, "For a while now." Lucia asked, "Why are you staring at me?" Raphael said, "Sorry, it's just a habit of mine." "It's not just that. It seems like a pretty strange idea. I want to see Lucia's drawing." "Oh, I just thought of something, like an idea that suddenly popped into my head." Lucia smiled and told Raphael, "I'll draw a picture." Raphael said, "If it's for me, you don't have to." Lucia put her hands on her hips and said, "I'll draw it because I want to. You're not allowed to laugh at me. I'm not that good, you know." "Okay, let's start." Lucia thought, what should I draw? Should I try to copy him? I drew a lot when I was studying with Raphael. I have to draw something of my own. A fake is just a fake. Being right won't help up there. Lucia closed her eyes and thought, based on her memories. She scolded like a first queen. What does that mean? I didn't know that time was so precious. I see what I had buried deep in my memories. Lucia opened her eyes and started to draw. Raphael looked over at her. Lucia was focused on drawing. Raphael looked at the picture she was drawing. It was a dusty child. Lucia stopped her brush, touched, and thought, "Oh, thank you." Tears rolled down her cheeks. As if sinking deep into water, she thought, "I'm sorry I forgot you." Raphael said worriedly, "Lucia." Lucia said, "I'm sorry. I'm just so emotional." Raphael looked at the drawing and said, "He's a bright child. You drew him poorly." Lucia said, "I thought this painting could help you love. What should I do now?" Looking at the painting, Lucia mumbled, "These paintings are such a mess. I can't stay here anymore. It's so embarrassing." As Lucia walked out of the room, Raphael stopped her. "Hey, Lucia, wait." Lucia said, "Can we talk later? I can't face you right now." Raphael stared blankly as she left, looking back at the painting. He thought, Lucia's painting. She has a sense of basic skill, but she lacks the ability to express it. Even so, I can't stop looking at the painting. But why those tears? Lucia added color to her face. The soul lives with her. It's in that painting. Raphael said, "I think I know a little about what a real painting is and what it's missing." Back in her room, Elena sat pensively on her bed. She thought, "But Mother feels very happy because I can see you again." She gently touched her hand and thought, even if the whole world forgets you, Mother will always remember you." Elena touched the teacup and thought, "I could have given it the nickname L. If they are helped regularly, they will think they are also favored. That's why I need outside help. After all, he's the only one. It's great that he was transferred to the military, since he was a student at the academy." Footsteps echoed on the ground. Lucia walked to the academy. She thought to herself, being liked like May is very important. Associates, people who share the money they earn, are sometimes more reliable. The first time I met him, I was so shocked. Recalling the past, a voice echoed, "Why not Randall? He's an architect. He'll come and continue the work, won't he? I'm out of money." When an artist is blinded by money, they can't create art. "No, I'll do it for you. It's not easy to help you focus on your work. That's my job." Khalifa, the poor artist. Thinking back, it really was an early job for that century, and she lightly touched the door frame and thought, but that was before. Now he'll start flirting with a girl from a noble family. with a beautiful face and a good reputation. He's so stupid. He only thinks about living at the top of society. Lucia watched, thinking to herself, he's that kind of person, someone not trustworthy at all. The only reason I need him is trust. Khalifa comes from a fallen family. He became the dowry of a prestigious family. All of his wife's assets were bankrupt within 2 years. He entered the art world to survive, even though he entered it with talent and inherited wealth. He never abandoned his wife and always loved her. His reputation declined. Everyone bullied him. His wife's reputation also declined for the benefit of the family. Of course, it was to protect her. There are too many men in this world, but I appreciate everything he does. Then Khalifa rested his head on the young woman's lap. Flirting. Do you know why this flower is beautiful? The young woman asked why. Khalifa said, because you're that flower. Even if I were blinded today, I wouldn't blame you. The young lovebirds chirped. Me too, Lucia thought, exasperated, listening from behind. I should have come after they finished talking. Khalifa said, oh, it's time for class now. He lightly touched the young woman's lips and said, wait, don't say goodbye. We'll meet again tomorrow, as if we've never been apart. The young woman, moved, cried out, senior. After the young woman left, he said, aren't you going to come out? Startling Lucia. Khalifa said, didn't you come to see me? Want to sit next to me? He beckoned her over as he spoke. As Lucia walked over, she said, don't worry about that. Khalifa said, judging by the color of your badge, you must be a new student. Are you planning to confess to me? Lucia, speechless, said, no, sir. I came here to discuss something with you. Khalifa said, discuss. Lucia replied, more accurately, I want to collaborate with you. Khalifa said, you've had very strange thoughts from the beginning. Do you know who I am? I'm the heir of that dog. Lucia said, I know. Khalifa said, and knowing that, you still want to collaborate with me. Clearly, you just want to take advantage of my body. I refuse. Find someone else. Lucia, utterly speechless, thought he knows his place and position. It's good that he recognizes the issue moderately. He has a good sense for anything related to work. He's the best choice for this plan. Lucia sat down and said, are you, by any chance, interested in the art world? Khalifa, with a look of disgust, said, didn't I tell you to get lost? Lucia continued gently, I've been thinking about going into business, but it'll be difficult to do it alone. I like your help. Khalifa replied, well, it won't hurt me to listen. Go on. Lucia explained, I've saved up some money. I want to invest in artwork. Easier said than done, Khalifa countered. To become an art dealer, you need one crucial thing, connections. Famous painters, sculptors, artisans. They're not easily swayed by money. What's more, they never agree with each other. Unless you're a close friend or an established art dealer, you'll never even get to talk to them. I have extensive connections, Khalifa stated. Lucia feigned interest. Oh, really? She asked. You'll be surprised, Khalifa boasted. That bad, huh? Lucia questioned. Or, do you know the fourth Duke? Do you know any of his servants or knights? Are they pretty enough to be proper attendants? Playing along, Lucia complimented him. You have quite the imagination. What if I knew the fourth Duke's son? Khalifa was taken aback. He abruptly stood up. Wait a minute, he exclaimed. You're joking, right? Lucia replied seriously. I'm serious. If you're the first agent, don't you deserve a valuable reward? Khalifa yelled, the Grand Duke. Lucia continued, you see, I'm quite close with Lady Veronica. She said she only wants to work with art dealers I recommend. Khalifa wavered slightly, then shouted, don't lie. You think I'd fall for your fabrications? Lucia calmly reached in her inner pocket. She pulled out a gleaming eagle insignia and said, do you believe me now? As Khalifa flinched at the sight of it, Lucia continued, this is a gift Lady Veronica gave me. Khalifa gaped at the insignia. Lucia chuckled. So, she said, are you interested in doing business with me now? Khalifa asked, so you're saying, you plan to buy artwork from the middle class and then resell it to Lady Veronica at a higher price? Lucia confirmed confidently, precisely. Inside the library, Khalifa said suspiciously, you can do that. That's fraud. Lucia countered confidently, no. Fraud is selling worthless things and claiming they're valuable. Exasperated, Khalifa muttered, it's the same thing. You little. Lucia smiled. It's different. There are artists who haven't made a name for themselves in the art world yet, so their work isn't valuable. But that doesn't mean they can't paint. Khalifa looked perplexed and bewildered. He propped his chin on his hand. That sounds absurd, yet not persuasive. Lucia continued. Ultimately, it's money that determines an artist's worth. But if their work is bought by Veronica, their lives will change completely. Once their reputation grows, their work will become more valuable. Eventually, those paintings will fetch much higher prices. So, Lady Veronica is like their path to salvation. Khalifa said, to me, it's still cheating people, but what you're saying is also convincing. She continued, even if it's the same style, the same portrait, once those paintings are sold at exorbitant prices to the upper-class nobles, the artist will gain recognition. The most important thing is that the painting must be bought at a high price to earn back the money paid to the Grand Duke. Lucia jotted down notes, thinking to herself, a work of art usually commands a high price. The pieces bought at exorbitant prices will depreciate. Then, the Grand Duke's family will suffer a significant loss. Lucia then said, I'll be very busy from now on, Senior. It feels like your graduation day is getting further and further away. What's a degree compared to a life-changing opportunity? Khalifa rested his chin on his hand and said, only if it's successful. He pointed to the insignia drawn on the paper. What is this, L? What's your name? Lucia asked. Why do you ask, Senior? Khalifa replied, we're business partners, but your name isn't here. Only this L symbol. Although we're supposed to be collaborating, I haven't really invested anything. I'm more like a bonus. But for you, it's different. Lucia smiled. It's my alias. I can't let my father know, you see. Khalifa said, so you just say that. I need to know enough necessary information. We're in the same boat, after all. Khalifa stood up. Are we done for today? Our artists are waiting. I'll go see them tomorrow. Lucia said, I believe you'll do well. I suppose you don't need me tagging along and nagging then. Khalifa replied, you can be a bit bothersome sometimes, you know. Lucia laughed. Haha, be careful. As Lucia left, she thought, he's still a bit green, but once he gains more experience, I'll entrust the entire business to him. Good intuition. He'd be lost without me. While browsing the library, Lucia spotted something. There it is. The Holy Felicia Empire. The greatest empire of all time, surpassing all other continents. But since I've been away from my homeland for 1,500 years, I don't know much about this nation. If you know history, you can predict the future. I need to prepare for the coming new era. Moreover, the development of art will begin now. It will broaden people's perspectives with new research and ideas, leading to the corruption of the privileged classes. This will force them to take up arms and declare war. I can't change the flow of time, but I can profit from it and make it mine. Like a modern woman in a battlefield dominated by man, I will show them knowledge and understanding they've never seen and rise above them all. The influence of the culture I bring will isolate the Grand Duke. It will become the power to destroy him. The Republic of the Holy Felicia Empire. The royal history of the Holy Felicia Empire. Citizens of the Holy Empire. I've found enough. Lucia walked briskly, thinking I'll go to a quiet corner to read. Dropping a pile of books, she sighed in relief. As she was about to pull out a chair, a familiar voice called out. The unexpected reunion made Lucia freeze. She turned abruptly and saw Crown Prince Claudius Versailles engrossed in a book. The scene seemed to slow down. Anxious, Lucia's heart pounded. She gritted her teeth and bowed her head nervously. It's an honor to see you, Your Highness. Claudius Rexian glanced at the anxious Lucia, thinking, calm down, Elena. Lucia remained silent. Claudius Rexian spoke, are you feeling better? Lucia replied, yes, I'm much better now. Claudius Rexian said, that's good. At that moment, Lucia thought, I can't believe I'm hearing this. He's concerned about my health. In my past life, he never once asked me anything like this. Lucia lowered her head and said, I apologize for worrying you, Your Highness. It seems I've disturbed you. I'll leave now. Claudius Rexian lowered his book and said, you seem interested in history. Is it your field of study? Lucia looked up and replied, ah yes, Your Highness. Archaeology restoration. Claudius Rexian asked, these books are all about the Holy Empire. May I ask why you chose these? Lucia nervously clasped her hands and said, just curiosity, Your Highness. No important reason. Claudius Rexian silently looked at her stack of books and said, is that so? Lucia thought, why is he so persistent? Then she said, I was just curious about what life was like for the people of the Holy Empire, that's all. Claudius Rexian said, I understand. Lucia breathed a sigh of relief. She glanced at the book Claudius Rexian was reading and thought, there are times when a ruler must instill fear in their subjects. He's studying the philosophy of ruling. The king with absolute power. That's the ideal image His Highness strives for. In the current empire, the imperial family's power isn't strong. The combined power of the four dukes, centered around the Grand Duke, is strong enough to suppress the imperial family's authority, but they were strong enough to depose the previous emperor, who wanted to seize the nobles' power and reinstate the current emperor, Richard. Currently, the imperial family is in a humiliating position. They need to be wary of the nobles, because the current emperor is practically powerless against them. But on his shoulders rests the pressure of loneliness while fighting against other forces. That's when Ian was born. Claudius Retian's eyes at that time were filled with such hatred for her and her child. Lucia pressed her lips together and thought, "Don't think about that anymore." Lucia remained silent, then stood up, gathered her books, and said, "Then I'll leave you alone, Your Highness." Claudius Rexian suddenly said, "You brought all those books because you wanted to read them here, didn't you?" Lucia was surprised. "Well," Claudius Rexian said, "you don't need to find another place. I won't ask any more questions, so please stay." Lucia said, "I'm a little worried about disturbing Your Highness, so." But inwardly, she thought, "I'm uncomfortable, okay? I'm leaving now." Claudius Rexian lowered his book and stared at her. He continued to stare, making Lucia anxious. Helplessly, Lucia said, "I'll stay, Your Highness. Thank you for your kindness." Lucia sat down and thought resignedly, "It's normal for him to act like this in this place. It's best to get used to it." Finished, Lucia closed her book and thought, "I've read everything I need to. Time to leave." Thinking this, Lucia hesitated, then stood up, bowed her head slightly, and quickly left. After she left, Claudius Rexian closed his book and looked in the direction Lucia had been sitting. The sky was clear and the clouds were high. Cecilia entered Raphael's room and said, "Hello, Raphael." She suddenly saw Raphael standing in front of the portrait of Lucia, that which he had painted earlier. Cecilia lightly touched his shoulder and said, "Raphael." He seemed to just notice her and turned, saying, "Oh, you're here." Cecilia looked at the painting and said, "Oh my, are you still thinking about it?" Raphael said, "Something like that. I can't stop thinking about it." Cecilia and Raphael looked thoughtfully at the portrait. Cecilia said, "Oh my, are you still thinking about it? Art is something that can only be improved by doing. Come on, Raphael." Raphael sighed and said, "I think so too, but not entirely." Cecilia said, "What's with that lack of confidence?" Raphael looked at the painting and thought. Although the painting itself wasn't outstanding, he couldn't take his eyes off it. Cecilia said, "Even though you don't show in front of the professors, I can see you always underestimate yourself. I think if we debuted one of your pieces in the art world now, it would definitely be highly praised." Raphael pondered and said, "A portrait speaks to the subject's life within the painting." Cecilia said, "You mean Lucia's portrait shows that?" He affirmed, "No, not you guys." Cecilia, bewildered, said, "I'm not so sure either." Looking towards the door, which was unusually quiet, she said, "I wonder why she hasn't come. She's always so punctual." Raphael asked, "Are you talking about Lucia?" Raphael added, "She's been coming here ever since she cried the other day." Cecilia was surprised. "She cried?" Raphael said, "Yeah, she looked really distressed." Cecilia pondered and said, "Now that you mention it, I'm worried. Should I go visit her?" Raphael said, "No, I don't want to be a burden to her." Hearing this, Cecilia became annoyed and said, "Why would it be a burden? We're just worried about her." Raphael calmly said, "Let's give her some time. That's what I want." He then clenched his hands. Cecilia seemed to understand and smiled. She said, "Well, all right then. The Lucia we know will brush everything off and be back soon enough." She patted Raphael's shoulder encouragingly and said, "So cheer up and wait for her." On the other side, a wooden carriage rattled along. "No," Khalifa said, "Sefu, slow down. We don't need a rush." Sefu whistled cheerfully and said, "Yes, I know." Khalifa thought nervously, damn it, the thought of meeting the young lady and the Grand Duke. He recalled their previous encounter. Lucia smiled and said, "I can't go. First, I'll be in trouble if my father finds out I'm pretending to be the obedient daughter, you know. And especially with this kind of work, one should keep their private life and business separate." Khalifa, annoyed, thought, then shouted regardless. The first time is terrifying, startling the coachman. The coachman said, "You scare me there." Khalifa said sheepishly, "Oh, I'm sorry." He thought, "Don't make any mistakes today." Arriving at the destination, the carriage stopped. Unable to contain himself, Khalifa praised the building. "Wow, so this is the Grand Duke's mansion." Getting out, Khalifa was approached by Hurulbat, who asked him the reason for his visit. Khalifa said, "I am Khalifa, an art dealer. I'm here to discuss the artwork that Miss Veronica wishes to purchase." He held up a paper and said, "This is my identification." Hurulbat said, "The young lady has instructed me to welcome you. Please come in." Khalifa said, "Ah, thank you." Entering the gallery, he brushed his hand over a painting covered by a thin cloth. A voice called out. Miss Veronica entered as the doors swung open. The click of her heels echoed. Veronica, smoothing her hair back proudly, walked in. Khalifa watched her intently, thinking, "This is Lady Veronica. Just looking at her makes me feel intimidated." Nervously clenching her hands, Khalifa thought, "Can I do this?" Then, bowing, she said, "It's a pleasure to meet you, Lady Veronica." "I am Khalifa." Veronica replied, "I've heard of you. You're in your final year, graduating this year, aren't you?" Khalifa answered, "Yes, that's right. But I'm quite busy these days with my business, so I'm not sure if I'll be able to graduate." Veronica said, "They say that as long as you have passion, there's always a way. A diploma is just a piece of paper." Khalifa responded, "Hearing you say that makes me feel much better. Shall we look at the painting now?" Khalifa continued, "The painting is titled Portrait of a Young Woman," and pulled down the curtain, revealing a stunning portrait. The maids nearby gasped at its beauty, murmuring their admiration. Veronica seemed lost in thought. Khalifa explained, "This piece is by the artist Giorgio. It depicts a woman immersed in worldly pleasures." Veronica raised her hand and said, "That's enough explanation. I'll buy it." Khalifa, taken aback, asked, "Excuse me, you're buying it just like that?" Veronica affirmed, "Yes." She smiled and added, "Oh, and since looking at just one painting seems a bit tedious, could you display all the paintings you brought for me?" Khalifa's paintings were brought in, carried by knights. Veronica sat silently on the sofa, watching them. Once finished, all the paintings were displayed in the room. Veronica commented, "Now this is worth seeing." Khalifa, anxious, began, "So, now I'll introduce and explain each painting." Veronica set down her teacup and interrupted, "No, this is fine." She smiled and continued, "The paintings speak for themselves, their meanings and stories. I prefer to see them that way." Khalifa replied, "Oh, I understand." A maid poured tea. Veronica admired the paintings, sipping her tea, and remarked, "They are all beautiful." Khalifa said, "Thank you." Veronica added, "They've all been chosen very carefully. I'll buy them all." Khalifa was astonished. "You're buying all 9. Veronica smiled, "Precisely." Khalifa responded, "That's a wise choice." Veronica, pleased, thought, "Very good, Khalifa. The paintings you brought are wonderful." Khalifa said, "Well then, to thank you, I'll offer a discount on the total price." Veronica smiled, "No, don't do that. I don't intend to haggle over the price. That would be an insult to art." Khalifa, looking at her, thought, "So cool. I've met many wealthy nobles. But Lady Veronica is the first who truly appreciates the value of art." Veronica wrote out the purchase agreement, saying, "I'll give you a portion of the payment now. For the remaining amount, I'll write you a promissory note. You can claim it at the Grand Duke's estate on Tuesday." Khalifa thanked her. Veronica continued, "Please continue to introduce me to such fine works in the future." Khalifa enthusiastically replied, "Of course. I'll bring even more renowned masterpieces. I'm sure you'll be pleased." Khalifa thought, just as expected, she truly is the Grand Duke's daughter. Their class is entirely different from other nobles. So it wasn't a lie after all. The Grand Duke could probably buy this entire empire if he pooled all his wealth and assets. Khalifa, pleased and excited, thought now, how should I brag about this to Lucia? Khalifa skipped along, thinking she'll be so shocked. Just you wait and see. Meanwhile, Veronica looked out the window, smiling. The first step is finally complete, she thought. Then she called out, "And are you there?" and opened the door and asked, "What is it?" Mississippi Veronica replied, "Have you varnished all the paintings?" And confirmed, "Yes, Mississippi. I applied 3 coats to ensure they wouldn't be damaged." Veronica praised her. "Good work. Only hang the portrait of the young woman downstairs. Send the rest to the Grand Duke's residence." And replied, "Yes, Mississippi." Veronica touched a sealed letter and added, "Oh, and this too. This letter is for Libran. Send it along with the paintings." and acknowledged, "Yes, Mississippi." As and left, Veronica thought to herself, "I hope Libran likes them." Back at the academy, Lucia stood before Raphael's door, thinking, why did I agree to paint that portrait? She gripped the doorknob. But I can't avoid him forever. She pushed the door open and said, "Hello." Raphael turned around in surprise. A moment of silence hung in the air. Flustered, Lucia said, "Were you painting? I seem to have come at a bad time." Raphael stammered, No, not at all. Actually." He brightened and said, "It's good to see you again, Lucia." She replied, surprised, "It's good to see you too. I'm sorry for leaving so abruptly last time." Raphael smiled. "It's all right." Lucia said, "Anyway, she noticed the portrait she had painted of him hanging neatly on the wall. Utterly shocked, she exclaimed, "Why is that hanging there?" Raphael replied, "Because it looks nice there." Lucia rushed over. "I'll take it down. It's not good enough to be displayed." Raphael suddenly said, "Leave it. That painting has made me think about a lot of things. All the paintings I've done until now have been artificial. So let me keep it up a little longer." Lucia hesitated, then sighed in resignation. "If you say it helps you, then fine." Raphael replied, "Thank you." Lucia asked, "So, have you figured anything out?" Raphael answered, "Not yet. It's still not quite right." Lucia thought to herself, this isn't good. Instead of helping, I think my painting is holding him back. What should I do? Suddenly, she spoke. "Raphael, I have something to ask you." Lucia and Raphael sat facing each other in a studio. Raphael spoke first. "You want to learn how to paint from the very basics. You want to learn from me?" She immediately replied, "Who else is here?" Raphael hesitated. "Well, yes, but it's a bit surprising." Lucia calmly explained, "I'm not asking you to teach me too much. Just when you have time, or when you're stuck with your own painting, consider me." Raphael rested his chin on his hand, thinking. He seemed hesitant about her proposal. There's a saying that one can learn by teaching. When you teach others, you can also see your own shortcomings. That means you can reflect on yourself and improve by addressing those weaknesses. Sensing his prolonged silence, Lucia spoke up, "Am I asking too much?" Raphael startled and quickly denied it. "Not all. Actually, I feel a little disappointed." His voice trailed off. "I think that with your talent, Lucia, you're a much better artist than I am." He scratched his head sheepishly. Lucia chuckled softly and humbly replied, "Oh, that's a bit much." Raphael thought she was being too modest. His eyes sparkled with admiration as he smiled and said, "It's not too much. That's my honest opinion." Lucia could only sigh awkwardly, unconsciously pushing her glasses up her nose. She quickly changed the subject, confirming with Raphael, "So you'll teach me, right? You can't get tired of me later." Raphael, his eyes full of confidence, replied, "Well then, get ready, Lucia. I'm quite strict." His tone was teasing. Lucia, seeing his playful manner, responded in kind, "I'm not an easy student either." Then, a smile bloomed on her face like flowers in a spring garden. She extended her hand towards him and said, "Let's shake hands to show our good intentions." It seemed her smile was so beautiful that Raphael was captivated, staring until his face flushed. Only when she extended her hand did he snap out of it. His heart pounded as if it wanted to leap out of his chest. He clutched his left side, his face burning, not realizing that Lucia's hand was still outstretched towards him. Composing himself, Raphael reached out and shook her hand. Lucia felt a warmth spread through her, thinking, he's my teacher. My teacher in my past life, and this life too. A vague image of herself learning to paint in her previous life flickered through her mind. She quickly regained her composure and spoke. "Shall we start our lessons today, teacher?" Raphael readily agreed. "No problem." Suddenly, the sound of the door opening came from behind them, followed by a third voice interrupting their conversation. "Is this the place?" Lucia and Raphael turned in surprise to see a young man with a cold demeanor, sleek black hair, and deep sapphire eyes standing at the door. It was none other than Crown Prince Claudius Rexian. Seeing him, Lucia panicked, her heart filled with fear. She couldn't help but wonder, what is His Highness doing here? Upon seeing her, the Crown Prince entered the room and greeted them. "We meet again." Mississippi Lucia and Raphael bowed. The Crown Prince fell silent, his gaze fixed on Lucia with an unreadable expression. Sensing his eyes on her, Lucia became anxious and didn't dare look up. Breaking the silence, the Crown Prince nodded, indicating they could rise. Then he asked, I presume this is Mr. Raphael. Hearing his name, Raphael quickly replied, It's a great honor to see you again, Your Highness. The Crown Prince, seemingly oblivious to Lucia and Raphael's unease, casually looked around the room before asking, Is this your studio? Raphael quickly answered, Yes, Your Highness, it is only. His voice lacked its usual confidence in the presence of the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince then explained his presence. I came looking for Cecilia, but she isn't here. Hearing this, Lucia recalled the gossip about herself from her past life. The Empress is a strange woman. I'm dying. Even though I tried so hard to earn her attention and care, I never received it. She remembered her pitiful past self. Raphael, hearing the Crown Prince's words, anxiously replied, I haven't seen Cecilia lately. The Crown Prince responded with disappointment. Is that so? Cecilia praised you, said you were the representative artist of this era. Hearing such praise from the Crown Prince, Raphael seemed a little surprised. Crown Prince Claudius Rexian continued to look around the room filled with paintings. Looking at this place, I think what she said is true. Even someone with a limited eye for art, like myself, can sense her talent. Hearing this, Raphael hesitantly and humbly said, I still have much to learn. Lucia, observing Raphael's awkwardness, couldn't help but think he doesn't seem too pleased to receive His Highness's praise. Is he not satisfied with himself? It would be nice if you were more confident. Then, the Crown Prince made a suggestion. May I look around? Raphael couldn't refuse and replied, Of course, Your Highness. Seeing the Crown Prince stroll around and examine the room, Lucia knew he didn't intend to leave immediately. She sighed inwardly, thinking, I want to leave here quickly. Suddenly, the Crown Prince stopped, pausing before a certain painting. Then, in a low voice, he asked Raphael, who was standing behind him, Did you paint this one too? Lucia suddenly realized with a start that the Crown Prince was standing right next to the painting of the smiling child that she had painted. His gaze was chillingly cold, making it impossible to guess his thoughts. No, Lucia panicked, her face paling. Her hand unconsciously gripped her skirt. She could only lower her head, not daring to look directly at him. Why that one? Seemingly oblivious to Lucia's strange behavior, Raphael innocently introduced, No, Your Highness, that one was painted by Lucia. Like a rabbit discovered by wolves, Lucia trembled with fear. Why is he interested in Ian's portrait? She wondered. Then, the Crown Prince's surprised voice rang out. Oh, I don't know why, but this child's angelic smile. The Crown Prince trailed off, looking at the painting. It makes my heart leap, he said in a low voice. Hearing these words, Lucia's eyes welled up with tears, her face flushed from suppressing her sobs. The Crown Prince continued to ask, Is this child related to you? Lucia hesitated for a moment before replying, He's my younger brother. The Crown Prince looked at her with that same unreadable expression. I hope he grows up healthy. Lucia was consumed by reproachful thoughts. Why did you always turn your back on him before? I wish you could have said that to Ian back then. Tears began to stream down her face, tears of resentment and reproach. Yet, a smile bloomed on her face, bright as a white daisy. Thank you, Your Highness, she said politely. Seeing her suddenly burst into tears, the Crown Prince seemed startled. Did I say something wrong? Lucia hurriedly wiped the tears from her face, but she continued to smile. No, Your Highness, I'm very happy. Her face was flushed from crying. Because your words make me very happy. Her tears continued to fall. The Crown Prince seemed confused by her reaction. But Lucia continued to cry and smile radiantly, her hands clasped in front of her chest, her face full of light. He will grow up healthy. Hearing this, the Crown Prince felt an inexplicable pang of sorrow. His brow furrowed. Thanks to you, Your Highness, Lucia thought to herself. He will be the happiest person in a lavish, opulent castle, within a room filled with artwork. A young woman meticulously observed 3 paintings displayed before her. It was Veronica. She reread the letter in her hand. This painting will be valuable sooner or later, so trust me and take your time paying for it. Her hand trembled as she read. Upon finishing the letter, Veronica could no longer contain herself. She angrily crumpled it in her fist. What kind of joke is this? She hissed, her voice laced with icy fury. Seething, she thought, The Duke's inheritance wouldn't run out in a lifetime. He can easily afford this. But her eyes remained cold, her lips pressed tightly together. She seemed to be calculating something as she mused to herself. Right now, she's trapped in a cage called the Academy, so there's no need to worry about her rebelling. But that will change once she graduates. Veronica imagined a beautiful blue butterfly trapped within a gilded cage, struggling to escape. Thinking of this future scenario, she worried. It won't be easy to control her anymore if she becomes a runaway horse. I need a plan to lure and control her. Veronica plotted maliciously, picturing Lucia's beauty and the upper-class nobles bound by chains. Arrogantly, she thought, not just her, all the nobles are merely puppets for me to manipulate. Even the emperor. She envisioned Crown Prince Claudius entangled in chains. Suddenly, a ginger-haired man entered, interrupting her thoughts. Miss, the appraisers have arrived. Moments later, 2 more individuals joined them in the room. The 3 paintings were now carefully laid out on the floor. The appraisers meticulously examined each piece while Veronica stood behind them with her arms crossed, growing impatient. Well, she asked the lead appraiser. He replied, they are all excellent works. Veronica's expression soured at this news. Her brow furrowed. The ginger-haired appraiser, seemingly oblivious to her displeasure, continued, because they are by unknown artists, it's difficult to fully grasp their style, technique, and expression. They are quite expensive, but I'm certain their value will increase significantly over time. He continued to praise the paintings. Really? Veronica pressed, seeking confirmation. The lead appraiser affirmed, yes. Although this is the princess's first purchase, she has a surprisingly refined eye for art. I'm quite impressed. He complimented Veronica. Hearing this, a dangerous smile crept across her face. She thought coldly, so God bestows talent even upon ugly ducklings. It seems I underestimated her. A look of disdain crossed her face as she sneered. I'm curious to see what else she'll buy. Veronica's eyes gleamed with calculation. Then, feigning politeness, she told the appraiser, very well, I'll call you when she acquires more pieces. She then opened the door to see them out. After they left, Veronica quickly returned to the room, pacing back and forth, deep in thought. If she truly is as talented as they say, then Princess Veronica's reputation will only improve. And if it's just dumb luck, I'll tell her not to do it again. She then slammed the letter she was holding onto the table. The letter detailed a report of the princess's activities throughout the day. Today's report. The princess went to the library after finishing her morning lessons. She then continued her usual activities. Reading the letter, Veronica smiled menacingly, muttering to herself, don't forget, your fate is in my hands. The scene then shifts to Raphael's art studio. Lucia smiled brightly as she pushed the door open and called out, hello. I'm here. However, the studio was empty. Confused, Lucia wondered, where is he? I don't think he had any plans today. I'll just wait for him, she decided, opening her easel. Her gaze fell upon a kettle on the stove in the corner of the room. It's been a while since I've had some tea, she thought. But seeing the clutter of books and papers on the table, she sighed. It's such a mess. I need to tidy up a bit to make room for tea. To herself, she mused, I really want to help him, but it's not an easy task. I want him to be more confident and become a leading artist of our time. After all, he's a crucial part of my plan. As she thought, she pictured a successful artist, none other than Raphael in the future. Sensing someone else's presence, Lucia glanced towards the entrance. She quickly stood up and greeted, Teacher, She trailed off, realizing her mistake. Her face paled as she looked at the doorway. Why, Your Highness? Standing there was none other than the Crown Prince, Claudius Rexian. He seemed to recognize her and approached. You seem to come here often. Lucia stammered, Raphael is teaching me how to paint. Claudius Rexian seemed surprised. Painting. Lucia nervously confirmed, yes. She then looked at him with fear in her eyes. Cecilia isn't here, she blurted out. The Crown Prince looked momentarily confused. Then, understanding her meaning, he quickly explained, I'm not here for her. Lucia, puzzled, asked, then why are you here, Your Highness? To her surprise, the Crown Prince calmly replied, I came to see you. Confused, Lucia asked, see me? She hesitated, then asked, may I ask why? Claudius Rexian, looking thoughtful, stroked his chin. The reason is, As if unable to think of a satisfactory reason, he quickly fabricated another. Well then, I came here to enjoy your tea. Lucia, as if not believing her ears, repeated, my tea. Her face was full of surprise. As if wanting to quickly change the subject, the crown prince swiftly diverted her attention. Anyway, the tea is boiling. Lucia, hearing this, startled and said, oh yes. She then noticed the teapot bubbling away loudly. Panicked, she rushed towards it, exclaiming, forgive me, your highness, one moment. A short while later, the table was set with the freshly brewed tea and a filled cup placed beside it. Claudius, seeing this, also began to notice the aroma of the tea. He asked, you also enjoy acquista tea? Lucia quickly replied, it's a basic skill every lady should know. Lucia pursed her lips, thinking to herself, fate is truly cruel. In my past life, I learned to brew acquista tea only because it was the emperor's favorite. Despite receiving all the attention from society, he never noticed me. She felt a pang of sadness for her past self. I can't believe this is happening again, when we're just strangers. Will anything be different? She wondered. Returning to the present, Lucia placed the poured teacup in front of the crown prince and respectfully said, here you are. Claudius picked up the teacup and began to drink. As soon as he took the first sip, his eyes widened in surprise. Then he quickly asked Lucia, you said this was basic. Hearing this, Lucia became flustered, unsure what was wrong with her tea. She asked back why. Is something wrong? Yes, indeed, he said, then hesitated before offering a compliment. It tastes completely different from the tea in the palace. Being praised by the crown prince surprised Lucia, causing her to freeze for a moment. The crown prince quickly placed the teacup down and made a request. Could I have another cup? And I would be honored if you would enjoy it with me. Lucia's eyes widened in disbelief, her face full of surprise. She quickly agreed, it would be my honor. Sunlight from the window streamed onto the table where Claudius and Lucia sat enjoying their tea. Claudius gently picked up the teacup Lucia had poured for him. Then, under Lucia's expectant gaze, he slowly brought it to his lips and took a sip. Her eyes suddenly dropped. This is enough. This way, there won't be any lingering attachments. Lucia was filled with confusion. The clink of the teacup being placed down by the crown prince broke the silence. A forced smile appeared on Lucia's face. How much longer is he going to stay here? She wondered silently. An awkward silence filled the air. Lucia's heart pounded with tension. They had been enjoying tea for 2 hours. Glancing at the clock, Lucia suddenly realized Raphael is really late. It's already 4 p.m. The crown prince, sitting opposite her, spoke with an impassive face. It would seem so. Silence fell again, and Lucia felt a renewed sense of unease. Raphael, where are you and what are you doing? Please come back quickly, Lucia pleaded silently, filled with hope. I can't stay here any longer. Thinking this, Lucia stood up, intending to leave, as if informing Claudius Rexian of her departure. Perhaps I'll return another time, she said. Well then, I'll be going now, your highness. Hearing this, Crown Prince Claudius Rexian suddenly asked her where she was going. Meeting his questioning gaze, she quickly replied, the library. I have some work to do there. That's convenient, Claudius Rexian said, standing up as well, also seemingly intending to leave. I was just about to head to the library myself. Let's go together. His words startled Lucia. She stammered, surprised, with you, your highness. Seeing her unease, Claudius Rexian immediately asked, is something the matter? Lucia's face was filled with surprise and confusion. It's just, if I go out with your highness like this, everyone will stare, she replied, her face filled with worry as she imagined the gossiping eyes of the nobles. She shuddered inwardly. Yes. Then, looking at Claudius Rexian's face, waiting for his response, she hesitated, thinking, but it would be strange to refuse his offer. Not giving her a chance to decline, Claudius Rexian said, if there's nothing else, let's go. Lucia, hearing this, couldn't refuse and replied with a flustered, yes. A short while later, the two arrived on the school grounds. The surrounding people began to murmur. Just as Lucia had feared, they stared at the pair and began to gossip. That's Crown Prince Claudius Rexian. Who's the girl beside him? I've never seen her before. She looks like a country bumpkin. They continued gossiping, seemingly unafraid of Lucia overhearing. But it seemed she heard everything, a hint of sadness on her face. The group continued to stand outside, snickering and whispering lower class. Hearing these words, Lucia's gaze darkened. Humans truly are cunning creatures, she thought, scorning them. Remembering her true, beautiful self, Lucia thought, when I was the noble Lady Veronica, they wouldn't even be worthy of being in my presence. But seeing their sneering faces now, she could only despise them. It's so disgusting to see them trying to torment me, just because I look like easy prey now. Suddenly, Claudius Rexian, walking beside her, broke the silence. The tea you brewed had quite a unique flavor. Lucia replied politely, "Thank you for the compliment, Your Highness." But then Claudius Rexian hesitated, as if wanting to say something. "So, I was wondering, could I perhaps enjoy your tea again sometime?" he asked, a blush creeping onto his face. Somehow, as he spoke these words, his face became incredibly handsome, like blue roses under a cold, snowy sky. Hearing this request, Lucia hesitated, falling silent. She noticed the building in front of them and realized they had arrived at their destination. Your Highness, we've arrived at the library. I have to go," she said, turning to Claudius Rexian, her voice trailing off. Suddenly, a voice interrupted her. "What's this little gathering?" Lucia startled and turned towards the source of the voice. It was none other than Zen Buston. "Our new recruit is quite skilled, isn't she?" Managing to snag His Highness like this, he sneered, walking towards them. Seeing him, Lucia began to worry. "Zen, this is why I've been trying to avoid crowded places. This is the worst," she thought, despairing. But then he quickly composed himself and bowed politely. "Greetings, Zen. We meet again." Suddenly Zen spoke. "What's this?" This surprised Lucia, who asked, "What do you mean? I hardly ever see you around here." Zen's sudden question flustered Lucia. "Well, I suppose that's true. This academy is quite large." She gave an embarrassed laugh. Then her expression fell, and she panicked inwardly, fearing he had been looking for her. "What should I do?" She stepped behind Claudius Rexian, as if trying to hide from Zen. This irritated Zen Buston, causing him to frown deeply. The Crown Prince, silent until now, finally spoke. "It seems you haven't noticed me." Hearing this, Zen quickly changed his demeanor, returning to his usual flippant attitude and saying with a laugh, "How could I not notice someone of your stature, Your Highness? It's just that we haven't seen each other in class lately, so I skipped the greeting. I thought another one would be superfluous." Hearing Zen's mocking tone, Claudius Rexian's face cooled slightly. "Skipped?" Zen's gaze at Claudius Rexian was full of provocation. "Do you consider that a problem? You can judge for yourself." The Crown Prince's face was cold as he questioned him. Claudius Rexian, unfazed, placed a hand on his chest mockingly. "You're quite formal today. I haven't been rude. I simply found someone I was looking for standing next to you, and I was so happy that my eyes only saw her." Realizing he was talking about her, Lucia's eyes widened in surprise. The Crown Prince asked, "Do you two know each other?" Lucia, standing behind him, nervously denied it. "No, Your Highness." Hearing this, Claudius Rexian said to Zen, "Then I can assume you two aren't close." Zen replied casually, saying that right in front of me. "How disappointing." The Crown Prince probed, "What do you want from her?" Zen, unwilling to explain, simply said, "That's rather personal, you know. She owes me something, after all." Lucia flinched, inwardly cursing him. Is he talking about the coat? She could only think of Zen's coat in her possession. Remembering that rainy day when he threw her the coat after tormenting her in the rain, she cursed him inwardly. He calls that coat a favor after making me suffer in the rain. Favor my foot. Lucia fumed. Zen, still smirking, said, "So, Your Highness, just a moment." Before he could finish, Claudius Rexian stepped in front of Lucia. "But I don't see her owing you anything." His voice was full of menace. Lucia was surprised by the Crown Prince's actions. As she watched in surprise, Claudius Rexian continued to shield her, lowering his voice to command Zen. "Step aside." Zen suddenly dropped his playful facade and glared coldly at the two of them. The three continued to stand at the library entrance, the air thick with tension. Suddenly, Zen let out a strange laugh. What a mess. He ran a hand through his hair in exasperation. Lucia continued to watch him warily. Then Zen Buston continued, "Let me be clear, Your Highness. I'm talking to you. This is between me and her." Lucia, hearing this, started to sweat nervously. But Zenbustin remained aloof and repeated, "Step aside." This made Zenbustin pause. The crown prince's eyebrows furrowed, his face impatient as he ordered Zenbustin again. "I won't say it twice. Step aside." Seeing the crown prince's attitude, Lucia became worried. She wondered what's going on. What should I do? Zenbustin's expression darkened, growing cold. But then, he quickly returned to his teasing demeanor. "You can repeat yourself as many times as you like. I'll continue to do what I want. But repeating yourself isn't very effective, is it?" His words made Claudius Retien's face even more displeased. "Are you lecturing me?" Lucia, witnessing their exchange, didn't know what to do. Zenbustin continued to taunt. "How dare I? However, Your Highness, seeing you defend her like this makes me want to bother her even more. I want to annoy her to death." His expression was full of malice. Unable to bear his arrogance, Claudius Rexien said, "If I don't allow it, then try. I'll do my best." Zenbustin's tone was provocative. He then gave a dangerous smile and quickly turned to leave. Before leaving, he didn't forget to add, "See you next time. Just the two of us, not three." Seeing Zenbustin's defiant attitude, Lucia frowned, annoyed, and thought, "This is bad. There's no way out now. I don't want to be the center of attention anymore. I have to follow the academy rules," she thought while watching Zenbustin leave. "This is the only way." The crown prince then noticed Lucia's unusual demeanor and asked, "Are you all right?" Taken aback by the question, she was flustered and barely managed to respond. Yes, I'm fine." "Thank you," Claudius Rexien said, observing her expression. "You look more relaxed now." His gaze made Lucia uncomfortable. Is it that obvious? She thought. He is a senior after all, so... Before she could finish, the crown prince interrupted her. "You're strange." Surprised, Lucia asked me. "How?" Claudius Rexien recounted their encounters, remembering everything. He recalled her fainting during their first meeting, the image of her falling into his arms. Then, her crying at the art studio, her tearful smile flashed through his mind. Now, she had been harassed. Finally, the image of Zenbustin's mocking expression from moments ago surfaced. Thinking about all this, Claudius Rexien blushed and said, "So, if I'm worried about you, is that strange?" Lucia's eyes widened in disbelief. Silence fell between them. Elsewhere, Zenbustin sat dejectedly on a bench in the courtyard. His appearance puzzled passers-by. His expression was no longer cheerful or teasing like before. He looked toward the academy buildings and wondered, has she never attended a single class here? He then recalled the information he had gathered from Lucia's classmates and other students. "I've only seen her name on the list, but I've never seen her. Has she ever been to class since the semester started? I've never seen her. My classmate, Lucia, also said she'd never met him. I even attended the evening class. It's true. I've never heard of him." Everyone gives the same answer. No one knows or has met anyone named Lucia. Thinking about this made Zenbustin frown. Repeating the name Lucia. Suddenly, Zenbustin gave a strange smile. Then, gradually, he began to laugh louder. It's been a while since something this interesting happened. He started to think. According to the rules, all students at the academy must live in the dormitories. It's extremely rare for anyone to live off campus, only due to health conditions or family reasons. But it's truly exceptionally rare. This thought made him even more perplexed. Suddenly, Zenbustin remembered the crown prince's cold demeanor when he suggested, "Can we use the last resort?" He casually crossed his legs, thinking he didn't care about any potential damage, right? Suddenly, Zenbustin remembered something. Thinking about it, he recalled the time when the crown prince lost to him and silently marveled at how little he understood him, even when defeated so brutally. He remembered the crown prince's jade-green eyes, which never showed any emotion. His expression never changed. But it was completely different when he recalled Claudius Retien's annoyed and angry look just now. It made Zenbustin wonder, what was that expression? I'll find out soon enough. He stood up and turned to leave. "Now then," Zenbustin said, putting his hand in his pocket as if to retrieve something. "How should I announce this dramatically?" Holding the strange letter in his hand, his face took on a dangerous look. Looking at the letter with its special gold seal, Zenbustin said mysteriously, "I'm getting sick of this letter. It's time for a confrontation." As night fell, the entire villa fell silent and was shrouded in darkness. The moonlight shone through the window of Lucia's room. She suddenly remembered Claudius Ruscian's shy demeanor that morning. His voice echoed in her head. Is it strange that I'm worried about you? Remembering this made Lucia so flustered she couldn't sleep. She sighed and buried her face in her pillow. This is such a headache. What am I supposed to do? Lucia wondered. Suddenly, someone called her name, startling her out of her thoughts. Looking at Raphael sitting across from her, she asked, "Did you call me?" Raphael said reproachfully, "I called you twice." Were you lost in thought? A look of embarrassment flashed across her eyes. She told herself, "You know it doesn't mean anything. Don't worry about it." Lucia then gave an embarrassed laugh, unconsciously touching her neck as she explained, "Sorry, I was just thinking about something." Hearing this, Raphael's eyes lit up as he looked at her admiringly. "Don't tell me. Are you thinking of a new way to make money?" Seeing his expectant eyes, Lucia could only sweat. "No, that's not it. Come on, tell me the truth. You've come up with something, haven't you?" His voice was full of anticipation. Lucia, facing him, could only hold her breath. "Yes," she finally answered. "Yes, I have." As if hearing the answer he was waiting for, Raphael laughed happily. "I knew it. The look in your eyes tells me you have another brilliant idea." Lucia asked back, "When did it say that?" "Don't worry about the details," Raphael said in an endearing tone. Then Lucia explained her new plan, art brokerage. Raphael sat opposite her, listening intently. "That sounds pretty good, actually. Art brokerage, huh? That's quite appealing," Raphael mused, chin in hand. "So what do we do?" Lucia slowly explained her idea, clarifying that art encompassed the artists themselves, using a painter as an example. Raphael seemed a little confused. "What do we need the artists for?" he asked. Lucia continued her explanation. "Art brokers will help manage the artists, allowing them to focus more on their work. No one's doing this yet. This could lead to a cultural renaissance." Raphael's eyes widened in surprise. "You're a genius," he exclaimed. Lucia chuckled. "You're just figuring that out now. Too bad, you're stuck with me." Raphael grinned back. "So, I'm not just an art dealer anymore. I'm an artist manager," Raphael said excitedly, lost in thought. He turned back to Lucia, showering her with praise. "How did you come up with such a brilliant idea? I have to admit, it's like entering a whole new world. These are the works of artists, and what's impressive is that we've built a deep understanding and valuable knowledge about them." As Raphael continued, Lucia, sitting opposite him, felt a shift in her mood. Clenching her hands, she said, "I'm sorry, Raphael. You're the one who created this job." Talking like this, Raphael, oblivious to her change in demeanor, continued excitedly. "But I can't delay any longer," she thought grimly. A moment later, Lucia spoke up. "You won't have time to rest if you want to gain more knowledge." Raphael asked uncertainly, "Are you sure you want me to do this?" Lucia quickly replied, "Who else?" To encourage him further, she added, "Go for it. I'm hoping you have a perfect start, so I'm recommending someone to you." Intrigued, Raphael asked, "Who?" "A certain someone," Lucia said vaguely. "He's the best engineer I know." She thought to herself, "He was also your first client in my past life. You two were drinking buddies, and he's the best in the world." Reorganizing a file, Lucia told Raphael, "Just say you were referred by interest. They'll meet you. After that, it's all up to you." "Wait, just introduce myself like that. Give me some more information," Raphael pleaded, giving her a puppy dog look. Handing him the file, Lucia said, "I'm sure he's talented. I don't know much more than that. As an art broker, you'll decide whether you can make him the engineer of the century." Facing Raphael, who was frowning and staring intently at the file, deep in thought, Lucia felt a pang of guilt. "You shouldn't rely on me so much anymore. We both have to move forward. You're perfectly capable of succeeding on your own. All I have to do is guide you," she resolved silently. After a moment, Raphael took the file. "Let's get to work," he said with renewed enthusiasm. Holding the file, he added, "I'll work with what you've given me." Seeing his determination, Lucia smiled in satisfaction. As they left the library and she watched Raphael walk away excitedly, Lucia thought, "Time to go home, I guess." Suddenly, the sound of many footsteps approached Lucia. A group of girls called out, "There you are." Lucia looked over in surprise. A blue-haired girl, standing in the middle of the group, gave a strained smile and said, "Let's talk for a bit." Seeing this group, Lucia frowned, thinking, what is this bullying? She asked the girl, do you have something to say to me? The blue-haired girl, with a haughty attitude, pointed at Lucia and said to her companions, look at her. I heard she's not common. Are you kidding me? First years these days. Seeing her attitude, Lucia understood. It was just another bullying tactic. She recognized the girl. It was the one who stood next to Abella. Michelle, wasn't it? What a pathetic life, Abella, Lucia thought. Always cold to others while next to the crown prince. Of course, they'd be annoyed by the appearance of a commoner. As she thought, she remembered the whispers and gossip when she appeared next to the crown prince. Lucia sighed. This is why I don't want to be seen with him. Annoyed by Lucia's silence, Michelle gripped her shoulder and asked in a harsh voice, did you just sigh? Come with me. They pulled Lucia to a secluded area. Michelle stood in front of her and said loudly, you're pretty arrogant. His Highness has spoken to me a few times. You don't understand your place, do you? Lucia continued to look at her impassively. Michelle, emboldened, poked Lucia repeatedly with her finger. Why don't you talk back to prove you're not common? Huh? Lucia was losing patience. Without Abella, you're nothing. How dare you touch me? Then, a strange smile spread across her face. Unbelievable, Lucia said sarcastically. Seeing her attitude, Michelle started shouting, what are you smiling at? Are you crazy? Lucia continued in a contemptuous tone, you find this amusing, don't you? You're so scared you had to come here and threaten me. How childish, Michelle. She remained calm. Do you think Abella will praise you? Quite the opposite, I imagine. Michelle's face darkened. Her brows furrowed, as if she hadn't expected Lucia to fight back. You're wrong, Lucia challenged. Her words made Michelle pale. As if struck to the core, Michelle raised her hand as if to hit her. How dare you speak Abella's name? Suddenly, a male voice interrupted. Enough, Lucia. Lucia's eyes widened in surprise as she looked towards the source of the voice. Michelle, irritated at the interruption, asked, who is it? Then she gasped, Zen. It was Zen Buston. He approached them with his usual playful demeanor. She's mine, he declared. His words stunned them. But Michelle stubbornly said, just wait a moment, senior. We'll be quick. Zen grew impatient. Don't you understand? He looked at her with dangerous eyes and smirked. Get out of here. Despite Zen's defiant attitude, Michelle's group didn't leave. He lost his patience and raised his voice. Don't you understand me? Seeing Zen Buston's arrogant attitude, Michelle started to get scared and didn't dare look at him. She clenched her fist, unwillingly said yes, and then the whole group began to leave. Before completely leaving, she still looked back at Zen Buston and Lucia with resentment. Zen Buston put his hands in his pockets, casually waiting for them to leave completely. Then he walked towards Lucia, his tone sarcastic. You have a lot of enemies, huh? Lucia just frowned silently, looking at him with annoyance. Then, as if she hadn't seen him, she quickly tried to walk past him. Suddenly, Zen Buston called out, making her stop. Hey, I just saved you. You should thank me. Hearing his words, the irritation and frustration rose within Lucia. Her brow furrowed even more. I didn't need you to interfere, Lucia finally said coldly. Zen Buston, as if he hadn't heard clearly, asked what. Lucia turned back, giving him a contemptuous look. She said coldly, I could have handled those children myself. Zen Buston seemed surprised by her reaction. For a moment, he didn't know what to say and just sighed. You're embarrassing me. That's not good, Junior. His voice was full of reproach. Lucia didn't care how annoyed he was. She just left him with a goodbye and quickly turned to leave. Zen Buston impatiently called after her, Hey, am I done talking to you? Hearing this, Lucia stopped, not turning back to look at him, but just sighing impatiently. If you have something to say it quickly. You've been following me all day. It's quite impressive, she added, not forgetting to provoke him. Seeing her attitude, Zen Buston's eyes darkened slightly. Then he crossed his arms and calmly said, all right. I'll ask you one question. Are you a ghost? Lucia couldn't believe he would ask such a ridiculous question. She froze for a moment, then asked impatiently, what are you talking about? As if anticipating her reaction, Zen Buston stepped closer as he explained, you're not in any of the freshman classes, not even in the dorms. As he spoke, he imagined her appearing and disappearing like a school ghost. He had somehow gotten close to Lucia, whispering mysteriously in her ear, I've searched this whole academy, but there's no trace of your existence. You're not Lucia, are you? He spoke with certainty. Hearing this, Lucia started to worry. Sweat appeared on her brow as she frowned, thinking, did he investigate me? Thinking about her true identity as Veronica and her disguised identity as Lucia, she made up her mind to stay calm. There's no way he can know I'm Veronica. She quickly regained her composure, sighed, and asked with a disgruntled smile, "Is that all you wanted to ask?" Zen Bustin was momentarily surprised, seemingly not expecting her to be so calm. Then she fumbled in her coat pocket and calmly said, "I don't know what you're so curious about." She then held out her student ID card in front of him. Satisfied now, her voice was almost exasperated. Zen Bustin held the student ID she'd given him, studying it carefully before concluding, a student ID can easily be forged. Lucia listened, resigned, and replied, "So you're the suspicious type, huh?" He returned the card, his tone cryptic. "In situations like these, I'd feel better if you dined with me for 4 days." Lucia was taken aback by his proposal, her gaze filled with confusion. Before she could refuse, he continued, "Because I'm afraid you'll disappear before I find out who I saved." His eyes were calculating. Lucia retorted, annoyed, "You won't be able to stomach your food." He laughed at her jab, even better. Her frustration grew, thinking better. How is that better? Seeing her silence, Zen Bustin placed a hand on her arm and said, "Silence means consent." He quickly brushed past her, not forgetting to add a threatening remark as he left. "Don't even think about running. You know what I'm like." Lucia's brow furrowed. Glaring at him, she snapped, "What a rude invitation. I look forward to seeing you throw up everything you eat." Zen Bustin seemed surprised by her attitude, his gaze puzzled. He then simply said, "I'll see you later then." Suddenly, a strange man appeared, smiling enigmatically. Lucia felt a surge of anxiety. "If this keeps up, I'll be found out," she thought, nervously swallowing. "But if I pretend to know him, what should I say to a complete stranger?" She stared at the unfamiliar man, panicking, convinced her disguise was about to be blown. Suddenly, the man spoke, breaking the silence. "Is the baby doing well?" Lucia was startled by his question. Realization dawned on her, her eyes widening in surprise. The man continued, his gaze gentle and his smile warm. "You look like quite the lady now. If your mother were in heaven, she'd be so proud." "My daughter, all grown up." Lucia was flustered, her hand clutching her skirt as she processed the new information. Mother, daughter, such a gentle voice, such warm eyes. It all clicked. Lucia's father, she concluded, finally recognizing the man before her. Lucia started to panic. What about Lucia? Why is she helping me? But she quickly composed herself. No, stop thinking. The priority is to get out of this situation. She glanced at Zen Bustin, who was sitting at a table across the room, silently observing everything. Quickly, Lucia jumped up, a bright smile blossoming on her face. Looking at the man, she cried out, "Dad," and rushed to embrace him. He returned the hug, his face filled with happiness. "My daughter, do you know how worried I've been?" But he whispered in her ear, "That man is suspicious." Lucia was momentarily surprised. They released each other, and she feigned a question, "What brings you here?" without any notice. The man's gaze remained gentle. "I heard something happened to you, so I rushed over." She responded with a touch of embarrassment, "I'm fine, really." Seeing her say this, he smiled gently and said, "The young master sent a letter, saying this matter concerns you personally. So that's how it is. Thank goodness." He sighed in relief. Zen Bustin, who had been silent until now, suddenly chuckled. "Huh. Absurd," he suddenly said insinuatingly, his eyes filled with dangerous suspicion. "Are you two father and daughter?" Seeing his frightening demeanor, Lucia became anxious and trembled. Suddenly, Lucia's father, standing beside her, spoke up. "Young master, can you tell me now? Was the reason I absolutely had to come here? Is there something to discuss?" He looked like a father protecting his daughter. Hearing him ask, Zen Bustin reluctantly replied, that, your daughter hasn't attended a single class. Did you know that?" He casually crossed his legs, leaning back relaxedly in his chair. "Moreover, she moved her luggage out of the dormitory without anyone seeing her. That's why you were worried and couldn't call your father, right?" He asked her pretendingly. Hearing this, Lucia could only glance at him in confusion. The man shielded her from Zen Bustin and proactively asked, "Did you call me just for that reason?" Zen Bustin, maintaining his flippant attitude, asked back, "Just for that?" But as if not paying attention to what he had said before, Lucia's father smiled gently and said, "Yes. There's nothing strange about it." Zen Bustin, seeing his attitude, was surprised, his face wrinkling in confusion. What? But before he could understand what was happening, the man gently placed his hand on Lucia's shoulder and calmly said, Lucia has a congenital illness. It's better now, but if it relapses, she has to rest for 1 or 2 months. Relieved by her father's intervention, Lucia started to feel a little less anxious. Zen Bustin still seemed to disbelieve his words. His eyes, filled with dangerous amusement, narrowed. So, she didn't attend class and wasn't in the dormitory. That violates the rules. But despite his disrespectful attitude, her father calmly and gently explained, if her health deteriorates, she can be treated externally. I've informed the academy and received permission. Zen Bustin stubbornly retorted, this is the first time I've heard of this. The man, unafraid, replied, perhaps they kept it confidential for reasons of equality. Lucia, standing beside him, had also begun to relax, looking at Zen Bustin with a smirk. According to the young master, it's a violation of the rules, Lucia's father continued calmly. He slammed his hand on the table, his voice strained with anger. The academy would let you rest. That's believable. Unable to contain his rage, he yelled, you two discussed this beforehand, didn't you? Contrary to his attitude, Lucia's father calmly replied, the young master also knows, but only last night, when I received your message, did I come to the capital. And what is there to discuss beforehand between a parent and their child? Lucia, standing beside him, also smiled confidently at the enraged Zen Bustin. Inwardly, Zen Bustin marveled at the man's skill. From his voice to his expression, everything was perfect. It was utterly convincing, making it impossible to think it was a lie. Moreover, in front of Zen, she gave an admiring glance to this confident man. Although it hurt a little, thanks to this, I was able to meet my daughter. It's so good. Work at the club has been busy, so I haven't had a chance to see her. He suddenly turned to look at her, making Lucia startle slightly. Then, in a feigning tone of reproach, he said, you too. You've been so inconsiderate lately. I'm sorry. Even so, please forgive me for coming here like this. Lucia gently replied, I know, father. The two of them seemed completely oblivious to Zen Bustin, who was sitting silently, fuming with anger. Seemingly still distrustful, he exclaimed, not alike at all. Lucia confidently smiled brightly and replied, I take after my mother more, causing him to fall silent, unable to respond. Lucia nestled into the man's arm. The two of them looked like a truly harmonious father and daughter. He then asked, do you have any more questions? Because Lucia is very special, I will answer anything. Lucia also pretended to look at him with a worried expression and said, me too. Thanks to you, senior, I was able to meet my father. I want to repay your kindness. Zen seemed to feel so humiliated by their acting that he angrily stood up, wanting to leave. Lucia's father feigned surprise. Oh dear, are you leaving? Looking at each of Zen's forceful steps was enough to understand how angry he was. In this touching father-daughter reunion, I have no place, Zen muttered. The man, hearing him, simply spoke in a grateful tone, you know it's thanks to you, right? Zen, hearing this, didn't seem to care and continued to leave, waving his hand dismissively and saying, I've done another good deed for someone else. Finish the rest and go. Then he slammed the door shut and left. Now, when the room contained only Lucia and Lucia's father, she relaxed and sincerely said to the man, thank you. If you hadn't helped me, I would have been caught red-handed. She then used grateful eyes to sincerely thank the man opposite her. The man proactively extended his hand and said, I should be the one saying thank you. Now, I would like to express my gratitude to my benefactor. To Lucia's surprise, the man placed his hand on his chest and bowed deeply with utmost respect, saying sincerely, thank you for saving my daughter, Lucia. At this moment, in Lucia's role, she suddenly looked at Emilio with surprise. Lucia thought to herself, in the letter I sent to Emilio, I clearly didn't write the sender's name. She recalled the moment she sent the letter. She had specifically told the maid, May, oh, by the way, please send this letter to the Castron Trading Company. May replied, this time, we won't reveal the sender's name either, right? She answered, that's right. Lucia walked towards him and said, "How?" She asked, "Did you think it was me?" Emilio looked up at her and replied, "At that time, I treated my daughter according to the instructions in the letter. She woke up miraculously." Suddenly, he took out the letter and continued, "But besides that, there's one more thing." Lucia looked at the letter in front of her. Even if the condition improves, she should rest for about another year. However, it's not necessarily the case. I heard from the herbalist that the recurrence rate will be low if it's completely treated. Within a month, normal life won't be affected. Suddenly, Lucia asked him, "I have a question." She continued, "The person who knows how to cure the illness doesn't know the treatment time." Emilio replied, "I don't think that's the case." Lucia looked at him, stunned. He continued, with his own curiosity, "The first place the letter was sent from. I found it. It was actually near the academy. So, while I was on my way here, I sent a letter to that person." Emilio recalled that day, sitting at his desk when he saw the letter. He opened it, surprised. Why would Ian Zich of the Bauhaus write to him? The letter stated that Lucia was currently in danger at the Art Institute. The details would be explained in person. He was stunned as he read the letter. Suddenly, Emilio seemed to remember something. The Art Institute. He continued, "At that moment, I was certain I could finally meet that person." Emilio chuckled. Lucia stared at him in astonishment. She thought to herself, amazing. He analyzed the situation so quickly and handled it perfectly. As expected of someone who frequently travels between the three allied nations and comes from the Southern Continent Empire, Emilio's reputation as a merchant lord is certainly well-deserved. She smiled and then sighed. Placing a hand on her chest, Lucia spoke formally. "Since you've investigated that far, I won't deny it. Yes, I sent the letter." She smiled. "I had a hunch it was an Art Institute student, but seeing you in person is even more surprising," Emilio said. "Though it's late, I want to thank you." Lucia looked at him, surprised. Emilio bowed his head sincerely. "Thank you for saving my daughter. I should thank you as well." "Thank you for what you did today," she replied. Suddenly, Lucia looked behind her. "This must be fate," she said, gesturing towards the prepared table with a smile. "Would you like to dine with me? The food here seems quite good." Emilio laughed heartily. "It would be my honor." On the table, everything was neatly arranged. The food was ready. The two sat down at the table and raised their glasses. Lucia swirled the red wine in her glass, savoring it. She wondered, "If you'll permit me to say a few more words," Emilio began. "Of course," she replied. He clasped his hands together. "Actually, I've been observing my benefactor since our first meeting." Lucia was taken aback. "Oh, please don't misunderstand. I work in trade, so observing people has become a habit," Emilio explained, flustered. "Mannerisms, gestures, even the way one eats, though small, these things can reveal a person." Emilio chuckled. "So, thinking back, could you be a member of the royal family?" Lucia was startled by his words. "If I'm wrong, I apologize. Let's change the subject." Lucia looked at him thoughtfully. "He's quite perceptive. I try to hide my identity, but he saw through my actions." She replied, half right, half wrong. She pressed her fork into a piece of beef, pondering. "Just a princess of a semi-noble house, not royalty. I apologize for asking unnecessary questions. Please forget what I said," Emilio continued. "Thank you," she replied. "By the way, you haven't asked," she said, setting her plate down. "Asked what?" Emilio inquired. Lucia looked at him. "Why I'm impersonating Lucia?" Emilio replied, "There's no need to know." He sighed. "You're my benefactor, the savior of my daughter, my everything. I wouldn't hesitate to give you my entire fortune." Lucia laughed awkwardly, raising her hand in refusal. "Your gratitude is enough. Consider today's events as repayment in full." "That won't do," Emilio insisted, placing a card on the table. Lucia looked at the front of the envelope and remained silent for a moment. She then asked what it was. Emilio replied, "This is the deed to the Castro Trading Company's branch in my empire." She was taken aback. Emilio looked at her sincerely. Lucia felt helpless in the face of this. She said, "I've already made it clear. I only accept your goodwill." Emilio chuckled. He replied, "My daughter said the same thing. Seeing you again makes me truly happy. I'm so relieved I didn't have to see you grieving for her. So please, meet with her and help her." He spoke with a happy expression. Today, meeting and speaking with you, it's clear you're not an ordinary person. You're someone who needs my help. Emilio said to Lucia, who was sitting across from him. He extended his hand. So please, accept this. This transfer of ownership is the same as you receiving all the income from the branch. Lucia looked at him with a thoughtful, hesitant expression. On the continent, the Castrol Trading Company's assets and trade network are vast. It's too tempting to refuse without considering it. However, Emilio isn't someone connected to my past. I can't rule out the possibility of escaping his influence and becoming a liability. His anxiety and uncertainty are well known, so I held him in high regard. But I don't know his true character and qualities. That's why I told him how to treat malaria. I try not to have any further contact. Why should I become further involved because of Zen? Lucia looked up at him and thought for a moment. She then replied, "You're putting me in a difficult position. I apologize for that." Emilio remained silent after hearing her words. "It seems I've misjudged the situation regardless." Lucia looked at him questioningly. She asked, "What do you mean? Having my benefactor manage the branch seems to be putting pressure on you." He replied, then suddenly placed a card on the table. "It will take a little time, but I'll reorganize the branch and prepare the funds. That would probably be better for my benefactor right now." Lucia was startled. "Wait, are you serious?" "Of course." Lucia put her hand to her face in exasperation. "I don't know why you're making this so difficult for me. In that case, I hope you'll help me a great deal." She looked at him as Emilio rose from the table. He bowed before her and said, "To avoid shaming my daughter, let me be a true father." Lucia was silent for a moment, placing her hands on her lap. "I'm sorry, but..." Emilio looked up, startled. "Taking over the Castrol Trading Company branch. Even all the cash, I haven't even considered it." She spoke frankly and seriously. "But benefactor, those things, they are mine." She raised her hand and placed it over her heart. Lucia continued, "If you were to give me control of a branch, I'm not confident I could manage it as well as you, Emilio. I don't have any talent for trade. It would affect the other branches and ultimately lead to bankruptcy. The money isn't even worth mentioning. I feel like I'm bargaining with your daughter's life." Emilio looked at her, surprised and flustered. He replied sadly, "I didn't think of it that way. I apologize." He continued. Lucia sat calmly. She replied, "It's all right. That's why I want to feel your sincerity. For a merchant, money is everything. So, repaying me with material things." Lucia reached for her wine glass and said, "I'm sure you're sincere, Emilio. But to refuse your kindness like this, I don't think that would be right." Emilio's face brightened with relief. Lucia picked up her wine glass and smiled faintly. "But you said the same thing just now. I feel Emilio's support is essential. It's true, but I need something of my own." She held out her wine glass and said, "A branch or money isn't important. What I need is you." Emilio stared at her, stunned. He looked at her and asked me. Suddenly, a smile spread across Lucia's face. "Stay with me like this and support me." She swirled the wine in her glass. "If so, can you promise me one thing?" "Yes, you will come to the new world immediately." Hearing these words, Emilio looked at her in surprise. "The world will be turned upside down and begin with many new and unfamiliar things. I guarantee there will be a place for you in this new world." At the mansion, two people were drinking tea and talking. "That's your father. Now you know why he's so respected." Claudius Rexian picked up his teacup and spoke, his face alight with excitement. He was just talking about business plans, and they immediately picked up on the thread he'd missed. Lucia replied, "So that's how it is." She thought to herself, it really was a good idea to let them meet. This will broaden his thinking about business. But Lucia looked at Michelle with hesitation in her eyes. Michelle asked, "Why the sudden change of heart? If they find out I'm secretly doing business with my father, I'll get scolded." Lucia replied, "Oh, that's already out. But on the other hand, you've also received a lot of praise. I'll help you, so just bear with it until graduation." She continued, and Michelle looked at her with surprise. "Really?" Lucia fidgeted nervously, thinking, luckily, I managed to make a flimsy excuse. "But it seems I got away with it." Michelle nodded, sitting across from her. "So there's no praise. And you've met Mr. Landon. haven't you? Michelle replied, oh, it was amazing. He looked at the papers. He's a genius. Just looking at his drawings, designs, and methods gave me chills. And that kid sincerely thanked you. Lucia looked at him in surprise. Michelle continued, thanks to your help, he's been able to focus on architecture. He sends his thanks. Lucia smiled and replied, tell him he made the right choice. There's nothing to be disappointed about. Anyway, it's nice to have a heart-to-heart, isn't it? Michelle replied, you're a good drinking buddy. Lucia smiled, thinking to herself, I have a friend in this life too. She asked, when will you see your father again? Tomorrow. Why? She continued, is there any good land in the capital to build a house on? I was thinking of asking him to look into it for me. Claudius Rexian looked at her with a surprised expression. Are you thinking of investing? He wondered. Lucia lifted her teacup and calmly said, not investing. I don't have a knack for that. Claudius Rexian looked at her with deep concern. Then why are you suddenly interested in land? Land in the capital is expensive. Lucia immediately placed her hand on the table and said, I'm going to build a salon there. He asked, puzzled. The salon. It's a new place for discussion, breaking down the boundaries between men and women and social status. It's a cradle of culture and intellect, a place for communication and exchange, and a place for publishing works and various arts. It's also a place to hold exhibitions. Claudius Rician's eyes widened in astonishment at her words. A salon is truly a gathering of all culture and art. If a salon is built, renowned artists from various fields will gather. If that happens, no one can stop it, and it will have the power to spread culture. Moreover, the owner of the salon will naturally become the center of culture. So shocked he couldn't speak, Emilio asked, why would you think something like that? Lucia calmly replied, it's still too early to be surprised. I want to create a symbol, a unique emblem specifically for the salon. I haven't seen anything like it anywhere else, so it needs a new architectural style. She continued, and Emilio sighed, isn't that a bit too ambitious? Yes, so where should we build it? Lucia asked, smiling brightly at him. He looked at her questioningly. Flustered, Emilio asked, could you possibly be thinking of Mr. Landon? Lucia immediately replied, yes, enthusiastically describing her vision. From the blueprints to the salon's architecture, everything will be entrusted to Mr. Landon. Please contact Mr. Landon for me. This is a chance for the whole world to recognize his architectural genius. Emilio replied, oh, I'll pass on the message. And if I contact my father, please ask him to look into buying land near that area. Lucia added, I plan to open a complex that can be connected to the salon. Emilio, speechless with surprise, stared blankly at her. What on earth are you thinking? Lucia chuckled. I'm just doing what I'm good at. And in this plan, you have an important role as the art broker. She said with a smile. You want me to do what I'm good at, right? Fine. Otherwise, what's the point of living responsibly? Emilio responded with satisfaction. So, I'll be taking the lead on this. Lucia placed a letter on the table. All right. Emilio looked at the letter. What's this? He carefully opened it. Lucia explained. If you're curious, you can read it. I'll buy some land in the impoverished areas of the capital. I've already surveyed the surrounding areas. The marked locations on this paper are the ones I consider prime real estate. Emilio was startled. Really? The deadline for purchasing that land has already passed. It can't be sold again, he said. I know. I'm only buying it for charitable purposes, Lucia said with a smile. Emilio looked at her silently. Are you hiding something from me? Is there gold on that land or something? Lucia responded exasperatedly. Where would there be a gold vein in the capital? I truly live to help others. It's not good to earn money without having anywhere to use it, she explained. Emilio replied, if that's the case, it's quite extraordinary. Lucia sighed, looking at him, thinking to herself, I'm sorry, Emilio. If I told you the truth, you would buy that land yourself. There will soon be a boom in the capital. A large sum of money will be poured into astronomy, pushing down the value of the impoverished areas. That land has the potential to become a gathering place for nobles and royalty. The plan is to create Nobrisi Street. It's the largest project since the founding of the empire. Nobrisi Street, thanks to Leah Brick, who was once a pillar of business, has achieved resounding success. I'm buying this land to hinder that success. She placed a game piece on the map. My alias is Hold'em. The land in the slums will become the center of Nobrisi Street's development, so it must be purchased beforehand. The Empress often visited Nobrisi Street. To some extent, I remember the location. There might be slight discrepancies, but it's not that different. The owner is identified as L. purchasing through an assistant. Leah Brick is persistent. If he hears that someone else has already bought the land, he'll search high and low. Don't let him catch wind of this. Then for the land Leah Brick needs, I'll sell it back at an exorbitant price. That way, we can snatch money from those rich folks. Emilio will be my stand-in, so there's no need to worry. Just observe. So, that's all for today, she concluded. Emilio stood up and turned to leave. Father told me to focus on my studies instead of worrying about this. We don't have to meet for a while, he said, looking back. All right, I'll be busy with what you've asked me to do anyway. Zen Bustin was struggling. A knock at the door interrupted him mid-sentence. He reached for the doorknob. Zen Bustin stepped out, wondering who it was. Suddenly, he yelled out in surprise, "Huh?" Suddenly, she paused. "Your Highness." Claudius Rexian entered, holding a book. "It really is you," he said. "How did you know to come here?" Zen Bustin asked. Claudius Rexian looked at Lucia with a cold expression. "I happened to see her here," he replied. Lucia looked at him in surprise. "I want to check on her. I went to the reading room to look for her, but she wasn't there. So I looked around." Zen Bustin looked at the prince in surprise. "All right," Claudius Rexian continued. "I heard her voice here, so I knocked." Lucia stood in the corner, watching him silently. She thought to herself, "What's going on with my heart? Why?" Zen Bustin glanced back at Lucia with a bewildered look. Lucia has a close relationship with His Highness the Crown Prince. Why hasn't she said anything this whole time? Suddenly, she spoke. "Do you have something to say?" Claudius Rexian looked at her with a blank expression. "I'll invite you both to dinner," he said. Both Zen Bustin and Lucia were surprised by the offer. "Wow, you've been all over this place," Lucia said in surprise. "This is the dormitory. Only those directly serving the royal family are allowed to use it," Claudius Rexian replied. Lucia followed behind him, watching him smile. "Senior, you're so excited." He replied, "Couldn't you hear my voice?" She thought to herself, "I just arrived. What did His Highness eat before when he lived across from the dormitory? How'd he live? It was all my life. Suddenly, I feel nostalgic." In the end, it turned into meaningless love and affection. Now, to let go of those feelings, Lucia looked off into the distance, thinking, what should I do? Inside a luxurious room, the light of the late afternoon sun shone in. All the dishes had been prepared on the table. Nothing special was brought in. "Thank you." The three of them sat at the table and enjoyed the meal. Lucia held a spoon in her hand and looked at it. Suddenly, she paused and looked at something. She thought to herself, "This meat isn't right." Lucia looked at the steak prepared in front of her. "I can't believe His Highness's house is still here. So it's outdated. Is the royal family's financial situation that bad?" Claudius Rexian looked at her, sitting awkwardly at the table. "Is the food to your liking?" he asked. "Yes," Zen Bustin replied with a happy smile. "It's both chewy and tender. The meat juices melting in my mouth are delightful. And you?" Claudius Rexian looked at Lucia, who was wiping her mouth with a napkin. "It's not exactly exquisite," she replied, "but it's clearly cooked well, so." Claudius Rexian said, "In any case." Lucia looked at him in surprise. He continued, "You're always like this. You always show a fresh side of yourself. You look fragile like a knight errant, yet in a moment, you behave as elegantly as a noble." Lucia flinched, looking at him blankly. Just a moment ago, she was staring blankly at the plate on the table, but then she picked up a napkin and wiped her mouth very politely. Lucia's face darkened. She thought to herself, "Ah, I lost my composure." Well, Claudius Rexian looked at Zen Bustin. "Over there, they call you Zen Bustin, right?" Zen Bustin turned and smiled, saying yes. "I heard you're in your graduating class. Have you thought about your future after graduation?" Claudius asked him. Zen Bustin, with a bewildered expression, replied, "Yes, Your Highness. I found a good partner and a suitable job." Claudius, curious about the job, placed his fork on the table and asked, "A suitable job?" Zen Bustin answered, "Working at Lucia's art store. She recommended it." Lucia, eating on the other side, suddenly flinched. Then Zen Bustin continued, smiling, "I don't know if you're aware, but you're a junior with excellent knowledge and vision. I receive a lot of help." Lucia looked at him, with a reproachful gaze. That's just like her mother, Claudius said thoughtfully. I knew she had artistic talent, but I didn't know her knowledge and vision were so extensive. Your Highness, Zin Bustin is just being humble. You don't need to listen to him, Lucia said. You're too modest, he replied. Lucia lowered her head, pondering this. Claudius, looking enthusiastic, said, How about we talk for a bit, Lucia? Your Highness, she started, but Zin Bustin interrupted with a loud laugh. Your Highness has made such a suggestion. How could I refuse? Lucia, are you all right? A jolt went through her mind. She forced a fake laugh. Oh ho! Zin Bustin, seeing her, flinched in surprise. We're free today, after all. Lucia looked at him and muttered angrily. After the meal, leave quietly. Don't cause trouble. Zin Bustin retorted, Why? It's His Highness's request. And aren't you paying attention? Paying attention to what? Lucia grew increasingly irritated. Look, do you think this is a good thing for you? How is this good for me? The two whispered to each other while Claudius ate seriously. Yes, he said, we'll move after the meal. Lucia slapped her hand to her face in exasperation, while Zin Bustin rejoiced. Oh yes, Your Highness. In the guest room, everything was luxuriously decorated, with servants standing by to attend. Claudius turned and said, Miss, could you make me a cup of tea like you did back then? He looked at Lucia. Tea, she replied. That aroma and flavor are unforgettable. Lucia's face was slightly flustered. She didn't know what to say. Claudius stepped closer and asked, Is it a difficult request? Lucia replied, No, not if the tea leaves and hot water are prepared. He gestured to a servant behind him to prepare. A moment later, everything was ready. The tea leaves were mid-grade, considerably lower quality than what many nobles used. But the taste of the tea was most important, so it wasn't a big deal. A cup of tea was brewed and poured, steam rising. As Claudius lifted the cup and drank with a happy expression, he said, Indeed, your skill. Then Claudius continued, I have a lot of things I want to ask you today. Mississippi Lucia looked at him blankly. What do you want to ask? She wondered. Claudius replied, About this country. Your father, he began, within the room where they were conversing, is the chairman of the leading merchant guild on the continent. Correct. He turned to Lucia, who was bringing the teapot over. She answered yes. He picked up his teacup with a clink. What do you think about the current financial losses in the empire? Do you think it's normal? Claudius looked at Lucia and asked. At this, Lucia flinched, her face showing unease. She placed the teapot on the table and remained silent. Lucia chuckled softly as she gracefully sat down. I don't have a knack for business, so I haven't learned much. Even so, Your Highness asked for my opinion. Zin Bustin, sitting beside her, looked at her in surprise. Lucia continued, So, I'll try to speak frankly. Claudius, watching her from across the table, his gaze deepening, replied, I'm listening. The empire has belonged to the imperial family for generations, but the nobles' power has grown, diminishing the imperial family's authority. History shows 4 great families, along with my own, holding special authority like now. Since the empire's founding, this has been unprecedented. The nobles rank above even the emperor, a puppet emperor. Claudius continued, Funds are being misappropriated throughout the empire, all tied to this power struggle. Not only that, but there's the pretext of being manipulated by the nobles. It's plain to see. Lucia, her face worried, thought to herself, as expected, His Highness has already grasped the severity of this. To reclaim his authority, he's been studying monarchical theory and calculating his moves. But there's no longer any room for the emperor. Her eyes narrowed. Find capable people, Lucia suggested. Claudius looked at her, his gaze distant. Capable people. Like you, Miss Lucia. Lucia calmly replied, No, I'm not as exceptional as you think. Zin Bustin, sitting next to her, shifted uncomfortably. How modest. It's not that I haven't considered what you suggest, but most capable individuals are descendants of nobles, Claudius responded. Those people won't be loyal to the imperial family. Lucia's composure faltered. I understand Your Highness's frustration. Even commoners cling to titles and rely on the nobility. Even if you have the will, this approach is flawed. She looked at Claudius, who had lowered his head. If this continues, the failures of the past will repeat themselves. Bustin swallowed, his expression growing serious. To dare speak to His Highness like this, it's just a momentary lapse in judgment. Lucia said, "May I offer a piece of advice?" Claudius lifted his teacup and took a sip. He calmly replied, "Advice? That sounds painful." She thought to herself, is that all? The revered emperors of the past were valiant warriors. They are worthy of respect because they implemented necessary reforms for their time. They read the changing tides and responded accordingly. The current nobility has become decadent. Even so, the imperial family, Lucia boldly voiced her thoughts, lacks power and strength. Claudius's eyes suddenly flashed. Bustin, seeing this, cried out in alarm, "Lucia, stop!" But Lucia continued, "As we enter a new era, the world will soon change. Change never starts from the top. It starts from below." Claudius said quietly, "If it's from below, then it's the commoners." He fell silent. I started thinking. Since the founding of the empire, the focus of reforms has always been the imperial family and the nobility. The commoners are merely subjects to be ruled, never considered the focal point of reform. Whether it's the nobility or the imperial family, it doesn't matter to the commoners. Lucia spoke up. The exploited populace doesn't see a difference between the two. The side of the oppressed and the side that doesn't intervene are one and the same. Lucia stated firmly, the nobles are enemies of the imperial family. So, are the commoners also enemies of the imperial family? Claudius Rexian fell into deep thought. He said aloud, "No." Then who should the imperial family rely on? Lucia continued, extending her hand. The people, of course. Bustin, sitting next to her, suddenly looked startled. Claudius Rexian, hearing this, tiredly remained silent. The imperial family with the people. The era of the emperor ruling as a king is over. Lucia's gaze grew more resolute. The emperor doesn't rule the people, but stands with them. Claudius Rexian frowned. "Only that will bring change now. It's the only way to achieve what your highness desires. This can be given to the one I once loved. The key to the future."